everyone pretty much agrees you would need ground forces. You'd need troops, boots on the ground, American boots on the ground, in order to do that.
Howdy,
And there
fellas.
is
Sorry
zero
it
appetite for
took
that
so
in
long,
this
man.
administration, much less in the country. Israel would like us to commit ground troops, obviously, but it would take a lot to get us to do that.
Shit, I need to fix this. Oops.
Immediately, set like a pro-American government in Tehran. Like, why is that so hard? Well, it is hard. And the U.S. has never really been able to, not going to commit ground troops, which does sort of put the whole exercise in perspective. If Iran's burgeoning nuclear program was really a threat to our core national security interests, then of course we would commit ground troops, because any threat to our core national security interests merits committing ground troops. But this one didn't. And the people who decided this were told or believed somehow that we could effect regime change from the air, because Iran was in a pre-revolutionary stage, and all we needed to do was like topple the head figure, like dominoes cascading. That would set off a chain reaction that installed a pro-Western government in Tehran. That was the argument. These arguments always seem ludicrous. In retrospect, you always laugh at them. Really? Did you really think that? Well, apparently we really did. But almost 2 weeks in, that has not happened. By the way, that would be a great outcome, because it would end the war immediately. Set like a pro-American government in Tehran. Like, why is that so hard? Well, it is hard. And the U.S. has never really been able to do it, despite trying a lot with these so-called regime change wars. So if we don't succeed in doing that, if in the end the United States decides, well, we can't do this, what happens then? That is the question. In other words, what does an Iranian victory look like? An Iranian victory does not look like Iranian forces, invading the Gulf and controlling Dubai or something, or setting up a new satellite capital in Jerusalem. That's not going to happen, probably.
It's kind of ground down.
Hope doesn't. What an Iranian victory looks like is really simple. It's control of the Straits of Hormuz. It's exactly what it looks like, which, if you hadn't looked at a map recently, is only about 20 miles wide, and it's the choke point through which 20% of the world's energy flows. 20% of oil and liquefied natural gas, on which many countries, including American allies, are totally dependent. Europe, South Korea, Japan, not to mention India and China. They need it. They need energy. As conservatives are often fond of pointing out, energy creates civilization. Without it, things ground to a halt. That's just true, and renewables cannot take up the slack. Sorry. So if that strait, that choke point, and again, if you haven't looked at it on a map, it's on the eastern end of the Persian Gulf, the Arabian Gulf, whatever you want to call it, that body of water through which energy flows by ship. Whoever controls that has a lot of power. Now, as of today, or as of 2 weeks ago anyway, the United States effectively controlled it. That was the other reason we had all those military bases in the Persian Gulf. Another was to protect Israel, our only real ally in the Gulf. But a competing reason, maybe the primary reason, hard to know, certainly a big reason, was to protect the flow of energy through the Straits of Hormuz. And now the U.S. has been, unfortunately, tragically unable to guarantee the passage of energy through that strait. Now, let's hope that changes.
It seems to me like all that Trump has accomplished,
but if the Iranian regime is not
totally fucking America for a generation or two. Like, any prestige that we had left coming into this, he totally squandered it, totally shit on it. And, maybe he is that vain of a person, that they gassed him up and he just thought he was, or we're going to go in and kick some ass and he's going to look like the greatest president of all time or something. But it's like, congrats, bro. You just fucking popped the balloon, asshole. Like if it was a balloon and if we were first, no matter how you cut it, how the rest of the world thought of us was better than how we actually are. Strength wise, ability, every way, basically, we have declined. And Trump just revealed exactly how much we decline. And it's just like, bro, you are a fucking moron. Like, obviously, you have lost it, man, because it's just a damn shame. It's like, bro, you're the president. How the fuck do you not know that we have an unwarranted amount of prestige? And, you know, like your chance of being an empire, bye bye. Bye bye. That's gone. That's gone, bro. Unless we want to go to war and prove, like, yeah, we can do this. We can't do it on our reputation anymore. That's done. That's over. No more reputation riding. I mean, it's just like, dude, congratulations, man. You will go down as like maybe the worst president. Maybe the worst. Because at least Biden, he was just trying to get the fuck out of Afghanistan. You fucking picked a fight, dude. You got us into a war with people that were peaceful, that weren't fighting us. And uh, bro, you've just made us step on our own dick. No. Stomp on our own dick. And it's just like, God damn it, dude. Way to speed up the decline, you fucking moron. Like, I mean, honestly, I don't know if Kamala would have been a worse choice. I really don't, bro. And that's the fucking God's honest truth, bro. I do not know. Hey, man, it, bro. I don't know, man. I don't know. I very well that could be possible. That is in the realm of possibilities that Kamala would have been a better president, at least this time around. Like, damn, and I'm not a Trump. I've never have been. I'm a conservative, but it's like, dude, this is like an all-time blunder. And what makes it worse, it's not that you went to a fight. It's that, dude, we have been here before. Bush got a fucking pass. He did. He got a pass. And because, he didn't know any better. We kicked ass, in the 90s. Dude, Trump was the one telling us how this was fucking boneheaded shit. And he totally went against it. It's like, bro, I will refer to you as the worst president of all time. Most likely. Most likely. I don't see him saving this. Because it just seems to get worse and worse and worse. Bro, he could have rode out his 4 years and been gravy, man. He could have been riding the gravy train with biscuit fucking wheels, dude. Instead, we got this. This. I mean, dude, like, don't make it worse than it already is. That's all he had to do. Don't make it worse than it already is when you take office. Just keep it at the status quo, and you don't have to do anything special. If you just stop us from declining, we will be grateful. No. I mean, it just, I'm a little down at this moment because, it just, we shouldn't have done this. We shouldn't have got involved with this. And I believe the whole country knew that and felt this way. Now, there's some people that voted for Trump that are either in la la land or maybe they're just stubborn and they don't want to own up to the fact that, he's turned out to be just like a doddering old man, just like Biden. Just an old moron slurring his words. And I feel bad for Barron because, man, he's riding high thinking his political career is going to be good. Bro, it's fucked now. It's going to be like, bro, your name is disgraced, bro. The whole family's names are disgraced. Like, bro, Donald Trump's son, he's fucked. Eric, Donald, they're all fucked, bro. They're fucked. There's no fucking way on earth that they have any chance of being a politician. Dude, they couldn't even make fucking councilmen today. Like, I'm sorry. It's just, hey, your dad fucked you, bro. Like, I'm sorry, he made, I mean, it's obviously a blunder of arrogance too, because you know that China and all these other countries are like, bro, you didn't really just do this. Like, I mean, they're probably happy, but they're all thinking, there's no way he's not going to do this. There's no way he's going to fuck up like this. They're just like holding their buddy watching. And we'll probably get some other asshole that goes, here, hold my beer. It steps into the next term and fucks it up even worse. Hold my beer. I don't know. Well, honestly, the managed decline I think would probably be worse. I feel like this is when stuff actually gets better, is when something like this happens. You know, who knows? I mean, I'm not like freaking out or anything. It's just like, damn, dude. Damn, man. You didn't have to do this, bro. It's an unforced error. Didn't have to do it. I mean, bro, and we don't even know when this shit's gonna end. We have no clue. None whatsoever. A lot of great channels out here. Yeah, we have no clue what
So who is going to win? So who is going to win this? And what does it mean to win? Well, the most obvious and often repeated observation about this conflict is totally true. Iran's threshold for victory is very low. It just needs to survive. The regime has to remain intact. Now, in order to change the regime, everyone pretty much agrees you would need ground forces. You'd need troops, boots on the ground, American boots on the ground, in order to do that. And there is zero appetite for that in this administration, much less in the country. Israel would like us to commit ground troops, obviously, but it would take a lot to get us to do that. It would take some sort of terror attack in the United States, probably like 9/11, in order for us to do that. But that hasn't happened yet. We pray it never happens. So at this point, we're not going to commit ground troops, which does sort of put the whole exercise in perspective. If Iran's burgeoning nuclear program was really a threat to our core national security interests, then of course we would commit ground troops, because any threat to our core national security interests merits committing ground troops.
Yep.
But this one didn't. And the people who decided this were told or believed somehow that we could affect regime change.
I could see this changing things pretty decently. Like, I could see a lot of good coming out of this. Seriously. First of all, nobody will ever attempt some boneheaded shit like this again. We don't have to worry about this happening again. I mean, we have to worry about punishing these fucks that put us into this, but I would imagine that, this will, like, people will resign before they go along with this shit again. Like, if there's another president in the future that pulls some shit like this, they will just be like, nah, bro, you think I'm going to sacrifice my fucking career so you can go on, do some cowboy adventure shit? No, I'm good. I'm good. And they'll beat it. That's what this will do, because this isn't like Vietnam or 2003 in Iraq. No, this is some wild stuff here. I mean, I would imagine there's quite a few people that are like me that, vote Republican pretty consistently, that are pissed, seriously. Because this is a blunder.
Because Iran was in a pre-revolutionary stage.
And, they had destroyed the damn nukes, supposedly, the nuclear material. He could have left it at that, bro. Could have left it at that. And just been like, you know what? It was a close call. And keep it moving.
We needed to do was like topple the head figure, like dominoes cascading. That would set off a chain reaction that installed a pro-Western government in Tehran. That was the argument. These arguments always seem ludicrous. In retrospect, you always laugh at them. Really? Did you really think that? Well, apparently we really did. But almost 2 weeks in, that has not happened. By the way, that would be a great outcome, because it would end the war immediately. Set like a pro-American government in Tehran. Like, why is that so hard? Well, it is hard. And the U.S. has never really been able to do it, despite trying a lot with these so-called regime change wars. So if we don't succeed in doing that, if in the end the United States decides, well, we can't do this, what happens then? That is the question. In other words, what does an Iranian victory look like? An Iranian victory does not look like Iranian forces, invading the Gulf and controlling Dubai or something, or setting up a new satellite capital in Jerusalem. That's not going to happen, probably. Hope doesn't. What an Iranian victory looks like is really simple. It's control of the Straits of Hormuz. It's exactly what it looks like, which if you hadn't looked at a map recently, is only about 20 miles wide, and it's the choke point through which 20% of the world's energy flows, 20% of oil and liquefied natural gas, on which many countries, including American allies, are totally dependent. Europe, South Korea, Japan, not to mention India, and China. They need it. They need energy.
Oh, yeah.
As conservatives are often fond of pointing out, energy creates civilization. Without it, things ground to a halt. That's just true, and renewables cannot take up the slack. Sorry. So if that strait, that choke point, and again, if you haven't looked at it on a map, it's on the eastern end of the Persian Gulf, the Arabian Gulf, whatever you want to call it, that body of water through which energy flows by ship. Whoever controls that has a lot of power. Now, as of today, or as of 2 weeks ago anyway, the United States effectively controlled it. That was the other reason we had all those
we had the Suez
bases in the Persian
basically
Gulf.
and shit. Now
it was to protect Israel,
who knows what we got?
Our only real ally in the Gulf. But a competing reason, maybe the primary reason, hard to know, certainly a big reason, was to protect the flow of energy through the Straits of Hormuz. And now the U.S. has been, unfortunately, tragically unable to guarantee the passage of energy through that strait. Now, let's hope that changes. But if the Iranian regime is not toppled in this conflict, there's a pretty good chance that they will have control. Who else would?
Yeah, that's
American
true.
bases have been degraded, in some cases destroyed. This war is so expensive, even now, less than 2 weeks in, it's hard to see how we could afford to expand our presence there.
Not cool.
And then on a political level, how much will is there for that? We got to send more troops to the Persian Gulf. So as noted, right after this broke out, one of the whole purposes, one of the goals of this exercise from the perspective of Israel was to get the United States out of the Middle East. So Israel could be the dominant regional power, the hegemon, so it can expand its territory without getting hassled by the U.S. State Department, without asking permission from the U.S. president.
Accomplish that. That's what it looks like.
And so Israel could control it because Israel sees itself, and is actually, just factually, an emerging power. It's a nuclear armed power. And from their perspective, like, why wouldn't we control the region? And so that's their goal. But one impediment to that is Iran, which is
you let them control the region, then they can shut off the spigot.
Proxies to fight against Israel.
They're basically going to own the world then, if that's the deal.
Hamas, the Houthis.
We're just going to let our Jews become our fucking slave owners?
Of the Iranian leadership, probably just turn the country into a chaotic civil war, because that suits Israel's purposes. And you got to get the U.S. out.
I don't know, man. I might rather just
already done a lot
go
to
lay down in an empty grave
get
somewhere.
the U.S. out. It's hard to see how the United States can guarantee safe passage of shipping through the Straits of Hormuz after this. We can't now. And if the Iranian regime remains, they're the ones the rest of the world is going to have to negotiate with. So just to be totally clear,
pretty much,
Japan, South Korea, China, India, the European nations, 40% of the heat in British homes comes from LNG from Qatar, moved by boat. So big countries, some of them allies, some of them rivals, have a structural interest in this region, and it's not going away. So in the end,
Israel,
it seems possible, if not likely, that a resolution to the core
economic
question here, which is shipping,
they don't give a shit,
will be resolved
mission
by those
accomplished
countries,
as far as they're concerned.
Directly talking to Iran. So China, India.
And Trump, he really did just secure that he goes down as like the worst ever.
Think about that for a second. Does that
the
diminish
stupidest.
Or enhance Iran's power? Well, you're negotiating directly with China, India, South Korea, Japan, Europe. You're more powerful than you were when this
Trump
started.
was campaigning. The disastrous Afghanistan pullout. Oh, how about the disastrous Iran clusterfuck?
It's a huge embarrassment to the United States. It's a huge reduction in American power. We were not able to force our will on this critical part of the world. We couldn't keep the peace.
That's so sad.
We shattered the peace.
So sad.
And we weren't able to restore order once we did. And guess who did? Oh, our other global rivals. That seems very likely. But from a regional perspective, this is a huge deal to the Gulf states, which have just been bombed for 12 days and really damaged in some cases by Iran. But the biggest problem this poses is for Israel, because Iran is a sincere opponent of Israel.
I really hope
at this point more so than ever.
Israel secured their own destruction with
openly.
this.
They're one of the few countries in the world that opposes
that would be
Israel's
so poetically
right
just
to exist. Israel has every reason to regard Iran as an enemy. Iran is an enemy of Israel, and again, now more than ever.
And that would be so fucking,
if Iran emerges with its leadership intact, with a leadership that might be even more anti-Israel than it was 3 weeks ago, why wouldn't it be? We just killed their leader.
Yeah, we were the great
religious
Satan.
leader and his family.
We were the great Satan that couldn't do it. They're the
Israel
three little
that?
pigs. They're the fucking...
And if Israel doesn't live with that, what are its options?
The last pig that builds the brick house,
if you think
laughing
about this
at us.
2 minutes, it gets
Tra
bracing.
la la la
It's a
la.
little scary. It's hard
Who's
to know
afraid
exactly
of the
how much
big bad
damage
wolf?
The
The big
IRGC
bad
Iranians
wolf.
have done
Tra
to
la
Israel
la
because there's so much
la
censorship.
la.
But we know, we can conclude fairly confidently from available information that the port of Haifa, which is the most important port in Israel, controlled by the Chinese, I think, actually, interesting, and Tel Aviv, the second biggest city in Israel, have been hammered.
Sure.
And there has been widespread infrastructure destruction, and there's been loss of life of some kind. We don't know, but the video that seems real, they're hurting. And the Israelis have been dealing with this kind of stuff for a long time. It's not the first time their cities have been shelled.
And if they told their people to get out, well,
over
that's
the
what's
years.
up, man.
So
I mean,
tolerance for this kind of stuff is much
I
higher
know.
than it would be in the United States. If you shelled Chicago,
I wish they would just
people
all
here
get
have
out.
experience of
Just
that
go.
and understand
Be
it, would
gone.
completely freaked out by it.
That would be a
Israel,
fair trade.
They've got a little stronger immune system, this kind of stuff, because they're already fighting a 7-front war. On the other hand, there's only so much that any country can take, particularly a small country that is riven by all kinds of internal divisions. Israel is not a united country at all. And its leader, while he's very popular
the Iran
with
war
Ben Shapiro, is not universally loved
no
in
end
Israel at
in
all. So
sight,
Israel is
but
not
the
entirely
financial
stable
burden
internally.
for Americans
I hate it, man.
is pretty
Having to
dizzying
say,
if you've been paying attention.
The
Now,
Iran
if you haven't
war
been paying
has
attention, no end
you were
in
right.
sight. But the
They get to say, "I
financial
told you
burden
so."
for Americans is
Trang,
pretty
Anna,
dizzying
all
if you've
them.
been paying attention.
They
Now,
get to
if you haven't
enjoy
been paying
it.
attention, it's okay. I'm about to give you the details
Although,
because the
up to them
Defense
nonetheless.
Department, or at least officials within the Defense Department, believe that in just the first 6 days of this war, the United States spent over $11 billion.
Wow.
That's billion with a B.
Wow.
And that's, by the way, the lower
shit.
estimate.
That's a
That
lot
is
of
an
money.
underestimate because the Pentagon has admitted that they did not account for all possible expenses. I'm surprised the Pentagon accounts for any expenses, considering the fact that
There's one thing that America is good at, that our society is good at, it's killing children. That's our thing. That's the West's thing now. We're baby killers, children killers. I mean, we do it. We kill children here. We kill them over there. We kill them over there, over there, over there. We're just awesome at it. Indeed. Pretty incredible. Oh shit. God damn it, dude. Why does this keep happening?
Anti-Semites.
It's
Unless
so
you pay
lame.
for Israel's war. And by the way, are we actually paying it? No, we're borrowing the money. So we're borrowing it from China
And Israel knows that.
Israel isn't borrowing it from China. Israel's getting the war for free.
Why do we do this?
We're borrowing from China.
I don't understand. Why do we do this? Why do our politicians do this? Like, why is it like, do they even have a choice? Like, what's going on? Why is it there's this tap that comes out to Israel? Why, like, I don't get that. Why would they do something like this? Like, doesn't it bother them when they think, geez, we're borrowing for this, and how is this going to help us? Like, I don't get how do they justify that shit? How? I wish I could see.
And your grandkids have to pay the interest on that. Israel doesn't have to pay any interest. Israel doesn't have to pay anything. America, you're all anti-Semites. Shut up and pay for Israel's war.
Dude, that is galling.
They yell at us.
They call us anti-Semites.
Not just me
yeah,
and Anna, but at all of you guys.
I just
the
don't
war
care
is deeply
anymore.
Unpopular. And they
Fuck
say that's
them.
because the Americans are dirty bigots who don't appreciate Israel enough. And so give me your wallet. And if you don't give me your wallet, you're an anti-Semite.
This is just the weakness of the white people.
Guys, how long is this going to go on?
Like white people, it's like they'll give up everything just so you'll stop calling them a racist. Please don't call me a racist. I'll take out $50 trillion in loans if you'll just stop calling me a racist. Please, please. That or like, oh, don't call me an anti-Semite. Same thing. Like, how is it that Israel's like, hey, you need to go for war, you need to go to war, you need to borrow money and go to war for us. And if we say that anti-Semite, okay, sorry, sir. Like, bro, like what the fuck? Why would we do such a thing? Why would we do such a thing? How can these people, like, how did they let name calling from like a couple million, 9 million people? Oh my God, 9 million people have called us names. Like, bro, when they've stolen nuclear secrets from us, I mean, it's just like for like a century, they've been fucking us around every corner. Why do we put up with it? Why do we still even associate with these sons of bitches? I don't understand it. Why? Why do we associate with them? It's like, okay, you don't like being called an anti-Semite, but that doesn't mean you have to keep fucking buying them and getting loans for them and shit. Like, why don't we just say, okay, you guys, we don't want to see you anymore. Fuck you. Like, or pretend like, yeah, oh, thanks, we'll see you later. And then just like duck out and ghost them. Ghost the bitches. Like, bro, why? Oh, man. I mean, it comes off as though it's just a white people thing. Like, dude, we'll give you the shirt. Oh, we're Christians and we're white. We'll give people the shirt off our back. We'll literally, we'd give them our last drop of blood if they asked for it. We would donate our fucking, all the blood in our bodies and die. And is there anything else we can give you before we pass out and die? Like, God damn, man. I mean, and at some point it has to end. We can't just keep paying for shit and buying shit. At some point, the tap would have to come off. Like, and I'm not even sure that it's going to come off after this. Who knows? They'll probably still do it under our fucking nose because they're crooks.
If it goes on for a whole year, oh my, that's another over $700 billion. What if it goes on a decade like Iraq did, 2 decades like Afghanistan?
They fucked up, man. I mean, we're gonna hate them forever after this, dude. God,
we have to pay for all of their wars, and if you question it, that's it. You're canceled from national media. You're never allowed on CNN. You're never allowed in any of these national media. Kiss our ass. You go and sit there in your stupid studios in CNN with 3 bigots who hate Muslims and demand that everybody pay for Israel's war crimes against Muslims.
They don't do anything.
Almost everyone in mainstream media are bigots who don't mind Muslims being murdered
out of anybody.
In fact,
out of anybody, the Muslims, they fuck with us the least. Like, they don't fuck with anybody. It's like they're just trying to get by in their desert. But they're like the ones that get picked on. It's fucked up. It's kind of fucked up. It really is. And Israel, man, they just need to dry up and blow away. That would be great. That would be
the Muslims being murdered.
So psyched.
They say, you're an anti-Semite. You are the bigot. You hate Jews. That's why you don't want all these Muslims murdered. You have to murder them in Lebanon. You have to murder them in Iran. You have to murder them in Gaza on behalf.
He's not even off. He's not even crazy about
you
this.
Stupid Americans, and do exactly
as Cenk is not
you to do. Keep the.
You know, everybody used to think, oh, what a blowhard, blah blah blah, this and that, and it's like, bro, nah, he ain't, man. He's been like this for years, and everybody's finally starting to see, man, he was fucking right, bro. He's not just a fucking fat idiot. You know, he's right. The dude is straight up right.
House going at $2 billion a day.
You know something? And I have apologized to him. I literally sent him a message on X and said, I'm sorry, Cenk. I had you all wrong. I don't agree with you on very much or on anything else. But on this, you were absolutely right. I'm sorry. I literally sent that to him and he liked it. And he liked it. That's impressive, man. That takes character, I think.
I'm so sick of paying for their wars and their war crimes. That literally comes out of our checks, guys. You have to work extra hours and extra days and extra weeks.
Yeah, I don't agree with him on anything else, but that, man, he was right.
Again, for the interest and the interest and the interest. Why don't you at a bare minimum pay for your own wars? Nope. And Anna, who's going to do the ground troops? There are no plans for Israeli ground troops. There were no plans for Israeli ground troops when they pushed us into the Iraq war. No, only American ground troops. You pay for it in treasure and in blood, and if you don't, we're gonna call you an anti-Semite and try to ruin your life.
Well, it's like that with any other people.
News,
all they have to do is tell us, "Oh, you're a racist,"
an actual
and we
poll
give up.
That's nationally representative, because they were curious to see how Americans were feeling about Donald Trump's decision to drag us into this war with Iran. Now, as we've been talking about on previous episodes of the show, multiple polls show that the war is incredibly unpopular already. But when it comes to ground troops, even among Republican voters, it is wildly unpopular. Now, with the Israelis, we know that this war is very popular because we're the ones paying for it. We're the ones who could potentially send our soldiers, our troops to put boots on the ground. So I was listening to Gideon Levy, one of the most wonderful Israelis on the planet. Okay, he writes over at Haaretz, but he was on Piers Morgan's show today. And he was talking about not only the fact that all of these wars have made Israel less safe, but he was also talking about the fact that, the Jewish Israelis, 90% of them are in favor of the war in Iran. That's what he claimed. In the US, obviously, the numbers are reversed.
What's the latest trend in hiring? Skills-based hiring.
Israel. Among independents, these are the kingmakers, these are the deciders in our elections. Half, 50 to 45%, said that Trump prioritizes Israeli interests over Americans. Among Republicans, only 17% said the same because they're watching Fox News slop. But I'll continue.
Sean
Democrats
Hannity,
overwhelmingly held that view, 75%.
Psycho. Yeah, bullshit. Oh, God damn it, dude.
Help or benefit Americans. How does spending $1 to $2
I just don't get it. I don't get it.
a day on a war on behalf of Israel benefit the United States of America? How is that prioritizing the American people? And maybe you have an answer that I'm just not privy to, but I don't see it. I just don't.
So around half of the country thinks that we're doing this on behalf of Israel. And
come on, man, where the fuck is that at? What the fuck is going on here? Golly. Dude, I don't get what's going on with this shit right this second. Every time restart the feed, the little that we're watching, and then it freezes. Restart, freezes. Restart.
I don't see the Norwegians upset. I don't see the Bolivians upset.
It's crazy.
Are you telling on yourself? Okay, and then they said, anyone who says that it's because of Epstein or calls it Operation Epstein.
Epstein's fury, that is funny. That's funny. Bro.
Dismissed and no one should ever talk to him. No one should consider him a presidential candidate. He should be shunned in Washington for representing the American people. So wait a minute. If you think it's connected to Epstein, you're an disgusting anti-Semite filled with hatred in your heart. But that's 52% of Americans. So they just called a majority of Americans anti-Semites.
Fuck them, who cares? We and you know they are going to get their people run out of this country
for this. And this disgusting war that's costing us $2 billion.
People will rightfully run them out.
Agree with Israel. And if you do, anti-Semite, they say. They're so disgusting. And then they celebrate the murders of all of these Muslims in the region. Oh, they're all terrorists. Kill them all, they're all terrorists, they say. Mainstream media disgusts me. Okay, so by the way, we also did our own poll. The reason why Dropsite and Zateo and us have to do these polls, which are expensive, and thank you guys, you financed our poll, and their audience financed their poll, because mainstream media is like, oh no, we're not gonna ask anything that might hurt Israel. No way. Asking the question of whether this war is for Israel, that question is anti-Semitic. All Americans are anti-Semites. They yell at us. They yell at us. And then they wonder why they lost credibility. Yeah. Well, I don't understand why American people aren't forced to listen to the objective traditional media when we call them all bigots and racists who should hand over their wallets and their sons and daughters for Israel. And if they don't, we're gonna try to ruin their lives. All right, so our poll asked, lately there's been a debate about America's relationship with Israel. Some say the US should continue to provide financial support for Israel. Others say the US doesn't owe Israel any money, even if it isn't exactly.
Yeah, I mean, this may end up happening to them.
The US should continue to provide financial support for Israel.
I will feel sorry for them, because those people, a lot of Jews here, they don't hold with this shit and they don't like that shit. Like Dave Smith is a good example. Bro, how evil is it of them to do this? And knowing the way that they are, the rest of the world knows how they are. They all stick together. Like, it's going to get their fellow ethnics. It's going to get their lives are going to be changed over this. Not for the better either.
A solid 30%.
It's ridiculous. It's awful.
The U.S. doesn't owe Israel any more money. 49%, not sure 21%. So only 30% of the country thinks we should continue to financially support Israel. So obviously 7 out of 10 Americans are dirty anti-Semites, right?
Yeah,
I mean, that's what mainstream media tells me every single day. Every single day. Anyone who doesn't support what Israel wants.
It'll be like the boy who cried wolf. They are just going to beat this so dead, where it's like, bro, you can call us whatever the fuck you want, man. Nobody's going to care.
All be fired, okay? And by the way, guys, it's not just in media. Of course, they try to get everybody in media fired who opposes Israel, because then no one will be able to object to Israel's demands. But now I go to Muslim American events and they say, oh yeah, if I post anything on social media, there's groups that come in and tell my boss to fire me. And or if I run my own business, to destroy my business.
That's
crazy. Put out pamphlets and emails, etc., saying, oh, this guy's an anti-Semite, ruin his business, make sure his family can't eat, he objects to Israel, destroy all Americans who oppose Israel. That's what these sick people are doing. So our poll was run by YouGov, over 1,000 people, national poll. By the way, more Republicans than Democrats, very even, very near to even. So it's a representative sample, but it doesn't matter if 7 out of 10 Americans or 9 out of 10 Americans or 10 out of 10
It does seem that way, man. It's like, and they keep, like that dude Brett said last night, you know, it feels like we're being pushed in a direction by some force that we don't know who they are. Oh wow, this looks like a treat. This is an Iranian bitch, and it's a message for Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson. This should be fun. A fucking bimbo ass motherfucking Iranian girl wants to tell us.
Well, I want to start by asking you to tell us a little bit about yourself. This is the first
message
time
for Iran regime
audience will be meeting
apologists.
you.
Hey, bitch.
Tell us
How
about
about
your
not an Iran
background.
regime apologist? How about just a pro-American activist that doesn't want to see our reputation destroyed all over the planet?
Little story.
Fuck Barry Weiss. Fuck her. They should run her ass out of this country on her rails. Oh, shit.
To
Nobody really cares.
During the Mahsa Amini
Who cares if you
revolution,
don't like
which was about
Iran?
4
It's none of
years
our
ago
business.
now. It was in 2022 when a young woman, Mahsa Amini, was killed for, you know, showing some of her hair.
Oh
in
gosh,
violation of
no.
the
Because women here, they're killed because they're just sitting in a bus. You know, like they pretend like they only in Iran do women get killed randomly. No, matter of fact, women get killed here too. But except it's not because they showed their hair. It's just because they got onto a fucking bus. And you motherfuckers are the ones, you know, shuttling people in from all over the world and telling us how racist we are for trying to deport them. Like, golly, man.
hijab laws.
Bastards.
So in terms of background, I'm Iranian. Both of my parents are Iranian. They left sort of before and after the revolution, which happened in 1979. So I have had family members who have been killed by this regime. So obviously, you know, it's something that's quite personal for me.
Okay.
But I guess what changed is that a year following the Mahsa Amini revolution, which sparked all of these uprisings in Iran, I guess then October 7th happened. A year later in 2023. And I noticed a very, I guess, strange sentiment brewing among our generation, or more than just our generation, I guess, which was, you know, for that year, there had been a conversation about,
that what?
You know, terrorists are bad. And then post October 7th, it was like, well, actually, we don't think terrorists are bad anymore. We think that they were provoked. We
just don't see them committing terrorism anymore. That's all.
Fighters.
We see them getting fucking bullied.
Negging of all of the understanding we built that thus far.
Oh,
and so I think
we propagandized you for years. How can you? How did you wake up to that? How could you stop hating them? We spent so much money convincing you they were evil. Yeah, I'm sure you did. You fucking pieces of shit.
All of these narratives are connected. And it was the same narrative that destroyed my homeland.
Okay, it's not our homeland.
Ago, and it is the same narrative that threatens to destroy our society in the liberal democracies that we enjoy today. Okay. So that's, I guess, why
obviously you don't
inspired me to speak up.
I want to start with just what's happening at hand, because it's pressing on everyone's mind. We're now in the second week of this war. There are 12 nations that are involved. People worried that this
hopefully they get to rule this day. Hopefully they get fucked.
Is this
like
a worthwhile and justified
they get proper
endeavor?
fucked.
I mean, that's a really
the Israelis
question
like,
to answer, because I think war
I would love it, because then Barry Weiss would have to admit, man, that was stupid. Maybe we should have pumped the brakes. Like, that would be.
That you don't know if it's worthwhile in the long run. I think it's one of those things. And I'm reminded of something a therapist once said to me. But she said that, you know, when something can go either of two ways, people look back, whichever way it went, and said, you know, I was right, and this was always the right way. But it was always sort of liable to go either way. And so you genuinely don't know. I think in this case, though I can't say how this is going to go, I can't say that it's going to be a success.
It hasn't worked out that way so far.
What I can tell you with certainty is that this regime has been terrorizing the Iranian people.
And what happens if we don't successfully topple the regime? Then what will she have to say? Like, bro, we fucking went in there, guns a-blazing, and they're still there. You fucking jerk off. Like, thank you. Thank you for not thinking about everybody. You're so concerned with your own shitty little existence that you didn't realize not only were you going to be in the same place afterwards, but you're going to drag us down with you. Good job. Good job.
The past 47 years.
Like, there's a reason why you live with a bunch of, you know, you're a fucking barbarian. You live in the middle of the fucking mountain desert because you pull stupid shit like this.
Domestic form of terror. that terror has been essentially exporting their revolution in the Middle East through their proxies in Lebanon, for example, with Hezbollah, in Yemen, for example, with the Houthis, Syria, Iraq, etc. And because of that, I guess imperialist endeavor in the Middle East, constantly threatening the people of Iran, constantly threatening the people of the Middle East. We've tried 47 years of diplomacy and that has failed.
Yeah, and we tried fucking invading them too, and that failed. Like, are you just gonna give up now? Or can you shut the fuck up, please? No more. Just shut your fucking pie hole. Because you're not offering any good ideas. You're just telling us to bang our fucking heads against the wall like a moron.
Where nobody has any other ideas. Nobody has any other means of eliminating the regime.
It's a live and let live situation. Like, yeah, things suck, but you know, you're just gonna have to live with it. You know, pray every night before you go to bed. Maybe that'll fix it. But you know, what it's coming down to is they're just going to have to live with the way things are. We aren't we're not Superman. These fucking cocksucking countries, they keep thinking that we are and that we're going to come rescue them and, you know, Captain America. It's like, nah, bro, nah. The sooner that shit comes to an end, the better.
Threatens to eliminate the US, Israel, and the people of Iran.
Okay.
And so I guess the only way I can answer that question is I personally don't really see what the options are. And so a lot of people
just continuing to live
do consider these strikes, so long as they remain targeted military strikes on IRGC bases.
And then if they don't work, she'll be like, boots on the ground, as long as, you know, blah, 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 or some bullshit excuse for that. To such an
extent that they can rise up and take the country back themselves.
Obviously, there's been a considerable amount of pushback from people in the United States. And I think a lot of Americans can agree that...
What, are they wrong for the pushback?
They're glad to see him gone. But now
his son's
seeing
there.
Some of the effects of the conflict so far, rise in oil prices, oil hit
dumbasses, man. These are some
Sunday,
fucking
now
bitches.
It's back down to 83 as we speak. Schoolgirls who were killed in a misfired strike. 54% of Americans now approve of Trump's handling of the war. What do you say to those people?
Dude, they act as though the current approval is like, as if that's saving anyone's lives, as if it's those little girls aren't dead, as if we're going to walk away from this in good shape. Like, they act as if 50% approval on some bullshit poll is like money, some kind of currency. It's like it actually helps people. Like, you can present that to God. Like, oh, I don't have to go to hell. Here, I had a 50% poll. Bro, man, these people got to go.
By what they're seeing.
They should be shamed.
I think
tarred and feathered.
The reality of people who live in the US and generally in liberal democracies is that they are, and I say this as somebody who is fortunate enough to reap the benefits of never really feeling the threat. So when you live in that situation where something is always just sort of rhetoric, it's always like, oh, yes, we're going to kill you, but I've never felt that you're going to kill me, right? It's like this
we might have to.
Really fortunate unawareness of the constant forces that the US is exerting to suppress that danger so that you never have to feel it, right? And then what that ends up doing is that it creates this paradox for people who live in liberal democracies where they end up saying, I don't see why we need to take any action against this because I don't feel like I'm at threat.
That's
but the reason that you don't feel like you're at
no,
threat
we don't want to be
at
threat.
Being protected,
we don't want to be at threat.
That's the paradox, and it is very difficult to explain that to people who are enjoying that experience of being protected. That you're so protected that you don't know that you're.
And you
being
want
protected.
us to give that up.
But
I
at the
see.
end of the day,
apparently,
this is a regime that has enshrined in its.
It's not fair. They're like communists, jealous.
Death to America, death to Israel. It has promised the elimination of both of those forces, and it has acted on its intentions.
We gotta die someday.
For the past 47 years, and you know, people sort of push back on this contention by saying things like, "Oh, we don't even believe that they have nukes," and blah 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 blah. You know, question of nukes aside, we know that regimes that are hell-bent on your elimination find creative ways to reach you. Perfect example is 9/11. And so, you know, the question of, well, I just don't feel this threat is I mean, it's really easily dismissed by the reality that
you don't get to use 9/11 anymore.
And
you don't.
That you don't feel it is
you don't
a good
get
thing.
You haven't been able to use that for a long time. Why are you trying it?
I believe that the removal of this regime is absolutely for the best thing for the American people, for the Iranian people, for the people of the Middle East.
I see. That's good.
I can't guarantee that it will happen this way, but we're hoping.
I'm glad
as I
you're
said before,
hoping.
there is a group of people who feels like the supreme leader was bad, but maybe they're a little concerned about the war. There's a whole other cohort of people, the people that you touched on, that motivated you to become an activist, who are tacitly supporting the regime. I mean, I've seen this in
tacitly supporting them. What else can they?
Ways. The Hands Off Iran protests. I saw
they don't want to go to war.
TikToker who made
It's crazy about
he's quite famous, I won't name him, but like a ballad for the son of the supreme leader who's now the new.
That was so
Did you see that?
Oh my god.
I know, for context, like one of the lines was like, your turban so chic, it's giving fashion week. Like, it was just very, very bizarre to watch. There was an SJP account that glorified an Iranian regime strike on a US naval base. I would love to pick your brain and understand how you're making sense of that response in particular in this moment.
Yeah, so I often talk about the modern sort of contemporary social justice movement in the West, which has its roots in
from Jews. How about that? Isn't that fucking? Is that something?
Soviet narrative has always been that the cause of all evil in the world is Western imperialism, and that is something that has been taught through education. It's been extensively reinforced, and every time we see these kind of geopolitical conflicts, it's always sort of reframed in a way that the US or the West is this really bad, evil, nefarious actor, and everybody responding to the US and the West is just an innocent indigenous uprising of people who just want to free themselves from these oppressive forces. And so through that extensive propaganda, and we've sort of had this, we've had these deep dives into the sort of leftist Islamist alliance where they have
these people are stupid,
on that sort of anti-Western narrative.
They're not smart as well as
that has been massively effective.
They're
in
not
influencing
smart,
people
or they are
that way.
Extremely
and
calculated.
So when
one or the other.
They see this conflict between the US and Israel and the regime in Iran, while they may understand, well, not all of them understand that the regime is a threat, a lot of them do believe that actually we think these guys are just anti-imperialists. Actually, we think that they're just angry about sanctions. Actually, we think that this is just the indigenous culture of the people of the Middle East, and we really have no business interfering with their internal matters. So I think that extensive influence, that extensive sort of Soviet Marxist Islamist aligned influence,
sounds like they're just a right influence to me. Like they just knew what the hell they were talking about.
Sort of penetrated the narrative of the Western left. It's really corrupted.
And they have really, bro, they are never going to walk away from this. This is going to hang around these people forever. We will never listen to what these motherfucking Israelis have to say, or these we'll be like, bro, they're never going to be forgiven for this. They will have zero purchase in the West over this shit. That's guaranteed. Thank God.
Now,
you guys know that Benjamin Netanyahu was born in Pennsylvania? This guy is an American. It blows my mind.
Just genuinely different to reality.
Say you were in the same room as the person who posted that SJP post about celebrating the strike on a U.S. naval base, or, the person who made that. I mean, I assume it was sort of a joke, but, ballad about Moshtaba. Like, what would you say to that person?
It's hard because arguments don't work. My personal opinion on this has always been that
your argument just doesn't work.
Deprogrammed. So it's not enough to just say, oh, the regime is bad, because their response is always, but why is the regime bad? Who made them bad? What are they responding to? And so there's this eternal sort of back and forth.
Are those bad questions to ask? Is it wrong to fucking reason and work things out with logic? She's like upset that we don't just reflexively want to do everything that they say. It's like, yeah, you're not God. These people, they're, especially women and their victim complex. They just, well, why aren't you helping? We told you that we're hurting. As if we don't have a right to investigate. Come on now.
Well, making them that way. I mean, I wouldn't really exhaust my energy on being in a room with somebody and explaining this from the beginning, but I think generally deprogramming is the method where you show people where these narratives come from, what these narratives are designed to do, which is to corrode your society from within, right? The objective has always been to dismantle Western society and liberal democracies from within,
and they're getting
through this sort of Trojan horse,
people are stupid,
right? This Trojan
man.
horse of humanity that's just smuggling authoritarianism into our
stupid
liberal democracies. And I think that once that is explained and you show the pathway of how we got here and why they've been taught to think like that, I think that's a million times more effective than arguing with them. And the other thing I'd say is that, you know, as somebody who used to be on the left, I think that it can't be overstated how much the things that they do and they say really aren't about what they necessarily believe, but what they
he hasn't
feel
put out his
will get them
sent out his
validation
message yet
by sort of reaffirming that tribal narrative. I don't know if these people genuinely believe that the regime are the good guys. You know, I don't know that these people genuinely believe in their hearts of hearts that the terrorists are freedom fighters, but that is the established narrative. And to be honest, a lot of what they do is just conforming with that narrative.
Well, and what makes you so special?
What's been also clear in the past 11 days since the war started is this isn't unique to the left. We're seeing a paralleled response on the right. We have figures like Nick Fuentes saying,
because we're tired of it. We're tired of it.
Referencing this war, there's very little upside for Americans. This is his quote. And for the United States, as we know,
there is
all belongs
very
to
little.
Israel. The risk is ours. Blowback, collateral damage, loss of life, that's ours. That belongs to us. And it's really looking like we're being drawn further and further. He also went as far as to call President Trump a demonic force, a liar, diabolical, and a traitor for this.
It's insane.
And he called the Iranian people traitors and said that the regime should crush. He hopes the regime crushes them all. About the protesters who were slaughtered. I mean, it's really just diabolical.
Diabolical.
I'm really
it's really diabolical.
The far right and
you're
far
fucking
left
crazy.
Now joining in their sort of unholy alliance. In support of this regime at this point. They were united over the past few years through anti-Semitism. And that was just so clear. They never had anything in common. They were mortal enemies. And then all of a sudden, and this is where scapegoat theory comes into play, right? All of a sudden, both of them unite over a scapegoat that they can project all of society's problems onto.
So if we agree that the problem is the same thing, we've chosen a scapegoat, you see. Bro, I see what they've done. They basically they've established a pattern in the world that every time people throw them out or say something about them, that it's this absurd conspiracy theory anti-Semitism. And because they've convinced all these different people that it's happened all these other times, it's easy for them to convince. It's like, so unless you give in to their blackmail, you're an man, bro, man, by hook or by crook, these motherfuckers will get you.
They dispose or eliminate of that problem, society's problems go away. And
do I even need to expound on it? Like, holy shit.
A summary of Jewish history for the past several thousand years, which is sort of playing that scapegoat. And so I think
I'm sure.
United through,
they played the scapegoat, I bet.
Their shared hatred of Israel.
They've earned it, I would imagine.
That sort of also entrenched the narrative in their mind that actually Israel is the force behind all of this. Israel is the source of all evil. And when we are fighting with this regime, we're actually fighting on behalf of Israel, who is the true evil. So it's so difficult to penetrate any of this.
You guys look stupid as a motherfucker now. Y'all are gonna fucking eat this crow.
It's gotten to the point where it's overwhelming.
They're never going to live this down.
And to take it a step further, Tucker Carlson blaming what's happening on Chabad, one of the largest Jewish organizations in the world. He said that Chabad was behind the military strikes on Iran.
Eat and own that shit.
What are the dangers of pushing that narrative to ordinary Americans?
We've already seen what the dangers are.
Oh, it's dangerous, I bet.
When they sort of, as they've been doing this for the past several years, which is that they do start to attack Jewish communities. They do start to set synagogues on fire.
Hey,
they do.
You
start
got nobody else to blame but
Molotov
Israel
and
your fellow Jews.
Just they shot 2 people accused of being Zionists point blank and killed them. And so the reality is that this constant incessant narrative of, you know, this is all because of the Jews, this is all because of Israel, which is just so unbelievably, you know, oversimplified and just untrue. It is causing harm to the Jewish community in general and at an individual level. And I think it really speaks to how kind of unchecked and unregulated this sort of
they're only 2 weeks away, man.
Really is.
They've been 2 weeks away for 30 years, bro. It could be any minute now.
Learned as humans how to deal with the fact that people with
millions
and millions of followers can
maybe
just
minutes,
say the most destructive
and
dangerous things while still, you know, protecting free speech, which is the cornerstone of a liberal democracy. We really haven't figured that out. And I think that we are the guinea pig age. We are the experimental age where we find out for the first time what happens when we let these people just say the most insane conspiracy theories unchecked. And it is quite scary to be alive during that time.
What do
it's incredible.
Iranians like
it's
yourself,
fucking incredible, bro.
Iranians in the diaspora,
you know something? I don't feel bad for these people now. I don't feel bad for them. These people know exactly what they're doing. They're making it to where either way you're evil. Either way you're evil. If you don't go to war for them, you're evil. You know what I mean? If you have a problem with what they're doing, you're evil. Well, you know what? You know what you're doing. You know the fucking evil, the shit you're bringing down on yourself. Hey, man, you picked this road. You picked this shit. You decided that you were going to radicalize people against your cause and shit. That's on you, bro. I don't give a fuck no more. That's on you. And if people die, so fucking be it. You picked it. You were so intent on this.
And not on the narrative that
it's on you now. Wash.
The regime killed
my fucking hands are clean. My conscience is clear now.
Conservative estimate. What are those conversations like in your community?
I mean, it's a form of erasure. You know, it's not just an erasure of the
I thought it was going to be
experiences of the Iranian people at the hands of this regime, including the atrocity you mentioned.
The US says its war on Iran.
When President Trump suggested and stated unequivocally,
how close are we to victory, guys? Look at that.
A nuclear Iran. This is what he meant, because if the world is witnessing the ballistic missiles raining down not only on Israel and on American military facilities and military personnel, but on civilians in Azerbaijan, attempted attacks on Turkey, Cyprus, the GCC. Imagine if this theocratic regime had a nuclear umbrella at this point.
Yeah, we wouldn't be fucking up Schitt's Creek.
It would impose.
We would have left them alone.
Given its tendencies to not only destabilize security, but obviously oil markets.
But George, if the president says there are no targets left, we've taken out all of their missiles, we've crushed them, that's not really the case. The US isn't close to victory.
Well, at this point, what is Iran actually doing? They're essentially a desperate regime involved with very desperate measures, and that's why they're lashing out all around the world. I mean, if you simply want to strike civilians with ballistic missiles all around the GCC and the Caucasus and Europe in order to maintain power and kill your own population who are uprising against you, that doesn't really suggest that they are actually a very strong regime. It looks like they are on their last legs. Now, blockading the Strait of Hormuz, that's actually going to turn the world against them, because by imposing a blockade on the Strait of Hormuz, they're not only creating an energy price spike, but they're also creating a supply crisis, which their largest supplier, China, is going to feel. The Europeans are going to feel. The American population will ultimately feel. So,
George, this was all predictable, though.
Anna, if I can just interrupt you one moment there, Anna, because I just want to welcome our third guest into our debate. Avital Leibovich is joining us, former IDF spokesperson and director at the American Jewish Committee's Israel office. Avital, thank you for being with us. We are just discussing whether or not the US is close to victory. I'll come to you for a comment on that. But Anna, I'll throw it back to you. I just wanted to ensure our third guest is introduced.
I was thinking that this was a different.
Predictable.
Or they were the other side.
Right. I mean, all the individuals, especially in the United States, who were far more concerned with what happens within our own borders as opposed to fighting Israel's wars, were saying, look, if we get dragged into this war with Iran,
the world is pissed
this
off
is
at
going
us.
to cause
Like, bro, why you gotta
a global
fuck shit up like
economic
this?
meltdown because of the fact that we're discussing a region that's an oil and gas rich
Yeah.
region, and
And we
Iran
just
went
cheated
out of
them
its
out of
way
it.
on multiple occasions to come up with some sort of negotiation, some sort of peace deal to avoid war. The Trump administration used the false pretext of peace negotiations in order to lure the Iranians in and then essentially carry out what is the equivalent of a sucker punch, a military sucker punch.
It really
and
is.
Attack Iran not once over the past summer, but now in this ongoing war. And Iran has decided, you know what? Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, got fooled 2 times in a row. I mean, it would be incredibly embarrassing to go along with the United States and believe that they're in any way interested in peace. I think Trump has made a huge mistake. He knows he has made a huge mistake. The markets are roiling as a result of the mistake he has made, and he attempts to add a little bit of a release valve by essentially lying to the American people, lying to the globe about how things are looking up. They're not looking up. We're in a lot of trouble right now. And if people had just listened and avoided dragging the United States into a war that we are not benefiting from in any way, shape, or form,
anyway.
we wouldn't be in this position. The Trump administration wouldn't be in this position. Now we're looking for an exit route. So if telling Trump that there's victory will convince him to pull our troops out of that region, then I will tell him whatever he wants to hear. There's no reason why we should be there. There's no reason why more of our soldiers should die. This is not a war for the United States. This is a war for Israel. Period. And we have 2 different goals here. Trump might say that he wants to ensure that Iran is not nuclearized, but Israel wants to topple the regime, and Israel is not going to stop until the regime is toppled.
Okay.
And since the United States is dog-walked by the Israeli regime,
I hate how
we are
she
going to be
says
dragged
that.
into this war as long as Israel is
Ridiculous.
involved. This is an unwinnable war. This will be a quagmire.
All right, Avital, obviously I'm going to bring you in here. How close are the US and Israel to victory? What do you make of what Anna is saying there, that this is not a war for the US, it's a war for Israel, and that both of those countries are in a lot of trouble in this conflict?
Kinda. Looks like it. Looks that way.
Well, I think there are a lot of misunderstanding here with regard to the situation. Iran, for the past 47 years, have invested huge amounts
in defense. In defense, we learned that now.
funding.
That it wasn't to attack us, it was to withstand our attack.
Nuclear arsenal is relevant globally, not only to the region
God,
in
you're
the Middle
stupid.
East. Secondly, they invested a huge
they're not
amount
stupid.
of R&D
they know what they're doing.
and funding in the ballistic missile industry.
No shit.
Now, the ballistic missiles can reach
so that they
4,000
could defend
kilometers.
themselves.
And if Israel would be the goal, why would they have developed 4,000 kilometers when Israel is only 1,200
they're just trying to
away?
convince us.
But as
so
a
bad.
country, they're allowed to have their own military. Avital, if I can push you back onto the question, are the US and Israel close to victory? And is this a war for Israel, as Anna has said, not a war for the United States?
This is a war of the United
Then
States.
why doesn't it become a world war? Because they
is
could shoot everybody else
supporting
too.
and helping alongside with very close coordination. But this is really a global war. And the US, as the strongest power in the world, is leading this effort, basically trying to have the world a better place, a safer place, without having a nuclear Iran. Now, look, at the end of the day, we're looking at 12 days in which Iran has attacked 12 different countries, not only Israel. If the thesis would be true and Israel is the sole issue here, then why is Iran attacking 11 additional countries as well as US assets all across the region? By the way, trying also to expand throughout the region to other countries.
They're pretty good at
the end
Hasbro,
of the day,
the propaganda.
Iran has invested
Not gonna lie, that was
47
pretty
years
slick.
to become a global threat.
They know how to do it.
This war is critical, and I'm
Pretty
hoping
incredible.
that eventually the world will be a safer and better place for everyone, for the US, for Israel, for the region, but also for the rest of the world.
That was slick.
Israel is the biggest threat to world peace. It has led to instability in the Middle East.
Wow.
Its expansionist policy has been at the detriment of not only the Arab world, but also the United States, which unfortunately is allied with one of the most belligerent regimes on the globe as we speak. Iran is attacking U.S. bases and embassies in Gulf countries in response to the war that started for no reason other than to carry out ISIS agenda.
It's a naive country talking about
they
peace
do not have a.
and a
They do not
stable
have.
Okay, all right, one at a time.
You lied. You lied and said
All right,
nuclear
okay,
arsenal.
Anna, you've made your point. Let's let Avital respond.
Go ahead.
Avital, a brief response, and then I'll hand it over to George.
Iran has murdered 32,000 of its own people.
Yeah, those are their people.
Not
one of
a
the
confirmed
cruelest
number
acts we have ever seen.
They just make.
And I invite you, Anna, and others to speak with Iranian people who have been living under this horrific regime for so many years, trying to get a life. If you care so much about human rights, then you need to make sure.
I do. How many people did Israel kill in Gaza?
Exercise.
Right.
Is the number only 72,000, or is the number
okay? All right. I'll just interrupt you on that one because we're not going to get into Gaza because that's going to open up a whole new debate.
Boy, what fucking
that we can't.
That the guest is at all concerned about human rights or human lives, but I digress.
All right. Let me hand it over to George. What do you make of these two discussions that we're hearing from Anna and from Avital? Do you think that the US is in a lot of trouble, potentially to be drawn into a longer conflict than what President Trump had anticipated here? Because, as both of our guests have said, 12 other countries have been hit in these retaliations.
They really are
certainly
good at
not
propaganda.
a contained crisis.
No, certainly. And I think that the polls suggest that the overwhelming majority of the American public will not support boots on the ground, especially in some sort of Iraq war or Afghanistan war type intervention. And I don't think that's even under serious consideration by the Trump administration. Now, President Trump just a couple days ago did come out publicly and state that he was given information regarding an imminent threat by Iran. Now, he, as the president of the United States, that his principal duty is to safeguard American lives and interests around the world, acted on the intel briefing that he did get. Now, regarding this conflict cascading or metastasizing into an 3-month or 6-month war, I don't think so. I think that the Iranians and the United States and the regional partners all do want an off-ramp. I think that the oil spikes and the supply shock that the world economy is now facing is not sustainable, especially given that there's a midterm election right around the corner in the United States. Many lives have been lost. Billions in investments have been lost in the GCC. And trillions in potential FDI from the GCC are at stake, given their wariness to invest now in the United States, given their own crisis that they're facing because of the Iranian ballistic missile threat.
Incredible,
so
Sal.
I don't see this becoming a long-term war. It all really depends on how ready Iran is to negotiate on opening the Strait of Hormuz. That is the key to this entire conflict right now.
George, I just want to push back on one thing that you said there, is that you said that you don't think that boots on the ground is being seriously considered, and yet we hear from various members of the Trump White House that they refuse to rule it out. I mean, just on the most recent comments from the White House press spokeswoman, and she said that if that is what the commander-in-chief thinks is necessary, we will not rule it out. Do you think the US can achieve what President Trump says, this unconditional surrender, without boots on the ground?
Well, like I said, the boots on the ground, like the Iraq-Afghanistan model, will not happen. That I could guarantee. For your viewers.
But boots on the ground is still boots on the ground, whether it's one, whether it's 1,000.
No, at least she called his ass on it.
It's completely different, actually.
Oh, really?
Because putting special ops or operators to take out nuclear facilities or to retrieve illicit uranium.
Illicit uranium?
The United States has done in many foreign theaters, including just recently in Venezuela. That did not take 100.
Why don't we take Israel's illicit uranium, huh? How
so that when, of course, Caroline Leavitt and the administration says that no options are off the table, well, of course, the administration is not going to overtly talk about their strategy to the global public at the White House podium. Every option, of course, is on the table, and they will adapt as they see the situation evolve.
Avital, do you think Israel is ready to put boots on the ground? And would it support boots on the ground from the United States? Do you think it's necessary?
Great question.
I think that when you are engaged in such an operation that, by the way, had many, many weeks of close coordination between CENTCOM and the Israeli Defense Forces, it's best not to provide information about the different options. And that's exactly the reason why the spokesperson of the president said what she said in such a vague way. Because all the options are on the table at this point of time. Only 12 days have passed. It's a very, very short time to deal with a regime that prepared for this moment 47 years. So we are still in the beginning.
So they prepared for being attacked for 47 years and attacking as well as being, you know something, you know what a preemptive strike is? Bismarck said it well. It's like committing suicide for fear of death. That's what a preemptive strike is. Committing suicide for fear of death. Like, could you say it? Is there any better way to say it, gentlemen? I mean, good Lord, that is just, that was a smart motherfucker, Bismarck.
This operation, not the end. And therefore, many things could still develop. And I would again say that all options are on the table at this point of time.
Would you like to see
Do you
US
personally
boots
support,
on the ground?
Do you personally support boots on the ground? Yeah, I'm very curious. Do you support Israeli boots on the ground?
Oh!
The question is what exactly you need to achieve. Because, for example, if you want to get rid of 460 kilograms of enriched uranium that are sufficient for 11 nuclear bombs that, by the way, would not only affect Israel, but many countries in the world, then I'm not sure that only from the
They're
air
really
you
trying to
can
convince
get rid
people
of this amount of enriched
that
uranium.
it's not just for them.
So that's one
Israeli
way to
or
look
American
at the
troops?
situation.
Israeli or American
Called her
troops
on
the ground?
Again, it depends what you want to achieve. What exactly is the goal of that specific?
What's the point of using Israelis? Probably what she's
And
wanting
They
to
want to
say.
discuss the numbers too, because that makes a massive difference that we're talking about here. We're talking about special ops going in and retrieving this illicit material. It's completely different, as I explained earlier, with 100 to 200,000 boots on the ground. The United States has used this model over and over on the African continent, in the Middle East, and just most recently in Venezuela with tremendous success.
That's why the question is always what you want to achieve, because at the end of the day, there are four objectives here. Objective number one,
well, it's interesting
is to
because
get rid
the
of the
Israelis
nuclear
have a different objective from Trump. The Israelis have a completely different objective.
I'm describing the Israeli objective.
They're bumbling
Objective
and
number
fumbling.
one is to get
They started
rid of
a
the nuclear.
war.
Okay, Anna, I'll come to you in a moment. All right.
7 of our soldiers are dead. 150 of our soldiers are already wounded. We get no benefit from this war whatsoever. Iran did not have a nuclear arsenal. This war was never about a nuclear arsenal for the Israelis. This was always about toppling a regime.
And this lady can't argue with that.
Is not going to be
That's
toppled.
a fact.
And by the way, one other thing, you know, George was talking about the key to ending this war. You know, there's one key that you're forgetting about, George, which is the fact that the Iranians have signaled now multiple times that they're not interested in a ceasefire. And you are right, Avital. They have been preparing for this war for a very long time. They knew about the aggression that gets carried out by the Israelis in that region of the world. They knew eventually the Israelis were going to attack with the help of the United States.
What kind of aggression are you talking about? Iran is 2,000 kilometers away from Israel.
Iran wants
She's got to fucking interrupt her.
The only aggression that we've seen is 14 Israelis that were killed.
Okay, all right, Anna, let Avital respond to that.
The relationship between
Boy, she just took her up through there.
Never going to be repaired after this. Just remember that.
Avital, go ahead and respond.
Huge liability to our country.
A country which for 47 consecutive years chants death to Israel.
So chanting, it doesn't hurt anybody.
Death to the UK, and educates generations and generations of kids to hate. I don't know exactly what is Israel.
I've heard from a lot of young Israelis. They don't seem very loving when it comes to their Arab neighbors.
Now, Israel only for the first time attacked Iran a year and a half ago. And by the way, this is a siren.
What are you talking about? Israel on a regular basis.
Anna, just let Avital respond. Let Avital finish her point, Anna, and then I'm going to hand it to George.
in the past 12 days, 14 Israeli civilians have been killed by Iranian ballistic missiles, and 2,000 Israelis were wounded.
Oh no!
Why? Because
I'm
Iran
sorry, is there a problem with the war you ordered?
fires
Yeah.
towards residential areas like my city, which has no military bases or assets.
You don't get to play the victim card right now.
Tenfold.
This is a war Israel wanted. This is a war that you're cheerleading right now on this panel.
Right? She's literally saying,
Okay,
"Oh, this is a good thing," but we're the victims.
Without this regime in Iran.
George, let me bring you in before I move us to our next segment, which will be about regime change that some of you have already discussed. I just want to ask you, though, did the US underestimate Iran's ability to respond here?
Sure looks that way.
Or are they overselling their success? Because 12 days in, we are still seeing a very strong concerted retaliation from Iran.
Yeah. So look, we don't no end in sight.
You had CENTCOM come out publicly and state that they were impressed with the retaliation by Iran. Now, that doesn't mean that the Iranians are overwhelming the United States military or its allies or its Arab partners.
But they're impressed.
But certainly, this wasn't Venezuela, where the United States
shit.
went in and took out Maduro basically without a single casualty. Now, if you compare that with Iran, of course, it's a completely expanded theater and in conflict. Iran is 80 million people. It's a massive country. It has allies with China and other regional partners. This isn't an isolated country. So, of course, I don't think that the United States walked into this conflict thinking that they were going to overthrow the regime on day one. We are 12 days into this conflict. The capabilities of the Iranian military have obviously been hindered. Now, the key question is what happens with the Strait of Hormuz? The ballistic missiles have slowly come to a grinding halt, but they are mining the Strait of Hormuz. And I think that is where the focus for all the regional countries will be over the next month, not in terms of bombing the actual regime at this point.
Well, I wonder if that is going to be a distraction from one of the stated goals here, because there's been a lot of criticism and a lot of conjecture around the goals of the US and Israeli operation. And part of that stems from the apparent disparity in what the day after looks like for Iran's leadership. I mean, Anna, you alluded to this as well. The US has insisted that it isn't into a nation-building operation, and it suggested that it would be happy with a Venezuela-style outcome, whereas Israel has asserted that it will only be satisfied when the current leadership in Iran has been completely removed.
And they'll have to do it themselves, it looks like.
Avatar, we're not seeing that at the moment. The new supreme leader has been appointed. Has the push for regime change or regime control been unsuccessful?
So Israel's top priority is safety and security, which means removing the existential threat. The existential threat, the only existential threat Israel
it's a good point, Goldie. She is the only one talking sense.
The nuclear capabilities of Iran. So from an Israeli perspective,
what is it? These people that can they say anything else besides nuclear capabilities? What missiles, ballistic missiles, nuclear capability. They beat it in. They know propaganda. They know if you just repeat the bullshit enough times that you'll win. You know, people will believe you.
The major success of such an operation. Of course, the ballistic missiles, the proxies in the region. We are right now in a multi-arena operation because Hezbollah is also firing rockets at Israel on a daily basis. So this is really a multi-arena.
You earn that shit.
Now, obviously, a military operation, I recommend looking at it as a tool for the leaders, because following the military part, there will be a political solution. Obviously, we cannot solve this with a military operation.
What?
And the political solution will have to be decided later on. It's really premature. We're not sure who will be the other part in Iran to discuss the political option. Will it be Mojtaba, that we haven't seen or heard his voice? We haven't seen his face since he was appointed.
Chat's been being a bitch lately.
He knows he was appointed, but we don't know where he is. Where is he hiding? Is it going to be someone else? So obviously the military operation is only the path towards a political solution. And at the end of the day, the Israeli leadership here also said publicly time and time again, it's the people, it's the Iranian people who will need eventually to choose their own leadership. There is no expectation, I'm hoping.
Then why is it the Iranian people haven't chosen that for 40 years? And then we do this for them and they still don't choose it. And you will only be satisfied if we topple the regime. So we're at loggers here. The people don't want to change in regime. You do. What are you going to do? Kill all the people? Is that what you intend on doing? You psychos?
Plan to actually go and create some sort of a coup and change the regime in Iran. Israel has no plans or no motivation to do this kind of thing.
Yeah, because they get us to do it.
What about Reza Pahlavi? The Israelis are pushing for him to be the leader of Iran pretty hard. Why is that?
I don't know what you're talking about. Reza Pahlavi is in the US.
You do know.
Israel is not pushing Reza Pahlavi. Israel is not pushing actually any leader at this point of time. Okay. At this point of time, the main focus is the military operation.
Anybody who believes this should have their head examined.
The threat to Israel's security. This is the main focus right now.
Anna, I want to ask you.
Yeah, I'm ranting too, man. I've been crashing out the whole time. Since I started this fucking stream, I've been crashing out, bro. This shit is so frustrating, bro. So tiresome. So tiresome, dude. Why couldn't we attack get the immigrants out of our country with this sort of gusto, this sort of attitude? You know, we're at all expenses. Oh, we must do it.
Discussing we have to contemplating a political solution like here. What do you make of the idea of President Trump beginning a campaign without a political solution in place?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's obviously disastrous, especially when our ally has a different objective and different goal. Their goal is to topple the regime. Make no mistake about it.
It is.
For
sure
Trump, honestly, I don't think he genuinely believed that Iran posed a nuclear threat. I mean, he was repeatedly saying that we had obliterated Iran's nuclear facilities. In fact, I believe he said the same thing literally last week.
They've been begging for this.
But he speaks.
They can't deny it. Fucking Benjamin Netanyahu has begged our Congress like 50 times, man. Like, they can't deny that they've been pushing for this forever. They have been advocating, you know, with every cent they had, with every second they had in front of a camera.
Both sides of his mouth. So you don't really know what he's thinking. You don't know if he's actually looking for an exit ramp.
These are some evil people,
At this point, it's unclear whether he would even be able to exit this war. Even if he decided, you know what, this is unwinnable. We're not doing this. My polling is down the drain because the younger end of my base especially is not supportive of this war. The American people in general are not supportive of this war. And the notion that you're going to topple a regime without boots on the ground is laughable. Of course, you're going to need boots on the ground to topple a regime. And so far, everything Israel has wanted, Trump has carried out.
Bro.
So understandably, there's a lot of anxiety among the American people about whether, or more importantly, when Trump is going to make the call to send troops over to Iran, which will be disastrous because we've already lost 7 of our troops and 150 of them are wounded. I believe that the casualties are higher, but the administration is trying to withhold that information because of the fact that this war is so utterly unpopular with the American people.
Mm-hmm.
She's amazingly and incredibly
regime
cool-headed.
Change front and center in the White House's mind when it went into this? Or is it acceptable to go into a conflict like this without a political solution having been contemplated?
I think that the president and his current team have always emphasized and prioritized geoeconomics over geopolitics. And that's really why he did extend an olive branch initially to the Iranian regime, as he did many other countries, to basically be a partner with the United States and not prioritize death and destruction. There were discussions that the United States would invest heavily in the oil and natural gas sectors, pipelines, various other issues, potentially Iran buying Airbus and Boeing planes from the United States. But that all was premised on the assumption that Iran would no longer enrich uranium, would cease its production of ballistic missiles, and act as a responsible actor in the Middle East and the Persian Gulf. And Iran decided, by all reports, that it would no longer abide by the request of the administration, that it would continue enrichment because it was some sort of an inalienable right of the regime to do so.
Kind of
It would
is.
not stop
Who are we to
stockpiling its ballistic missiles. And that's where we are today. It's really simple. Act like a normal country, and the United States will deal with you. Act like a rogue state.
when
And these are
Cenk
the
and Anna,
unfortunate.
when they finally, like, as kind of a rarity on the left, like, just said, we're going to accept the win and welcome. If these people agree with us, they agree with us. Like, they don't care if we're conservatives. They don't. They just care that, that their goal is met. And that is admirable. And they're like the only ones that have done it, where they just don't reflexively disagree. And it's really, they have, their stock is doing really good, I think, right now, because, they've been preaching this for a long time. They haven't been divisive. They haven't been, shunning. You know what I'm saying? Like, they have really played their cards right, and just, they look like good people. They have a stellar reputation now. And these Israelis look like scum, man.
Results, and many people now are facing those devastating consequences, not only in Iran, but around the world.
I agree with you, George. I agree. I think Iran should be allowed to act like a normal country. A normal country is allowed to enrich enough uranium for nuclear power, but for some reason, Iran isn't allowed to, based on what the Israelis and the United States is demanding of them. A sovereign country needs to have the right and the ability to defend itself. Ballistic missiles help them do just that. I have a hard time understanding why Iran isn't allowed to have ballistic missiles. Is the United States allowed to have ballistic missiles? By the way, it's important to note that their ballistic missiles, Iran's specifically, did not have the capacity to hit the United States. They're not long-range missiles. But it's a threat to a belligerent country in the region that keeps attacking its neighbors. And of course, I'm talking about Israel. And so Israel wants to do away with that threat so they can expand their borders without any challenge. Iran was the biggest challenger to that agenda. And that's what this is really about. It was never really about nuclear weapons. This is about regime change for the Israelis. And unfortunately, our politicians have been bought or blackmailed by the Israelis. So they carry out Israelis' best interests as opposed to the best interests of the American people, who overwhelmingly do not support this war.
But hold on.
Let me help you with geography, because I think there are a few mistakes here. First of all, the ballistic missiles reach
You're not really a credible person to me.
4,000 kilometers of ballistic missiles don't only reach one country.
Yeah, that was
they reach dozens and dozens of
Anna,
countries.
you're not really credible to me right now, so you can shut the fuck up.
A normal country under this regime? Shame on you.
Shame on you.
You consider Israel a normal country? They just carried out a genocide. They have a clandestine nuclear program. The Dimona nuclear
Let's just let Avital respond, Anna.
Part of the non-proliferation treaty.
Just a moment, Anna. We'll let Avital respond.
Nuclear power on the globe. These are tough questions.
Avital, continue your response. Thanks.
Anna's gotten good at this.
So, in addition to this, I would like to say that
she has gotten really good at this.
That they have developed their own nuclear capacities and enriched uranium and ballistic missiles, threatening many, many dozens of countries. But they also invested since the early 80s in proxies in the region, which don't only work in Lebanon, because Hezbollah, for example, works in Latin and Central America. And as you know, there are European member countries that have Hezbollah terrorists in them, as well as Argentina with the Amia bombing in the 80s.
Zionism, it's really earned the indemnity of us all.
Arms all over the world. But it's not only that, it's the Houthis, which threaten
now Iran doesn't look like an asshole for having all those. They look like they were just trying to defend themselves. Straight up, man. And when this lady brings that up, honestly, I think it does more again. It works against her. It's like, yeah, it makes sense why they had all that stuff, all those proxies. All that shit makes sense now. Like, they were worried that this eventuality would happen, and it's happened, and they're kind of having the last laugh here. They really are, Iran, and it's like I can't even fault them, for worrying about this and making sure that they were prepared. I don't. They look like the ones with the foresight here.
See, And Israel has a very small percentage of his vessels sailing through the Red Sea. So Israel is not even the issue here. This is a global threat. The world will be a better place without such a regime. Will Israel change the regime? The answer is no. Israel will only set the conditions by this military operation.
They will only set the conditions.
The people in Iran would hopefully change the regime. But Israel has no plans on doing it, not with Pahlavi and not with anybody else.
Okay, Avital, I want to just ask you this.
They never honestly say what they're going to do. They just do it, and then if it doesn't work out, they can say, "Well, we told you we weren't going to do it."
Tuesday, the March 10th, we saw on a social media post from Prime Minister Netanyahu's office saying that we will continue to hit with growing force, that in the coming days, we will create the conditions for you to grasp your destiny. That's his direct message to the people of Iran. You say that Israel isn't going to force regime change. It sounds like they will only be satisfied with regime change. You say that Israel wants safety. Will it consider itself safe if the people don't grasp this opportunity?
Right, that's what I was saying.
Israel thinks it's creating for them.
So you're right to say that the main issue here from an Israeli perspective is the security. And by the way, 93% of Israelis support this operation.
Okay, nobody cares.
A survey that was done just a few days ago by the Israeli Democracy Institute. So 93% support it. The nuclear threat is the main existential threat.
They should fight it themselves.
What I want to know is, will this continue? Will Netanyahu continue this until the regime is gone? Because if the people don't grasp this safety,
yes, he will.
If they don't grasp the safety, will he allow them to continue under the new supreme leader?
The answer is no. This is not an indefinite kind of operation. In other
Seems
words,
like it. It's been
40
years.
It will go on for months and months and months.
Fucking 40 years.
My estimation that it will take a few more weeks maximum until it reaches the goal. And the immediate goal, as I outlined it, is really to have a better security for us here, which means to take care of the nuclear issues, the enriched uranium, the ballistic missiles, and the proxies. The rest, I hope, will follow. But of course, we, as I said before, the political steps should follow the military steps in order for shaping a better future here in the region and also globally.
George, I interrupted you. My apologies. Go ahead. What did you want to say?
What I wanted to mention is the 1,000-pound elephant in the room no one is talking about, and that is nuclear proliferation in the Middle East and in the Eastern Mediterranean.
The only one that has them
countries in Europe, including Greece, now asking to be under a nuclear umbrella because of the potential threat of an Iranian nuclear missile and the production.
No, it's because non-nuclear powers get attacked. So
Anna, we'll just let George finish his point, and then I'll come to you for a response.
Yeah, it's not because of Iran. It's because countries that aren't
okay, Anna,
get attacked.
Thank you. We'll come to you in a moment. George?
I don't think anyone in the international community, especially in the Middle East, wants to see nuclear proliferation or an arms race. You have the king of Saudi Arabia himself saying, if Iran gets a nuke, we're getting a nuke. Turkey has said, if they get a nuke, Pakistan's going to give us a nuke. I don't think that's going to stabilize the Middle East. So I think when the president talks about regime or regime change or dealing with Iran, regime change means de facto dealing with a country in which the United States and the international community can actually have bilateral relationships with without the threat of a ballistic missile threat, nuclear proliferation, or an arms race in the Middle East. So that is what I think regime change really means. It doesn't mean continuously bombing and assassinating whoever the Supreme Council in Iran puts in power. It simply means allowing Iran to function in its neighborhood and with the world as a country that is not a threat. And as long as Iran, under this regime, acts as a threat, including attacking its neighbors, supporting proxies, and believing it's their inalienable right to have a nuclear weapon, this will continue and continue and continue. When they stop, I think they could get back into the international community. They could stabilize themselves within their own borders. They're an extremely rich country, and we could have a peaceful and prosperous Middle East. That is really what I think the ultimate objective of the Trump administration is. Now, I'll let Avital speak about the Israeli objectives because I don't speak about what those objectives are, but I think that is what the American objective is and what the administration ultimately hopes to get out of this entire fiasco.
George, you expressed concerns about nuclear proliferation and arms race in the Middle East.
Straight up don't give a shit about that.
Do you think then that it is acceptable that Israel has an undeclared nuclear arsenal and is the only country in the region to be allowed to have them?
Well, North Korea has it. Obviously, Pakistan, you could argue, is a Middle Eastern country.
But is it okay for Israel to have undeclared weapons if you're concerned about nuclear proliferation and an arms race?
Israel has acted as a United States ally. It's acted as an ally of the West and as a responsible actor since its founding. If it indeed does have nuclear weapons, they've never used those nuclear weapons. They've never threatened to use those nuclear weapons against countries, even though they've been in direct conflict with numerous neighbors and now including with Iran. So that's really what we have to calculate. Israel as a responsible actor on the global stage versus a theocratic regime, which is not a responsible actor on the global stage, possessing the most devastating weapons known to mankind. And that's ultimately what the question is, and why the West, Europe, the United States, and other countries around the world have proceeded to deal with Israel versus Iran in terms of the nuclear question in this way.
Okay, Anna,
not only has
Israel
threatened, not only has Israel threatened to deploy nuclear weapons on specific instances, and I can describe them to you in just a minute, they literally have a policy known as the Samson option, in which they will deploy nuclear Armageddon if the existence of Israel is in any way in jeopardy. So the idea that Israel has never threatened to use their clandestine nuclear weapons is hilarious to me. Look, George, I don't think you're a dumb person. I just think you're ill-informed about the very real threat our alliance with Israel really has. And as far as our Gulf allies, I'm sure they're questioning their alliance with the United States right now because they were under the assumption that the U.S. would defend them when a day like this came, but we depleted our missile interceptors, and as a result, what we have remaining are being used to protect U.S. troops and the Israelis, and now our Gulf allies are essentially sitting ducks as this war rages on. This was a really bad idea. I don't think anything good is going to be accomplished. And to Avital's point about, Israel really doesn't want to choose who the next leader of Iran is going to be, you might be right about that, Avital, because much like Syria, Israel seems to have an interest in creating absolute chaos and failed states that don't really pose a threat to Israel anymore, but do lead to refugee crises that usually the United States and
forgot about our
Europe
history.
absorb.
What do you mean about no wars? Do you know how many wars
refugees
Israel has been targeted
or is that
with?
just for the Western world, everyone else in the Western world to absorb?
Yeah,
we're
sick of it. Fuck you.
Because Iran is a country.
Okay, let Avital respond. Thanks, Anna. Avital?
The neighborhood, unfortunately, the neighborhood that Israel lives in is a very, I would say, challenging neighborhood.
Hostile to you. To you, it's hostile. They don't fuck with anybody else, just you people.
Built to target Israel with an arsenal of 150,000 rockets until 2 years ago, which we managed to take it down only to 25,000. This is a threat. And then Syria under Bashar Assad, which was the famous butcher of the region, which, by the way, what happened there has nothing to do with Israel.
There's an Al-Qaeda
Israel again found
leading
itself
Syria
with the border
now, literally.
with infiltration dangers that needed to again readdress the issue of the borders, followed by Hamas, which committed the worst atrocities since the Holocaust on October 7, 2.5 years ago. And you're teaching me about the dangers that we have here in the region. And by the way,
I'm not teaching you anything.
Iran
I'm teaching
has
the
audience
audience
of
to not believe your lies.
thousands of Americans on their hands, and you failed to mention that. And one more thing: until 1979, Israel had great relations with Iran and with the Iranian people.
Yeah, with the Shah, he was a
the
puppet.
Israeli national airline El Al used to fly directly to Tehran from Tel Aviv on a daily basis.
Oh,
Except
it's
it was
fucking
a
50 years
regime.
ago.
Not the current regime of the Ayatollahs, but the regime of the Shah. So things can turn around and things can work for the better. But again, this is
If,
not
if
an
you just put
Israeli
in the guy
issue.
we want.
This is not even a
No,
regional
Nick's not
issue.
live yet.
This is a
Still hasn't even sent out his
global
fucking
threat.
message. It's so annoying.
Anna, do you want to respond to that?
Look, it's amazing to me how many countries have been absolutely devastated and destroyed because the Israelis saw them as a threat. I'm not just talking about Iran. I mean, we're talking about Syria, Libya. Iran is a country of 92 million people. I think a lot of Americans have been misled into thinking this is going to somehow be an easy war. We're going to topple a regime. We're going to free the Iranian people. This was never about freeing the Iranian people.
Never.
It was never even really about ballistic missiles or even nuclear weapons. It's about toppling a regime, destabilizing a country,
taking their
paving
shit.
the way for Israel to expand its borders, which it's currently doing right now as it attempts to annex more land in Lebanon.
Anna,
I suggest you read the IAEA reports. The IAEA reports from the last couple of years.
Anna, she just lets it go. It's like water. She just washes right over. She's like, okay, sure, keep going, come on. Bullshit.
Are the different sites in
Love it.
Iran where the nuclear weapons are being kept? So if the IAEA says
Iran
that,
used to be part of something known as the JCPOA,
and other countries point to the
Israel
danger
urged
of
Trump
Iran
to pull out of, and he stupidly did. Yeah. When they were part of the Iran nuclear deal, we had the international community get access to Iran to make sure that they weren't enriching uranium and they weren't building a nuclear
She's
arsenal.
just a fucking propagandist.
It's
naked too. It's so disgusting.
Of the Israelis,
man, they're gonna get what's coming to them.
To enrich uranium,
and they're gonna bring it about too.
They have no access to a lot of the nuclear sites.
Just let Avital respond, Anna. Let Avital respond.
I'm saying that even then, they didn't have the inspectors, the IAEA inspectors didn't have the access to all of the sites. Doesn't matter what was signed. So at the end of the day, if you have such a problematic regime with bloods of thousands of people on their hands, Americans and others, you cannot let this regime continue, especially not when you're the best power, the #1 power in the world.
George, I want to bring you in here. Renowned political scientist
it's not up to us.
Francis Fukuyama this week wrote an article saying that the strikes on Iran have vindicated North Korea's nuclear policy, for example. Do you agree with that assessment?
Absolutely not. I mean, what kind of contention is that? That it's a good idea for a hermit kingdom or a hermit country like North Korea to get nuclear weapons in order to prevent itself from being attacked?
But not that it's supporting that, but that it's vindicating it, because his argument is that if the US can go ahead and strike Iran like this, well, then maybe North Korea is justified in feeling it needs to have nuclear weapons to protect itself.
Super tired of winning. Sucks.
Well, under that assumption, then every country around the world should have a nuclear weapon to protect itself from any foreign threat.
Maybe Maybe so.
Libya had the same situation. And then, of course, Obama himself decided to go and intervene and destabilize that country and turn it into the failed state that it currently is, with various jihadist groups taking over and dividing it between two regions. But I don't think that North Korea is justified in having a nuclear weapon. This was obviously a very covert, illicit method to obtain those nuclear weapons. Like, you could argue that Iran is attempting to do so at this current moment. The only difference is North Korea was able to do it surreptitiously. Iran allegedly does not currently have a nuclear weapon. And in order to prevent that from happening, these strikes occurred. That's the situation that Iran is now facing.
Anna, what do you think? Do you think that strikes on Iran could vindicate a country like North Korea to say, well, look, this is why we need to protect ourselves?
It's obvious that this
is actually a sound political theory that was popularized by the political scientist Stephen Waltz. It's known as the nuclear peace theory, which sounds ironic. It almost sounds Orwellian. But in reality, having a nuclear weapon serves as a deterrent.
Sort of, kinda.
I think Ukraine is a perfect example, right? Ukraine had nuclear weapons, which the United States persuaded Ukraine to give up in the 1990s in exchange for security guarantees. Well, would Russia invade Ukraine if Ukraine had a nuclear arsenal? I think not. So I can tell the difference. I know the distinction between supporting a country getting nuclear weapons and validating the theory that nuclear weapons serve as a deterrent. And to be quite honest with you, in the case of a deterrent, of course, I totally agree with that theory. And on top of that, in the case of Iran, they had enriched uranium up to 60%. You need 90% enriched uranium in order to build a bomb. They obviously didn't have the facilities to build the bomb. They had been obliterated, as Trump said repeatedly. Even if those facilities hadn't been completely destroyed, they didn't have a way of delivering a nuclear bomb. So even Netanyahu himself admitted that Iran wasn't close to having an actual capability of using nuclear weapons against its enemies. So I want to be clear about that. But having 60% enriched uranium, they were hoping that would serve as a latent deterrent.
Yeah, they were.
Unfortunately, it didn't.
It wasn't enough.
And we got dragged into this war.
We're almost out of time, so Avital, just round us out with this discussion on nuclear weapons. What do you make of that political assertion or that theory that this could backfire, that Iran and the US's actions could prove counterproductive and justify or vindicate countries like North Korea, saying, well, look, this is why we need them?
Yeah, you know, where I live, and by the way, as I'm speaking to you now, there is
nobody cares if you're being attacked.
Missile attack in some areas here in Israel.
Yeah,
There's also
you're attacking them too.
Attack in the northern borders of Israel right now as I'm speaking to you. Look, I will not go into predictions because in this part of the world, anything could change, you know, within hours. But I will say this. In June, Iran was very close. Last June, Iran was very close to reach a stage in which it was able to put nuclear bombs on its missiles. And that's the reason why Israel had to launch a 12-day long operation. So the effort is still there. Now, the dialogue, the diplomatic talks should have begun after those 12 days in June. And the US actually pressured Iran many times to sit around the table, and they refused to do so until 6 or 7 or 8 weeks ago when the first session was in Oman and the second session was in Geneva. Clearly, there is no motivation of the Iranians to reach some sort of a diplomatic solution. And this is unfortunate.
You know, the thing is it starts to become apparent to me as why they can be so effective at their propaganda, because they have a poker face. No matter what Anna says, no matter how slick, no matter how cutting her comeback is, that lady, she's fucking unfazed. Her face doesn't change. It's like a fucking stone wall. And it feels like she's winning because of that. Like, because Anna, you know, she's throwing everything she has at her, but this lady just won't accept it. She won't let nothing show. And she just keeps coming back with the same shit. And it's like, God damn, Jesus, Lord have mercy. She's not convincing me, but it is convincing. I can tell. It's like, fuck. I start throwing my hands up in my head like, Jesus Christ. She's just, maybe I should just agree with her. Like she just keeps hammering it home. Like, holy shit, man. At some point, you just throw your hands up. Like, fuck these people. You can't fucking deal with them. You cannot deal with these people.
We do not aspire to be in a situation of wars here in this region. But our security is the number one, as, by the way, 12 other countries in the region face the same kind of threat right now of ballistic missiles and explosive drones. I'm hoping that Israel will be able to achieve its 4 goals. And then I'm hoping that a diplomatic solution will follow so that we will see a different
But until then, I'm just going to keep harping on there'll be no change.
Unfortunately, we're out of...
You know, the U.S. could be on the brink of destruction. You know, this could bleed them dry. They could be destroyed. We're going to harp on this until they are gone. That's pretty much what it looks like. Like, they're not giving up on it until, you know, they're going to advocate for this until there are no more Americans to do this left. You know, like, until we're like, fuck, man.
So we will have to leave it there. But your diverse opinions, your analysis is so interesting to us, and we appreciate having all of those diverse opinions here on Counterpoints. George Papadopoulos, former...
Papadopoulos, that's funny. I don't know why.
I think the video is really evident of what happened. And
we've got this from the New York Times. Unlike past U.S. conflicts, Iran attack is opposed by most Americans.
Yeah.
And you know what I love about this? I find it very, very hard to believe that people in this country just generally liked war.
Yeah.
But that's what they're claiming, and they'll tell you that. I know they're saying Libya intervention was largely unpopular, but I do kind of feel like they're just saying this because it's Trump, and whatever he does is wrong. But we do have this clip from Joe Rogan that is making the rounds, where I will stress that it is funny that it only matters to people if Joe says it.
That approval rating of World War II at 97% that they showed you, that was after D-Day. That was after Japan struck Pearl Harbor,
right?
Which they had advance notice of. So that's totally disingenuous, because before that it was so low, nobody wanted to go. America was anti-interventionist.
I mean, I look at all of them. People really supported the Iraq war at 76%. There were protests everywhere.
Yeah, well, that might have been after we had the incubator baby hoax that they came in.
No. That was the incubator baby thing was in the 90s, wasn't it?
Was that?
Yeah,
that was the Gulf War.
Yeah,
it was very popular in the beginning because I thought he had weapons of mass destruction. They told us he did, literally.
Shit, here's this fucking pompous ass.
An evil host of the new weekly podcast, We'll Do It Live.
We'll do it live. No way. He made a show out of that. We'll do it live.
Else should too. 10 days into this war,
Fuck it, we'll do it live.
About war. We're only 10 days in. Is it fair to be talking about an endgame right now?
Good old Bill O'Reilly.
Well,
Pinhead.
The question, when is it going to end, is a dumb question.
Well, he's looking haggard.
I would implore journalists to stop it because nobody knows.
Looking haggard.
So why are you asking a question that has no answer? It's just wasting people's time. The mission itself changed a little bit. So in the beginning, the U.S. government and Israel were hopeful that the people would rise up in conjunction.
Didn't happen.
With the military destruction. And that has not happened. And that has meant that the Pentagon has to basically redefine what a victory is. So regime change is starting to recede.
Yeah, Bill does sound rough. And he looks rough.
Students of history and people who have read my book, Killing Patton, know that in 1945, even though Germans were getting pummeled, okay, they would not turn on Hitler. They would not rise up against him, even in Berlin. And the reason
they were scared
was
of him.
The SS shot them dead.
Yeah, they were fucking scared.
Sign of rebellion, and we saw that when the Persians tried to demonstrate against the mullahs. 30,000, and we've confirmed that figure, Iranians were killed by their own countrymen. So people are frightened. They're scared.
No shit.
Death, and I use that phrase literally, to rise up. So it's not likely that that will happen. So therefore, the definition of victory in Iran for the USA and Israel is to destroy every bit, and I mean that literally, of military infrastructure.
Yeah, the boomers, man, they just won't let go, it seems like.
Okay, so
wipe that out, so they have no chance to ever be on the offense again.
Yeah, wiping out everything down to pistols is going to take weeks, if not months, of bombing. A country the size
Can't do it
of
with
Alaska,
bombing.
and Alaska's a lot bigger than
Can't do it with bombing, you fucking idiot.
I see this slightly differently, although I think there's a meeting here, that the Iranians were told to stay inside. That was the first thing President Trump did, and he said, when the bombs stop, we'll tell you to go out and protest. That hasn't happened. But the goalposts are changing for a different reason. I think that it was really articulated today. You have a little bit by Laura Ingraham on Fox News. Take a listen.
Fox News. They're morons.
Because freedom is costly.
Bunch of fucking.
Our soldiers are dying. Our soldiers are dying in this. Israel's citizens are dying. We have more than 100 soldiers wounded. Some seriously wounded. So like we're paying a big price. So the Iranian people need to stand up.
That's the off ramp, right? Is to say, well, the Iranian people haven't stood up, and we're done now.
And it's legitimate. So you know, we saw it in Afghanistan, we saw it in Iraq, that the Bush administration tried to make those countries into functioning democracies and failed.
Okay,
so
people
don't want democracy in Afghanistan and Iraq.
Bill, come on. These people have been living under a theocratic regime. 30,000 of them were shot and killed trying to
We don't know that.
Because in the first 10 days of bombings, there's not mass protests, even though
how do you know
no
this?
idea if there were, because the internet's still cut off in Iran, that somehow the Iranians are the ones who aren't brave enough?
I'm not saying
they don't want to give up their
assessment has changed.
You agree with
the likelihood of an uprising inside Iran is much lower than it was 10 days ago.
You agree with that assessment?
No, he's not live.
I don't know. I'm not on the ground. I have no idea. But I do know that when you have 30,000 Iranians shot dead in the streets, that's going to be an inhibitor. Leland?
Well, yes. It is an inhibitor.
Yeah.
The question is, if we owe it to the Iranians, after all, President Trump said help is on the way, to stay the course, to continue to destroy Iran's ability, not just to project force outside of Iran, but inside of Iran, and give the people a chance. There's already provinces that are not ethnically Iranian, not ethnically Shia, that are saying that we want to break away, or we want democratic elections, and we want the Revolutionary Guard and the theocrats and the mullahs out. Give it some time, no? You're telling me this isn't because Trump now is seeing gas prices and everything else and saying, look, I need a way out?
I think that that's a consideration that the American people don't want to suffer on behalf of the Iranian people.
Yeah, no, we don't.
What happened to the,
what's wrong with that?
What happened to the America, though, that freed Iraq or freed Kuwait from the Iraqis? What happened to the America that believed
we
that
fucking are
we would be safer
fucking $40 trillion in debt, bro? Fuck off, man.
Chanting death to America.
Well, the country's 5,000 miles away. Most Americans couldn't pick it out on a map. The Democratic Party and their sympathizers don't believe that Iran is a threat to the world, even though it is. They refuse to believe it because people believe what they want to believe. And if Biden were attacking Iran, all the Democrats would be in favor of it.
Biden would never attack
Iran. We live in a very complicated country, but self-sacrifice is not one of America's hallmarks any longer.
No.
This isn't the greatest generation now. This is the earbuds generation. This is the I'm on the phone 12 hours a day generation. I don't care what happens anyplace else. I want what I want when I want it. That's the kind
How about this?
We live
We
in
don't
now.
want anything. We don't have the money for the shit, man.
I like the earbuds generation. That's a new one. I think that's well defined. But really, 10 days or even 5 days, and everybody's talking about, well, why isn't this over? You've written about war. I think about the first Gulf War. The air war went on for 40 days. Same with shock and awe over Iraq. Thomas Friedman, I think you and I probably share a similar view of him. His disdain for Trump is obvious. It's unhidden. But his column today said this: What if the necessary is impossible? What if the transformation of Iran is so much more important
every night
than the
it's
war's
been till
critics
midnight.
admit,
Like,
but so much
for
more
real,
difficult
though?
than the war
Every
designers
night?
understand? In that, if Donald Trump is out there saying it is worth trying to put on the ability or give the Iranians the ability for regime change, that is worth American lives. It's worth the American fight.
Nobody
Not
cares.
Worth more than 10 days and 18 cents more in gas prices?
No. It's not.
To some Americans, it's not worth anything.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not asking about Americans. I'm asking about the President of the United States. That's why he sits behind.
It doesn't matter.
He's the one who led us into this.
It's like they just don't care that we don't want it. Like,
he has to make decisions.
they don't care.
President Trump has to make decisions on what the public is demanding if he wants to keep power. He's got his eye on November. Now, I believe that what will happen going forward is you'll have sustained bombing.
Yeah, my dad's
for
boss
another
is a Persian.
days. That should do it. That should knock out all the infrastructure, including the mines in the Strait of Hormuz.
Not Iranian,
every
Persian.
kind of weaponry they have, all the drones they have. Another 7 to 10 days should knock it down. Okay? Then I think you'll see an announcement that the mullahs, who's ever going to be in charge, want to talk, okay? And then there'll be a meeting in Geneva, and there'll be some kind of capitulation on a part of Iran that Iran won't live up to, because they'll be so desperate they'll sign anything and they're not going to live up.
But he's ruined his reputation. That's what matters. Well, I'm glad these fucking bastards aren't getting what they want. This is ridiculous. Oh, shit. God damn it. Oh. Why do you keep doing that?
Risk for Trump.
Can't stand this shit.
The risk for Trump is that he loses in November. That's the risk. That is, all his power evaporates if this thing doesn't work out. And I think that there is a way to work it out without a regime change that doesn't seem to be happening. And the way is just to annihilate Iran's ability to cause trouble militarily. And I think that will happen.
Don't we elect presidents,
and
though,
that
to put
would be
something...
enough for that would be enough for me as an American citizen. I would say worthwhile if that happens. All the nukes go, all the ballistic missiles go, all the capacity to wage offensive war goes. That, for me, is a win.
Man.
Yeah, that is unquestionably a win. If that happens. Bill O'Reilly, thank you very much. Good to see you.
Just
as
fucking
always.
waited till Nick went on to
his
go live.
Website, we'll do it live. Great podcast coming up.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone, and you will get fact.
Riling everybody up.
Secretary of War Pete Hegseth said that last night would be the most ferocious attacks by the U.S. and Israel on Iran. But on the other side, the Gulf states and Israel are facing increasingly difficult nights as well. We're getting very little footage, either from phones or from news broadcasts, as Israel and the Gulf states are clamping down on the ability of the public or the media to share what's going on. But we did get an interesting kind of clip through Fox News. It kind of gives you an indication of both of those elements. Let's roll this one.
We have sirens in Tel Aviv. Let's go back to correspondent Nate Foy, who is on the ground there. Hi, Nate.
Hey, Martha. So, yeah, as you can hear, the sirens are going off here in Tel Aviv, something that we've seen several times throughout the entire day. And what we could see here momentarily are interceptor missiles fired off. We have seen it right over my shoulder several different times. Again, Iran continues to show an offensive capability, launching missiles at central Israel. We have one interceptor over my shoulder right now. We can't show you because we can't show landmarks, Martha, but something that has really changed here over the past couple days is the use of these cluster munitions by Iran, where the warhead breaks up into several different bomblets, and that's really important because not only does it spread the damage, but it makes it more difficult to defend against.
Joining us now is my colleague over at DropSite, Jeremy Scahill. Jeremy, thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
I'm going to play the role of Tim Dillon in this segment.
Yes, Jeremy and I were on Tim Dillon. Do not miss on here. Do not miss that. There are a lot of jokes we can make about that. We're just going to skip those. So I want to put up this article that you wrote with Maz yesterday. The headline here: Trump might want to end the war Iran won't do it on his terms. So what are you guys hearing from Iranian officials about the overtures, whether they actually exist from the United States, and how Iranian officials are feeling about kind of re-engaging them?
Well, I mean, first on this issue of negotiations or talk of a ceasefire, my understanding from speaking to senior Iranian officials is that there have been periodic periods of outreach from third countries to Iran, asking about the possibility of a resumption of negotiations.
Is he going to wait till fucking 6 in the morning to come on today? What the fuck?
The United States, Trump and other officials have said, oh, the Iranians are desperate to talk to us. They want this to end. Iran is saying that's a total lie. And that, in fact, it seems to be the United States that, through intermediaries, is trying to gauge Iran's interest. You see, what we're engaged in here, or what we're watching, is asymmetric warfare. You have a much more powerful, larger attack force, the United States and Israel, and there's no doubt they have massive military superiority. And the so-called war secretary, Pete Hegseth, loves to get up every day like a drinking buddy, bragging about his exploits from the last weekend and talk about everything that they're bombing and how they're decimating Iran. And they're trying to convince the public that just by showing cool stuff blowing up, that somehow that means that the United States and Israel are decisively winning this war. But the reality is that for the less powerful military force to achieve quote unquote victory, they don't have to win militarily. They have to elevate the costs to such a degree that the stronger attacking party decides that it's not worth it anymore. But it's not just that. And this is what we're hearing from Iranian officials. Iran doesn't just want to stop the military onslaught by Israel and the United States. Iran wants to keep fighting so that the entire world, including the United States, understands that if you think you can do this to Iran every 4 months, pretend you're negotiating and then do, surprise attacks, that you have another thing coming. And so that's why the Iranians now, in response to Trump making threats about the Strait of Hormuz, have started to be more aggressive. IRGC naval vessels, Trump said that their entire Navy was wiped out. Well, we now understand that the IRGC Navy is giving warnings to ships, and if they don't heed them, they're stopping or attacking those ships. So what we're seeing here is that the Iranians are not just trying to inflict damage or continue to strike in Tel Aviv and elsewhere in Israel, or to continue to strike U.S. military bases in the region. They're also saying, we're not interested in a ceasefire on Trump's terms, and we think that they dramatically underestimated Iran's will to fight, overestimated the potential for a domestic uprising, and dramatically underestimated Iran's weapons capacity. The Iranians are going into what they call a second phase of this war. They feel they have softened U.S. defenses in the region, so they don't need to fire as many rockets, and that they can continue to do damage with more powerful ballistic missiles, but with less frequent or less intense attacks.
And obviously the calculus of sharing intelligence that led to the killing of Khamenei with Israel was that you would decimate the command structure. I mean, we've heard people talking about this in the government right now, and thus create a mess and a power vacuum that's easier for the Kurds or whomever else to Reza Pahlavi to step into and change the regime or alter the regime, as they discovered they could do with Delcy Rodriguez in Venezuela. So, Jeremy, what is the command structure like right now in terms of you're having these conversations with officials about how they see their strategy? Did the United States severely hamper their ability to organize as the IRGC or as the Iranian government? What does that look like right now? What does the sort of coherence, organization, strategically look like of the Iranian government as they are fighting back against the United States?
Well, the United States has not fought a modern nation state since really the end of World War II or the Korean War. And so I think there was a radical underestimation of how solid Iran's bureaucratic structure is, both on a civilian level and a military level. I mean, this is a government that has been building horizontal institutions since the 1979 Islamic Revolution. And in fact, we reported even before the bombs started hitting on February 28th, for weeks ahead of this, we were saying that the Iranians were very clear that they expected decapitation strikes. They expected that there would be an attempt that was likely to succeed in assassinating the supreme leader and the rest of the country's official top leadership. And so they created what they called a mosaic defense system. So in advance of the United States attacking Emily, what Iran did was they started to delegate further down the chain of command authority to launch attacks. And they had a predetermined bank of targets throughout the Persian Gulf and in Israel that if the United States and Israel attacked, they would be activated. And so what I'm told by Iranian officials who have access to the planning process in Iran is that in those first 72 hours or so after the U.S. and Israel began attacking, things were essentially on autopilot when it came to the IRGC's aerospace division, which is overseeing the launching of ballistic missiles and attack drones, of which Iran has many because they have their own domestic industry. And then once there was a sort of clearing of the dust that the reality was a full-scale existential war was on, that's how Iran saw it, they started to then return to a more centralized strategic operation. And that allowed them to sort of call audibles, I guess you could say. They would assess the damage that was being done in places like Kuwait, in Qatar, in the United Arab Emirates, in Saudi Arabia. They knocked out a very expensive, vital piece of radar equipment in Jordan, another one in the Persian Gulf. That quite significantly damaged the ability of the United States to have early warning detection. They took out two of the most important radars that are essentially the kind of artery of the defensive operations for the United States in the region. And by incapacitating those, you started to see more successful hits that set in. On a political level, I think that the United States messaging on this
these late starts are killing me too, man.
Trump has gone from saying "Rise up, dear
Nick, man,
Iranian people" to saying
it's getting too late. Like I can't do this.
I mean, it could be somebody who's internal and eternal was the phrase that he used the other day. How long do you
sit and wait for him to come on?
And so I think a little bit of reality pie is being served right now to the United States.
And I have heard people saying that he's come on at like once or twice in 10 years where like he forgot or like didn't come on until 6 in the morning and there was still people waiting in there. Like, I'm like, what? That's insane, bro.
Not to say that they're not doing massive damage to Iran on a military level and on a civilian level, but it does seem like their calculations were way, way off.
Yeah, one thing that has struck me about this is that despite the fact that the U.S. spends billions upon billions of dollars on intelligence and analysis, and also that the U.S. has, I would assume, the most well-funded kind of media apparatus in the world. It's certainly in the Western world. They seemed to have been caught off guard by almost everything that has come along, even though Emily wasn't. For instance, like you knew that
even Emily,
like Emily, does not have a multi-billion-dollar intelligence and analysis operation, but you knew that Iran's plan was to turn this into a regional war and was to close the Strait of Hormuz because they said so.
It's incredible
publicly
that she knew, but not our
Jeremy
leaders.
Reported that repeatedly.
Wow, stupid.
To the question of the Gulf states, I want to ask you about your other piece that you had recently. We can put up what is this C2 because this goes to the question too. So you're reporting publicly, and the U.S. government is welcome to read the article or not if they want to have any idea what's going on. Is that Iran weighs tactical shift in Persian Gulf strikes while intensifying attacks on Israel. So you reported here that the Iranian assessment was that they had done that in some ways. I don't want to put words in their mouth. Mission was accomplished in a lot of these Gulf states. That they had sufficiently deterred and degraded the U.S. capacity there, but that there were two Gulf countries where that assessment was not met, and they were going to continue hitting them. But otherwise, they were going to back off some of these Gulf countries and focus more on kind of pummeling Israel and on restricting traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. Since you've reported that, what have you seen kind of unfold, and is there anything you can add to that from your sources since then?
The other day, also, the Iranian foreign minister retweeted a CENTCOM picture showing missiles being launched from the desert of one of those countries. And he said, thank you for confirming that you are using the territory of some of these countries that claim that they weren't going to allow their territory to be used. We've seen a pretty substantial decrease, though, in the number and volume of strikes that have been unleashed against the Persian Gulf. Yes, they're still happening, particularly in Bahrain, which I had guessed was one of the countries that the Iranians were referring to when they told me that. It's the headquarters of the Fifth Fleet. And is one of the main countries whose infrastructure is being used to launch these attacks from, both its coastal waters and its territory. And you do still see some strikes happening, but my sense from speaking to Iranian officials is that they feel that they've sent a message, that they've softened it, that they're going to require the U.S. to replenish its interceptors. In fact, we saw images yesterday of the U.S. actually moving some of its defensive missile capacity away from South Korea to try to transfer it to the Middle East to try to make up for the damage that the Iranians had done. I think also there is a propaganda component to this in the information war, which is that I think that these Gulf states that have cozied up to Trump, that have lucrative business deals with the Trump family, including Jared Kushner, I think they were totally and completely shocked by what happened. I think they knew there were going to be attacks. I think that they had dramatically underestimated the capacity of Iran to just cause panic and terror to rip through their societies. And they're watching as the United States has effectively just allowed it to happen while pouring and emergency rushing as many interceptors and other defensive missile capacity to Israel as possible. There is, I understand, backdoor diplomacy going on between these Gulf countries and Iran. Pete Hegseth said something yesterday that I've heard from officials in some of these Gulf countries just caused, fury, which is he said that Gulf countries, far from running away from this, are now going on the offensive. And he said, and they're giving us access rights and overflight rights. This was from the beginning, even before February 28th and the start of this. All these countries were yelling to anyone who would listen, no access rights, no use of our territory, no overflight, no use of our airspace. And then Pete Hegseth yesterday is boasting and he says, oh, no. Iran's actions in the region have caused them to go to our side. This is the total opposite of the messaging coming from the Gulf. Yes, the Gulf states are portraying Iran as the aggressor, and they're saying almost nothing whatsoever critical of the United States or Israel. That's becoming a problem among their domestic population. And so if Iran is basically able to say to those countries, look, we understand that there was some civilian stuff that was hit, and we apologize for that, but overwhelmingly, we've been attacking the U.S. military infrastructure in your country. I think the Iranians are calculating that the public relations component of this, the killing of civilians, the idea that you're serving Zionism by supporting this in Arab Muslim countries, that they're going to sort of be able to drive the wedge that the U.S. and Israel thought they were succeeding in driving at the beginning of this. That's what I think is the strategy in part.
I want to get your reaction to some updates here, Jeremy. We can put this next piece of video up on the screen. This is C3. IDF says it eliminated Hezbollah commander in an airstrike on the town in southern Lebanon. And he had already taken command after his predecessor was killed in 2024, according to the military. This is what open source intel posted on X. Also, we have video here that DropSite posted. This is from the Iranian side. This is our next element we can put up on the screen. This is video released by Iranian media of missiles being launched during the 36th wave of Operation True Promise 4. DropSite writes, Iran once again warned that U.S. and Israeli attacks on Iranian infrastructure and civilians, quote, will not go unanswered. Now their days and nights are limited to siren sounds, fleeing, and shelters. We will not let them go. So, Jeremy, all of this in roughly the last 24 hours, what does this tell us about as we're starting to see chatter from Republicans about just, going on the ship, doing the mission accomplished banner.
Yeah, Nick still ain't posted anything.
More like an Arrested Development sketch, actually, but they're ready to do it. What does that all tell us about the plausibility or their ability to sell that to the public?
Yeah, I mean, this is quite rapidly becoming a quagmire for Trump on multiple fronts. But also, Emily, remember, Israel assassinated the Secretary General of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah. They did the pager bomb plot. Since the November 2024 so-called ceasefire, Israel has just continued to bomb Lebanon and claiming that they're even further degrading Hezbollah's capacity. I mean, Israel and the United States basically said that Hezbollah was largely incapacitated and massively damaged. When Hezbollah, last week entered this war, Israel was completely caught off guard by how ferocious the attacks were and how intact Hezbollah's military capacity actually seems to be. In some ways, Hezbollah's entry into this is the wild card because they have the high ground. They've already inflicted casualties on the Israelis. They are repelling attempted Israeli invasions right now. It's becoming a very serious problem. Israel has had to evacuate settlers and other Israelis from the northern border with Lebanon. It's becoming a very real problem. And Iran saying, we have 10 times the targets. What Iran has said from the beginning is that they're going to respond proportionately, meaning that if their civilian infrastructure starts to get targeted by the U.S. and Israel, then they're going to go after the similar infrastructure in the region. There's been talk of them also going after tech companies that are servicing this war, like Google and others, and some of their outposts in the region. And so, we've seen desalination plants hit in Iranian territory, the Iranians then responding in kind. You could see a massive expansion of this. And if the war drags on and Iran continues to show that it's not just sort of propaganda, their claims about their enduring capacity, it's going to tilt very heavily in favor of the smaller side. It's ultimately what caused the U.S. to withdraw from Afghanistan. It's why the United States militarily lost the Vietnam War. It's also, to an extent, why the U.S. had to leave Iraq, which is that if you're fighting insurgents in a guerrilla war, and it goes on, it becomes a war of attrition, and your own population starts to see body bags and tin coffins coming home, and economic impact starts hitting ordinary Americans at the pump, at the grocery store, and then all of your friends, and in the case of Trump, including those that are linked up with your son-in-law's business and other family business stuff, if they start saying, you are ruining the entire project, they're in big trouble. And so then that's why the Iranians say this doesn't end on Trump's terms. It ends on ours.
YouTube,
and the Iranians are obsessed with this idea. We will not allow them to
videos that
think
I've had
they can
for
end this
months,
without
man.
a clear guarantee that
Which
they
is
don't believe they
bullshit.
can keep doing this every 4 months. And the
Like
only
they took down Nick's first episode of the year. It was a fire ass episode. Like, my reaction. I mean, the whole thing together. They took it down. I don't think I have a copy. Like, that really pisses me off. They're fucking dick faces, man. Anyway, I don't know if you guys caught this morning. Bernie Sanders did oh yeah, now Nick's going on. Just as I found something reasonably good to watch.
Peter, thanks so much for being with us.
Bro.
Nagar Morzavi, who is a
This would
journalist
I wish
and
I
a
had
political
seen
analyst,
this.
head of the Iran podcast, and senior fellow at the Center for International
They should have
Policy.
done some stuff like
Thank you
this
so much
days
for being
ago.
with us.
Thank you. Great to be here.
And Sina
Bring some
Tusi,
counter
senior research analyst at the Center for
experts in.
International Policy.
Like, why haven't the Democrats been doing this? You bring counter experts and fucking counter the bullshit that the administration is spewing. Counter that shit. Don't let them fucking get away with it. You just get to come out, lie, and then the fucking Fox and the rest of the media just live, keeps the lie alive. Stupid.
Specializing in Iran's nuclear program, sanctions, and the history of U.S. Iranian negotiations. Thank you very much.
For having me.
All right, there's a lot to be discussed, but I want to put it into a broader context than we usually do in the United States. Iran is a complicated country, and it's easier to say, well, Iran's an authoritarian society. It is. But on
I
the other
agree,
hand,
but
what we have seen
he agrees
in the
with
last
us.
few years is people out on the streets fighting for women's rights, correct? We have seen trade unions fighting for better wages. There are elections. Not quite free elections, but there are elections and debates. Not quite Saudi Arabia, but it is a unique type of authoritarianism, if you like. Who wants to say a little bit
unique type
a
of
word about the nature of
oh
society?
shit. It's funny.
I'll go after you. Just to add to what you were saying, yes, certainly not a monolith, not a one-man show or a few-man show as we sometimes see it portrayed from the West. different various movements, civil society, a strong women's movement, as you said, the Women Life Freedom movement, and the protests that we saw a few years ago,
This
2022.
is an ideology in opposition to the government, yes?
To the system, absolutely. I mean, there's even a debate within the system.
obviously,
You have more moderates within that system.
it's
You
not
have
the same
reformists.
thing
You have
as
more hardline or
a
conservative.
pure dictatorship.
And it's, you know, it's sort of a mix of all of these. As you said, it's authoritarian, as is everybody else in that neighborhood.
As is
But
every
there's also
country.
sort of
As
these
if our country
debates
isn't
and
fucking
this push and pull
authoritarian.
within the society, and it's just
Balls.
important to understand the nuances and the complexities.
Nigar is absolutely right, and I think it's important to recognize that there has been a struggle for democracy in Iran going on for more than 100 years. And that struggle has been seeking to achieve it from within by the people themselves. And those differences
Yeah, except they had the
factions,
democracy, they had somebody that they voted for, and then we fucking regime changed it and threw that scumbag. It's like, they're not a democracy. It's our fucking fault. We've been doing this for a century practically.
Are there, but there has been a very explicit effort by those who want to have war to portray the country as if there are no nuances there. Make it as black and white as possible. There's no such thing as moderate. There's no differences of opinion within the system, because it's that black and white simplified picture you need if you want to wage war.
Right. Yeah.
And I would add that
They're
those
bad,
are the
we're
voices
good.
that are most often ignored in Washington's debates. Like, there is a part of the Iranian opposition, I would argue the most homegrown, organic, grassroots-led part of the opposition within the country that has been opposed both to the authoritarianism of the Islamic Republic as well as foreign intervention and military intervention. And those are voices that have led movements in Iran and organized people, prominent labor unions, independent labor unions, and sadly, those aren't the voices that are amplified here.
Amplified would be an exaggeration, virtually unheard of here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just easy to say Iran authoritarian.
Nick sent out his message at 11:53, like,
in Saudi Arabia and many of the other countries.
just to get it in there under
Take us
noon
back
or midnight.
75 years. Again, to a part of history that I suspect many Americans don't know. What happened in 1953?
We overthrew their fucking
Democracy.
democracy.
You had a parliament that
Yep.
elected a prime minister.
We did that shit.
People participated in those elections. Now that prime minister had the audacity of wanting to have
Nationalize
revenue, at least 50%
their oil.
of it actually go back to the Iranian people.
Pretty
the
radical
Brits,
idea.
extremely radical. The Brits at the time were pumping out Iranian oil and keeping all of the revenue for themselves. The Brits did not accept 50%. They counted, I believe, with only allowing Iran to receive 5 to 10%. That didn't work because Mossadegh stood firm, and this is during the era of
Mossadegh,
decolonization and independence movements throughout the world. And the Brits tried very hard to convince the United States that you need to get rid of Mossadegh. At first, they were unsuccessful until they figured out that magical argument that always worked with the United States during the Cold War. They couldn't say that Mossadegh was a communist. Instead, they said he may turn communist. And as a result, he needs to be removed. And eventually, the CIA and the British intelligence removed him, reinstalled the Shah as the sole decision maker in Iran.
All right, let everybody hear it. So back in 1953,
Bernie's
Iran
like, say it
was a
slow.
fledgling democracy. They elected a democratic leader who thought maybe it would be a good idea for the profits from Iranian oil to stay in Iran. And he was overthrown, right? There was a coup led by Britain with the help of the American CIA.
Still waiting
That
on
was the
Nick.
case.
As soon as he's on,
What happened after that?
Well, that I would say is, I mean, historians say that's one of the foundations of what led to the 1979 revolution. I mean, the anti-Americanness that is very much, you know, within all political factions of the Iranian society, from the left to the right.
Shit, it's pretty much in all. Most of the world has a little anti-Americanism in them. 1953
to the coup, the successful coup, which was, by the way, used as a blueprint for other coups that the CIA launched across the world. And the humiliation also that came for that, the audacity that you want the revenue from your own natural resource to go to your own people, and the fact that the Britain and the US were able to do that and then deny it also. For many, many years, it was denied, the information wasn't declassified, and they were just calling Iranians delusional. And I would point this to something else many Americans may not know. Everyone's heard of the hostage crisis, but one of the reasons, or the key reason,
those revolutionary students went into the US embassy was because they thought maybe the CIA from this very embassy is going to launch another coup and take over this revolution that is just winning in the country. So this all, at least in the US-Iran relationship, the core of this always goes back to 1953 for Iranians.
Zini, want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I would say, in the broader historical context, I mean, the Mossadegh coup led to 25 years of a dictatorship under the US-backed Shah. It wasn't a black and white period, especially in retrospect for many Iranians, but it was a very authoritarian regime backed by the United States. And the broader historical landscape that led to the 1979 revolution was really, over a century, 2 centuries of colonialism, ceding territory that many other countries in the global south experienced to set the grounds for this revolution and this kind of strong fight for sovereignty that Iran has been fighting and independence for the past many decades.
Talk a little bit about life in Iran under the Shah. What was that about?
From a social standpoint, Iran was much more free than it is today. Socially, it was really completely open. But politically, it was still very, very repressive. The power was entirely in the hands of the Shah, unlike the current system in which the power is dispersed throughout an entire system, which actually makes it much more resilient, much more difficult to get rid of internally or externally, whereas all of the decision-making ultimately was in the hands of the Shah. I remember an Israeli diplomat who was stationed in Iran at the time told me that 3 Iranian generals did not dare to call for a meeting just to discuss what they would have for lunch next week out of a fear that the Iranian Secret Service would believe that they were plotting to do a coup against the Shah. So it was much more of that type of an East German type of authoritarian state. But at the same time, socially, it was completely free and open compared to what it is today. Today, it is very repressive socially. Less so, perhaps, in some aspects, because the victories of the Mahsa Amini protests actually are very real in terms of the hijab, but on the broader sense, still very repressive. And then politically, it is still extremely repressive, but nevertheless with a hybrid in which there are groupings, there are elections, not entirely free elections in any way, shape, or form. And at the same time, I think we have to say a lot of Iranians have lost faith in that process. The belief that change could come from the system, from within the system, from those elections, have been lost because they have seen that it has not delivered in the last 20 years. That, however, does not mean that the only alternative is for the United States to bomb the country.
Okay, let's get there. Okay. All right. 53, a coup, 25 years.
Yeah, that is nice, man. This shit is over. Once this fucking battle's over, Israel can go pound sand. They'll never be able to convince us again, or not in my lifetime. Thank God.
Why did this war take place? What's the origins? What do you think?
I mean, it's hard. Depends on who you ask, who you listen to, on which day. It has been, the reasoning has been anywhere from the nuclear program, which was supposedly obliterated last June. I mean, that statement still exists on the White House website I checked today. The nuclear program was obliterated. Anyone who says otherwise is fake news. That's the statement.
But that's why we went into this war. Right?
I guess that was one of the reasons. Yeah. Iran's missile programs potentially being a threat to the U.S., which they can't reach. Democracy or freedom for the Iranian people is something that's been mentioned. I haven't seen any kind of help or support or freedom coming from these bombs that are falling on civilian infrastructure.
So that he would like to select the next leader of Iran, right?
Select the next leader, specifically mention who he doesn't want, which happened to be, I think, the last vote for that person, and now we have that person as the next supreme leader of Iran. So I think that the reasoning just doesn't make sense from the viewpoint of the U.S. It's an unpopular war, as we know in the U.S., American society. There's no appetite for these endless wars in the Middle East. The reason is people see they have been failures, trillion-dollar wars, American blood and treasure loss. And things didn't get better. I mean, look at Afghanistan. Women's rights was one of the promises of the war in Afghanistan.
And who gives a fuck about women's rights in Afghanistan?
Arguably worse than it was before the U.S. invasion.
It's insane.
Syria, Libya. This is something I think Americans understand how they didn't help. They essentially did more harm. And those societies also understand. And the Iranians also understand.
I'm not so sure that humans can do the women's rights thing. I mean, who the fuck are we? Like, it's never been that way in human history. And we haven't really seen it be successful. Never. somehow we're going to tell these other countries that they have to do it our way. And it's like, yeah, well, your way doesn't work, apparently. Like,
and Iraq. They look to the neighbors, and I would say majority of Iranians are afraid of the situation, which is not something they want. They want change in the status quo.
nobody can honestly say,
can also get worse if you try not to be the next
successful
Libya,
societies
So,
with human rights. Because ever since we did it, we've been pretty much unsuccessful.
Who's calling the tunes here? Is it Trump or Netanyahu?
Yeah, it really goes back to Trump's first term as well, with leaving the Iran nuclear deal at the calling of Netanyahu and some of Trump's biggest donors, like Sheldon Adelson, who's a top Trump's donor in 2016, and Trump, I think in retrospect, Iran will shape largely on his legacy, that he killed this nuclear deal,
Might be coming
trying
on.
to kill Obama's signature foreign policy achievement. He went lockstep.
Thank God. I hope it's a short one, honestly. I'm not even going to lie. Fuck you, Nick. You're probably going, sorry about that. We got a great show for you. Suck a duck.
Good evening, everybody. You're watching America First. My name is Nicholas J. Fuentes. We got a great show for you tonight. Very excited to be back here with you tonight on Thursday. We have a lot to talk about tonight, lots to get into. Big show. And our featured story tonight, once again, we're talking about the war in Iran. It is now day 13. Day 13, everybody. 2-week war in Iran. We'll actually have officially made it into the third week, entering the third week tomorrow at midnight. So this is not, as we were told, a 4-day war.
Yeah.
That was initially the claim from at least one of the papers, The Times. Initially the claim. We're entering the third week, and we have some brand new developments about it. We're entering the third week, and we have some brand new developments about the Strait of Hormuz. And we're going to talk a little bit tonight about the closure of the Strait of Hormuz last night, and we talked about some of the dynamics there at the end of the show last night, and we talked about some of the dynamics. Less important, There's less some interesting. new developments I think you sort of understand already the that situation. Are maybe less important, less interesting. And the situation, I think you sort of understand already. We have gotten ourselves into an attrition. And the situation is that we have gotten ourselves into an attritional economic war that we cannot win.
I'm tired as hell too, man. I'm not even gonna lie.
We can do. If
not
it's a few
even
days,
gonna lie.
if it's 1 week, well, we win that one. As the administration has said, it's very asymmetrical. For us, it's very easy. We have superior weapons. They're more precise. We have more firepower. We have absolutely, in basically every domain, degraded Iran's military capabilities. Their navy, their missiles, their air force, their command and control. It's all been significantly weakened. However, now that the war is entering a third week, the nature of the conflict has changed. I think, again, everybody's sort of up to speed on this. Iran has predictably closed the Strait of Hormuz. There's something funny about this. It's funny because everybody knew this would happen. This is only the most predictable outcome.
Yeah.
And for those that have not followed this conflict for decades or years, this has always been actually the critical part of that conversation. If you go to war with Iran, they will strangle the Strait of Hormuz. If that happens, you have a global recession. That's a fifth of all the world's oil that moves by sea is going through this narrow, very narrow choke point. And there is nothing, basically nothing that we can do to reopen it, literally short of regime change. Although we are capable of destroying Iran's bigger weapons, We are not capable of destroying every missile system that they have. We are not able to prevent them from launching missiles or laying mines or even using smaller vessels, unmanned naval vessels. And so as long as that is the case, this is now the dynamic. Either we win the war decisively and we get Iran to stand down and unconditionally surrender, or it's a regime change, or the strait is closed forever, or at least far longer than we are able to tolerate, or the global energy markets are able to tolerate. And the situation we find ourselves in now, apparently, the U.S. military did not anticipate this. So this is only the most predictable aspect of the conflict. Some aspects of it are unpredictable. Some of them are unquantifiable or unforeseen. This one you had to know. You had to know. You attack Iran, you get the Strait of Hormuz closed. We have a report out today that the U.S. military actually did not know this would happen. And I don't know how that's possible. It's actually
they believe their own bullshit.
But I'm reading today that according to sources from inside the Pentagon, it says that the U.S. military underestimated. So they knew it would happen, but it says the military underestimated Iran's willingness to close the strait. What does that mean exactly? It's hard to know because you had to know this was going to happen. As we enter week 3, this is having a profound effect on oil prices. Before the war, oil was trading at less than $70 per barrel. Now the market's closed over 100. It got up to $120 over the weekend, but that was not, I guess, during regular trading hours. Now today, the market closed over 100. Trump announced that he was releasing 270 million barrels of oil from U.S. strategic reserves, which are being drained again. We drained the reserves after the 2022 war in Ukraine began. Trump tried to build those reserves back up as oil prices came back down. We are draining them once again. And it is after this news. It's 271 million from us. It's 400 million from the International Energy Association. After the news that all this oil is now flooding the market from strategic reserves, oil prices remain high. And that's because everybody around the world knows this is going to be a long-term problem. And the worst aspect of it, the realization is setting in that even if or when the Strait of Hormuz opens back up, things are not going back to normal. Just as the 1973 Arab oil embargo caused persistently high energy prices for many years, it's going to be the same situation here.
Sure.
You got hundreds of ships stuck on the wrong side of the Persian Gulf. It's going to take a long time to get them out, even with the naval escort. And then once those ships get out, you're still going to have production slowed down. There's going to be other structural problems. And now, all across the world, firms and corporations and governments are pricing in that increased risk because of the crisis that just unfolded. So there's going to be lasting effects, and there's really no way out of it. So we'll talk a little bit about that. We'll kind of pick up where we left off yesterday. We're also going to talk tonight, to me, this is the biggest story, about a speech from Benjamin Netanyahu earlier in the evening. And this might actually be a good sign. So we've been covering the war for the past 2 weeks, and kind of the big outstanding question is what exactly is the goal and what's the plan? Because it's very confusing. And Trump is not giving us any clarity. It seemed that when the war started, we were pursuing regime change, which is very specific. That is what it sounded like he was saying. And I said that on my emergency broadcast, not last Saturday, but the week before that, the night that the war, I suppose it's the night after the war started, I said that unambiguously, Trump was declaring war on the regime. Because the speech went like this. He said, Iran has harassed us for decades, basically since they started to exist. After the revolution, they took American hostages. A few years later, they killed hundreds of Marines in the Beirut barracks bombing. They killed U.S. soldiers using IEDs during the Iraq War and the global war on terror. And Trump said this is a pariah state, they got to go. What's more, he He also said that people need to take to the streets in Iran and rise up against their government when the military operation is over. That is regime change. That is what that is.
Bitch.
Now, as the war has progressed, it seems that that is not going to happen and is probably actually impossible. And maybe less likely. It was more likely before the war started. In January, you actually had protests. You actually had something resembling an uprising.
They basically fucked themselves.
Now you got nothing of the sort. And not only is that not happening, but people are rallying behind the government as opposed to against it. So what exactly is going to happen? Well, we're not going to drop enough ordnance or bombs on the country where the regime is no longer in place. It's entrenched. It actually enjoys more support now. So if a regime change doesn't happen, then how are we going to achieve that? Ground forces, nuclear weapons? If you seek an unconditional surrender, how do you continue to escalate? Because it seems like your only options are unacceptable to the American public and maybe even to the U.S. government. Maybe they're not even actually feasible from a logistical or practical point of view at all.
Yeah.
So then the only logical conclusion is that we're seeking an off-ramp. We got into this hastily,
like morons,
without a plan B, maybe without even a good plan
Dipshits.
A. How do we extricate ourselves from the conflict without looking weak? A few days ago, Trump came out, and this is, again,
I don't really
mixed
care how we
messaging,
look.
but there's some positive signs here. Trump came out and said, well, we won. We won. We destroyed their military equipment. We destroyed their military. We killed the leaders, and we're close to winning, or we've basically won, or we're ahead of schedule. He's indicating that he is ready to wind the war down. Unfortunately, as we know on the show, Trump is not exactly in complete control, or even in control at all. The real decider and decision maker, the one who controls the tempo of all of this, is Israel, and Netanyahu in particular. Here's the good news. This is our big story. Today, in a speech/press conference, Netanyahu came out tonight and he admitted there's going to be no regime change. He basically conceded the point and said, I don't think there's going to be a regime change. He actually said, I don't know. He said, but even if we don't get it, even if it's unlikely, he said, well, at least we weakened Iran significantly.
Oh.
This is shaping up to be perhaps the mother of all tacos, the mother of all Trump always chickens out. Launch this war with these big maximalist ambitions.
Like
We're
everything.
going to do regime change. We're going to hit them
Always
harder than
maximalist.
ever. We're going to completely wipe them off the map. And then after 2 weeks, they basically win. That is what is happening. They are winning. The regime has survived. That's a victory. They are still capable of launching missiles at the Gulf countries and Israel and U.S. assets and oil tankers in the Persian Gulf. That's another victory. And they are inflicting so much economic pain, not just on the global economy, but on our local partners, that it's forcing the United States to reconsider. And that is the ultimate strategic victory. So it's looking like Iran may actually win this engagement. I don't know that they win the war, and I think that surely if they survive, it is a Pyrrhic victory. If this is a strategic victory, if you can call it any kind of victory at all, it is certainly a victory that has come at a cost.
Damn right.
And that cost will be paid down the road when we inevitably return. But it seems like Iran might have actually survived, and if the United States and Israel are looking for an off-ramp, it's a strategic victory for them.
Yep.
And that's good news for the Goyim. That's good news for the whole world.
Indeed.
So we'll talk about that. That is going to be our coverage of the war.
That is
Before we
good
get
news.
into it, I want to remind you to smash the follow button on Rumble, smash the like button, leave a comment. Let me know what you think about the show. Remember to check out our merch store, which is back online, Fuentes.store. We got our, this is all the way over here. We have our America First hats, t-shirts, sweatshirts, flags, mugs, pins, buttons, everything like that. It's all on the website. If you want to support the show, subscribe at americafirst.plus. $15 a month, you get access to the archive. That's every episode of the show. $100 a month, you get the group chat with me, and that includes exclusive content I'm dropping voice messages in there every day and giving you some behind the scenes stuff, some insider information. And I'm just generally hanging out and chopping it up with
Showing
the fans.
Up 2 hours fucking late. Yeah.
Mixed feelings about that, but you know, it's part of the job. That's why we do it. That's why when I go into the group chat and I see everybody's smiling faces and they love the show, that's the real reason I get up every day. You know what it is, though? I go into the group chat at like 4 a.m., and I always get like the 4 a.m. crowd, and they're fine. But not for nothing. Maybe you get a different crowd at like 8 a.m. Maybe you get a different crowd at like noon, 1 o'clock. Maybe you get a different crowd when it's the lunch rush as opposed to the people that are on a voice chat until 3 a.m. on a weeknight when it's a work week. Just joking. I'm just ribbing those guys a little bit. They're good guys. But that's America First Plus. Check it out. With that, we're going to dive into the show. Before I get into the news, did you see Brylan Hollihan calling me out earlier tonight? And I tweeted at him right before I went live. This guy has been really on my case. I don't know what his problem is. I don't even really talk about him that much. Other people do. Other people attack him pretty frequently on Twitter. And I don't really care about him. I don't really see him as a person. I don't really know what's going on there. When I see Brylan Hollihan's face, I just sort of think this is how the Jews see all of us. When they call us goy, that is what they have in mind. That is the mental image. That's the dictionary definition photo of a goy. That's someone looks at Brylan Hollihan, a Jew looks at Brylan Hollihan and says, that guy's going to flip the lights on and off for us on Saturday. That guy's going to tape the refrigerator light bulb off. You know how that works? So we can open the refrigerator on Shabbos. Like, I'm sort of getting it. And so I saw this on Twitter. He calls me out and he goes, people that are telling you to stay home in the midterms, they just want to destroy everything. Why don't you try to build something and be responsible? We're not going to win by being trolls. And you know what I noticed about the video if you watch it? So this is actually my most recent reply. If you go on Twitter and you check my replies, this is my most recent tweet. If you watch the video, which is addressed to me, it's clearly written by ChatGPT, which is actually disturbing because you imagine this is a guy who's in his college dorm room telling Grok or Claude or ChatGPT, write a script condemning Nick Fuentes about voting Democrat. And you want to know how you know it's written by ChatGPT? It's obvious. It's because every other sentence is not this, but this. Not voting Democrat despite the Republicans, but building something lasting for our children. Not trolling and being silly and unserious, but being responsible and building something that will, it's like, and I'm not even exaggerating, watch the video, literally every other sentence is that. Every other sentence is an M dash. Not trolling and being an immature little groiper, but being a principled conservative. Not voting to burn it all down, but voting for jobs. And it's like, who are you? Are you like 18 years old? And I said it the other night, I was really getting into this Democrat thing. It's like my new favorite thing. I just knew I had to do it. I just knew I had to go all the way this year. When I thought about this idea, I didn't think about it fully, at least initially. I think I just kind of said it on the show one night. But the more that I think about it, the more that I love it. The more that I monologue about it, the more that I know this is the right thing to do. I just fell in love with this idea. And I said the other night, I was ranting about it basically the entire show for like 90 minutes. And at the end of the show, I said, I will just never be this principled, conservative, Republican, GOP apparatchik. I just don't understand how anybody would want to grow up and be that guy. It's so bad. It's so worse than anybody even knows, than anybody even realizes, even me for that matter. I get some of the inside baseball, and every time I go to Washington, every time I talk to anybody from Washington, they all tell me it's actually worse. They watch the show. They follow me on Twitter. They're about it. They're groypers. And they know how I feel. And as you know, I feel very strongly.
I do.
And the people that are actually in there, in the administration, going to work every single day in DHS or the Pentagon or State Department or the White House, Treasury, whatever. We have people everywhere. They're literally everywhere. They will all, literally to a man, they all say, no, it's so much worse than you even know. The personnel, the corruption, the level of not giving an F about delivering on things like mass deportations or no new wars. They all say that. And I just can't get behind. I can't wrap my head around the psychology of anybody, but especially a young person going to the mat for this every single day. So I genuinely don't understand it. All I could reply is like, you're just a subhuman. You're literally subhuman. I don't know what the fuck you are, but you are not a human being. You're some 18-year-old white college kid, and you're doing these like Chat GPT pro-Republican videos for boomers. If that were me, I would want to kill myself. And not to be, I know that's not like a very Christian thing to say, but seriously, if I had my like Alabama University polo shirt on, and I had my like ghost-written book about like being conservative or whatever on a shelf behind me, and I was doing Fox and Friends on Jesse Waters' show for baby boomers. I'm going to like the villages in Florida to give a talk about voting Republican, and you're 18 years old. I would just, what kind of life is that? Who would want to live that life? Who would choose that over it? You could be anything. You have free will, okay? It's like a video game. You can do whatever you want. You could be at Hustlers University. You could be in the real world. You could be like Andrew Tate. You could be one of these people that's like drop shipping. You could be one of these people that's pimping OnlyFans girls. You could be trying to trade shit coins or stocks, or you could do a Chat GPT wrapper and make an AI business. Like you could literally do anything. You could be a groyper. You could work for James Fishback.
Work for James Fishback.
And you chose to be like, he's making tweets about Rush Limbaugh. Rush Limbaugh? Didn't he die before you were even alive? Like, what are you talking about? Who's doing this?
It is crazy.
So I had to break the mold because I was clearly maybe trending toward that at one point. Like when I was in high school, maybe I was going in that direction. And then I took a sharp right turn. I took a far right turn in college.
Nice.
But anyway, it's just kind of an interesting foil. He's not really all that interesting as a guy, but it's an interesting foil, the compare and contrast. I don't know where they're making these people. I don't know where a person like that is created, but it's pretty freaky. I don't understand a person like that. I just don't get it.
Me neither.
But anyway, that's my most recent engagement. Very strange. But with that, we are going to move on. We're going to get into the show, and let's talk about the Strait of Hormuz first. We'll go over a little bit of what we talked about last night. And like I said, the state of the war is, as you know, the longer it drags on, the worse it gets for us. And look, in a way, I sort of fell for it. In the opening stages of the conflict, when the war started, it looked like it was very one-sided, very asymmetrical. And I said in the early stages, we are obviously winning this conflict. We're winning the war. As it stood, as it was in that opening weekend, in those first maybe 3 or 4 days. But again, understanding the conflict means you have to understand the weapon systems that are being used, the tactics, the strategic objectives. The war only works for America if it's quick. We have better weapons, but we have fewer of them. And it's not as easy to make them. America's not an industrial power anymore. We don't make the weapons. We don't make enough of them. Our adversaries are the complete opposite. They make tons of weapons. And their weapons are not precise. They're dumb. You know, our weapons are smart.
Make a lot of them.
AI, they're connected to satellites. They're very sophisticated, but they're very expensive, and we don't make enough of them. Russia, on the other hand, makes 4 million drones a year. 4 million drones. every year, and it's native. Iran makes hundreds of thousands of drones.
They're actually fucking smart.
And they actually designed them too. We stole their drone design, their Shahed suicide drone. We just copied that model, reverse engineered it, and made one of our own. And that's actually what we're using in this conflict, although we just have far fewer of them. We're looking to buy drone interceptors or even drones themselves from Ukraine. Again, we don't make them. So this is fundamentally the nature of modern conflict. In the era of the Ukraine war, now in the era of the Iran war, you have these big advantages that the great powers think that they have, like Russia going into Ukraine obviously has a manpower advantage, has more equipment, has more money, has a bigger industrial base, and they go in hard and fast, thinking they're going to topple the government and achieve their objectives. There's actually some striking similarities there.
True. Well said.
And what they then find is that they are ground down by the enemy's defensive capabilities. And it's sort of inverted. In Ukraine, America was supplying all of these defensive weapons for Ukraine and defensive fortifications and intelligence and the Star Shield satellite system. In Iran, it's the reverse. We are now encountering offensive capabilities, actually, which is ballistic missiles, which are very cheap, drones, which are very cheap, mines, unmanned naval vessels. And these are creating a porcupine-like effect and making it extremely complicated to fight the war. So we came in as the vastly superior power, again, with more weapons, more sophisticated weapons, much larger country, thinking that all we had to do was hit Iran hard and then they would fall over. If that doesn't happen, you're in trouble. And that is how the war, as you know, has been playing out. Trump and Israel, in concert, hit Iran with everything they had. We bombed them over 1,200 times in the first 24 hours. We killed their supreme leader. We sunk their navy. And they had already been severely weakened and damaged in the first war a year ago, back in June. And it wasn't just Midnight Hammer, which is the U.S. strike, the one-and-done B-2 stealth bomber strike. It was also Israel, which a year ago pounded them over 1,000 times and destroyed not just some of their nuclear facilities, but also missile launch platforms. They also destroyed a lot of regime targets, not just the IRGC, but also the Basij. So Iran is already in a weakened state. They got hit with everything the U.S. and Israel have. But now we're entering the third week tomorrow night. And again, those core strategic objectives of the United States have not been achieved. The regime has not collapsed, has not toppled, and there is no sign that it's going to anytime soon. How did we actually arrive here at the end of February, now the middle of March? Well, the timeline was sort of interesting. The whole idea for this conflict began, or I could say that the U.S. began to mobilize for the conflict back in January. And the circumstance in January is that there actually was, or at least there appeared to be, an organic uprising in Iran. There were, according to estimates from Western media, which might not be reliable, there were hundreds of thousands of protesters across the entire country, in every major city, across the whole breadth of Iran. And these protests swelled in size. They went on for weeks. And then the Iranian regime cracked down on them, according, again, to Western media, in an indiscriminate and an extremely violent way. And Washington and Israel were under the impression that that violent crackdown might actually fuel the dissent, might actually fuel the opposition to the government. And so when the U.S. and Israel first considered strikes, it was in a circumstance where you actually had, perhaps, a latent anti-government ground force. That perhaps if the U.S. and Israel destroyed Iranian weapons or scattered the IRGC by killing the leadership, destroying regime targets, then maybe the people could actually seize control of government assets and arm themselves, or seize control of infrastructure or government buildings. And in a word, maybe there would be an opening for there to be some instability in Iran, and maybe, like I said, an anti-government movement actually coalesce and become viable to replace the revolutionary Islamic regime. But that was in January. And the protests appeared to die down almost at the exact same time that we began to ramp up our military mobilization. And by the time the U.S. got all of the assets in place or out of place, by the time we got aircraft carriers and destroyers and half of our Air Force in the Middle East and most of our personnel out of the bases that were not protected by Patriot missile batteries or THAAD systems, the protest had already been crushed and had been crushed actually a month ago. So we went into the conflict really just wishing for the best. It's actually a head scratcher. And I think that when all of this is said and done, the history books will show that this was a catastrophe. This was just like a completely unmitigated disaster and ultimately an unforced error.
That's what I said earlier.
A war of aggression,
error.
A war of choice that was conducted with no planning,
and we
hastily,
got bit.
Without a clear idea of an end game, an exit plan. You could even say a plan in the middle. Like there just seems to be from the beginning until the end, no concrete idea of how this would play out. And so when the U.S. went in, we hit them really hard. And where we are 2 weeks later is that the regime is not just intact, it has totally survived. And now the people have rallied behind it. And the people that have survived inside the regime are now hardliners. Who is the supreme leader? Well, it's the former supreme leader's son. His wife was killed. His daughter was killed. His father was killed. All of his colleagues were killed. This is supposed to be the compliant new leader of Iran that is going to be more willing to or likely to engage in diplomacy, that will make more concessions. This is the new government. This is the new regime post-decapitation that is going to normalize ties with Israel. Obviously, it's worse from the point of view of trying to extract compliance. This new Iranian regime is going to be actually vengeful and even more defiant. Not only that, and this is the second aspect of it, in spite of the fact that we've degraded some of their heaviest weapon systems, we sunk their navy, killed the supreme leader, destroyed, according to different estimates, 3/4 of their missile stockpile or missile launch platforms, Iran still maintains the ability to strike U.S. allies, assets, bases, and more importantly, shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. So the regime is intact. It has survived, and it's pissed off. It's defiant, it's angry, it's vengeful. They're not going anywhere. And again, there are 200,000 members of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. So if you think we killed 12 of them and now it's a chicken with its head cut off, that's not the case. They're always going to have more people that they can promote. And that's because they prepared for this. They knew what this war would be like. They knew how Israel and the United States would strike. They knew our game plan. And so that's why in the buildup to the conflict, they had succession in place. Not just the second man or the third man, but down to like the seventh man, the eighth man. In other words, the United States can kill a lot of the leadership before they exhaust the bench in the IRGC. Clearly, as has been demonstrated by the government of Iran, there is no splintering, there is no dissent, there is no factionalism. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard and Iranian government has rallied behind a new supreme leader. They have rallied against the incursion from the U.S. and Israel, and all we managed to do is piss them off. And the second aspect of it, again, is if Iran is able and maintains the capability to launch missiles, and that's all they need to do. They don't need frigates. They don't need a navy. They don't even need an air force. They don't need any of that. All they need are these very crude and cheap and dumb ballistic missile launch platforms and ballistic missiles, and that is all that they need. Because Iran is a big country. It's a big country with mountainous terrain, with a massive population. And the United States, they've bombed with Israel 3,000 targets. They could bomb 10,000 targets. They could bomb 20,000 targets. Will they have destroyed every missile launch platform? Will they have crippled Iran's ability to make missiles, to make new ones and replace the ones that have been destroyed? The answer is no. They can always source the components because they're cheap. They can always move the missiles around because they're very mobile. They could take them apart and build them back up in another place. And they're always going to have a deep bench of soldiers that are willing to do this. And the more that they get hit, probably the bigger the bench grows. And this is what is happening this week. In spite of everything that has been thrown at Iran, just yesterday, there were 3 ships that were hit in the Persian Gulf. 3 ships. And many of them not even in the actual strait. There was one that was hit in the Strait of Hormuz. 2 tankers were actually hit closer to Iraq, closer to the coastline of Iraq and Kuwait. So we are 2 weeks into the war, entering the 3rd week, and you still have the threat of missiles being launched. Strait of Hormuz is like 40 miles long. It's not big. So you actually don't even need a ton of missiles. You only need 3. You only need to hit 1 ship for all the hundreds of ships that are in the Persian Gulf to know that it's not worth the risk to leave the Gulf. That if they try it, they might get hit. There's not a lot of room there. And the threat is still so bad, the U.S. Navy won't even provide an escort. There's been talk in the past week and a half that maybe the U.S. Navy will intervene and you'll have a naval ship escort a chemical tanker, a cargo ship, one by one through the strait. I have something in my teeth. But they won't even do that. Even the U.S. warships are not willing to go through the Strait of Hormuz.
Jeez.
It's too narrow. It's too risky. Iran is still launching surface-to-sea missiles. So even after all this talk, and there was talk about the government will provide insurance for the ships. There was talk about the U.S. Navy will provide an escort for the ships. Trump is begging these companies to keep the traffic flowing. Even in spite of this, the U.S. warships won't even go there. Forget about an oil tanker. Forget about a cargo ship. It's totally closed down. What effect is this having now on the global economy?
What a good one.
Well, not only do you have the energy supply constrained because of the shipping choke point, so that's 20% of the world's oil that moves by sea goes through the Strait of Hormuz. So it's a huge energy crunch on the global oil market. But then you also have the effect that this is a pipeline. This is a metaphorical pipeline. So you actually have a flow of oil. It's continuous, which means the oil is extracted, the oil is refined, it's put on a ship, it's sent through the Gulf, through the Strait, to its destination where it is then consumed. Well, it's not just that the oil isn't getting where it needs to go, but it's backed up. The flow of the oil has been backed up, which means that now Kuwait and Qatar and the Emirates and Saudi Arabia, they have to fill up all of their reservoirs of oil. All their storage capacity for oil is reaching 100%, which means they don't have anywhere for all this oil to go. There's another problem here. So not only is the oil not getting to where it's intended, but where the oil is being made, now the oil's got nowhere to go. So now all of the largest oil producers in the world in the Middle East, or among the largest oil producers in the world, they're cutting back on production as well. This is extremely costly all the way around to not have the oil go through, having hundreds of tankers stuck. It's going to be very costly to eventually get them out. It's the cost of storing the oil, and then it's the cost of reducing production and then ramping it back up. And all of this is creating inflation. All of this is creating very severe and acute economic problems for a global economy which is already fragile. For example, in the United States, what has been the economic game in the United States for the past few years? It is this tricky calibration. How do we increase economic growth without increasing prices? It has to do with interest rates. We have had chronically and persistently high inflation for a number of reasons. Prices are rising. Prices are getting out of control, as everybody knows. At the same time, job market is cooling off. Businesses are not hiring more people. Those that have been fired are having a very hard time finding new work. I think the median time is like 8 weeks or something. People are out of a job for a very long time. Economic growth might be slowing down Spending might be slowing down. There's some worrying trends there, some recession indicators. And so the question facing the Trump White House and the Federal Reserve is, if we increase interest rates, or rather keep them high, well, then you're going to tamp inflation down and maybe prices can get back under control. And that will alleviate some of the economic pain for the middle class, working class, people living paycheck to paycheck. But if you keep interest rates too high, then businesses might not want to invest, and then the economy can't grow. And so you have a low growth economy. Even if prices stabilize, then people are still not going to get higher salaries. Maybe there's going to be increased unemployment. Jobs are not being created. So you have low growth, which is very bad if you have rising debt. Because in order to keep up with the pace of the rising debt and deficits, you need to grow your way out of it. Conversely, we're cutting interest rates. Cutting interest rates stimulates investment. People are going to take their money out of the bank. Investors, banks, businesses, funds, they're going to take their money out of the bank and they're going to invest it in the economy. And you're going to grow the economy. You're going to get more jobs. You're going to have more business creation. Maybe you're going to be able to grow a little bit more and get out of the shadow of this mountain of debt. But if you cut interest rates, then you also might have an increase in prices. The velocity of money increases. There's going to be more spending. And if there's more spending, there's more demand. It's going to drive the prices up. This is a very delicate equation. This is what got Joe Biden out of office and ultimately Kamala Harris to lose the election. This has obviously been a sore spot for the president as well. He's not happy with the fact that prices have not completely stabilized or then come down. He's frustrated with the Federal Reserve chairman, who is reluctant to cut interest rates and, in Trump's opinion, then unleash economic growth. So it's in the middle of this very delicate game that we're playing, where we might actually ultimately wind up with both low growth and high prices, that now you have an energy shock. Energy is beneath everything else. Shipping, transportation, industry, it's all powered by fossil fuels. It's all powered by energy. Everything moves on freight. Everything moves on ships. Everything flies in planes. Industry, households need energy for their electricity, for machines. You have a global increase in energy cost. You have an increase in everything cost. You have an increase in all prices. And by the way, I don't need to remind you, it's a midterm election year. So think about what we got ourselves into. This is the mind-boggling nature of the conflict. We start a war with Iran. Think about these questions that were just maybe never considered or never got a sufficient answer before we started dropping the bombs. We're planning on going to war with Iran. We're looking for a regime change. Now, to get a regime change, you need a ground force. And we know that. We know that you can't get a regime change without dropping, or rather, just by dropping bombs. We go into it determined that we're going to once and for all confront Iran. It will be decisive, meaning that the regime will be defeated and ousted. That's the stated goal. That's the intention. That's actually the strategic imperative. We go into the war thinking we're going to topple the regime. And the war doesn't work if that doesn't happen. Well, we can't topple the regime without a ground force, with air power alone. But we go into it a month after the protests have ended. We start thinking this is a good idea because there's massive protests. Those will be the ground force. If we hurt the Iranian military, well, the people might take their guns or take their assets or overpower them, and then that's your ground force. That's your regime change. So we need a ground force, but we don't have one. We need to win the war quickly, and that means toppling the regime. But we can't do that. We know that the first thing Iran is going to do if we hit them is close the Strait of Hormuz. We have no plan to reopen it. We have no ability to reopen it. We're in a midterm election year. In order to win the midterms or to be competitive, you need to have a stable economy. You need to be popular. Well, this is not only the most unpopular war in history, but it's also raising all prices. It's also actually going to cause inflation. Closing the Strait of Hormuz necessarily means all prices are going to rise. It's going to increase energy prices. That will increase the rest of the prices. And that effect will linger probably for years. And so when you think about all the constraints, there's a logic to all of this. Was none of this considered? Did they not think through any of it? You really have to scratch your head and wonder, what exactly was the plan here? What was the goal? Because again, if you need to win a fast war, then you need to topple the regime. If you need to topple the regime, you need a ground force. We knew that none of that would happen. We knew that we weren't going to topple the regime because we knew we couldn't do it without a ground force, and we knew we didn't have one. We knew they would close the Strait of Hormuz. And if we didn't topple the regime, we knew it would be closed for a prolonged period of time. And if it's closed for a prolonged period of time, there's no way to open it up. You can't destroy every missile in Iran. You can't destroy every mine or mine-laying vessel. And if you can't do it more quickly than they can build new ones. And if you can't do it in such a short amount of time that it doesn't have these ramifications. So in other words, this was in a way inevitable. It was inevitable that we would get sucked into a prolonged attritional war that would hurt the economy, that would damage the political prospects of the Republicans. It was inevitable because we knew it wouldn't be fast, because we knew we couldn't topple the regime, because we knew we didn't have a ground force. So what was the logic here? Now, this is the latest from the New York Times about the crisis in the Strait, about how Iran appears to be winning. It says, quote, Iran has begun laying mines in the Strait of Hormuz, according to U.S. officials.
I agree with you.
An effort that could further complicate U.S. efforts to restart shipping there. While the U.S. military said it had destroyed larger Iranian naval vessels that could be used to quickly lay mines in the Strait, Iran just began using smaller boats for the operation on Thursday. Again, it's like we go in there bombing their navy, bombing the big stuff. This is our weakness. The current capabilities, the current state of the art of warfare actually favors the defensive side because unmanned vessels, unmanned vehicles are cheap and they're easy to make. Drones are cheap and easy to make. Missiles are cheap and mobile and easy to make. So you can be as big and sophisticated and technologically superior as possible. If you can't destroy every single one of these very tiny, very cheap, very robust weapons, you're not going to achieve your objectives. That's the problem. So we destroyed all the frigates. Well, they just started using smaller ships that lay mines, and we can't destroy all of those. It says strikes have hit multiple vessels in the area, some of which Iran claimed responsibility for. On Tuesday, an Iranian deputy foreign minister denied that Iran was mining the Strait. In his first remarks since the war broke out, Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, said in a written statement on Thursday that the lever of blocking the Strait of Hormuz must continue to be used. The new mining effort is not particularly fast or efficient, but the Iranians appear to be hoping they can lay them faster than the U.S. can clear them, and therefore create a further deterrent for ships moving through the strait. The U.S. military said this week that it had attacked 16 Iranian mine-laying ships. So this is the current state of the conflict. And again, it's a head-scratcher because we knew it would go this way. How? One, we knew all this information going in. Two, it already happened. This is exactly what happened last year in June. Almost exactly. Israel started the war in June of last year without the United States. Unlike this conflict, they launched the war in a surprise attack, and they did it with help from inside of Iran. There were missile and drone strikes from inside the country against Iran's leadership. Iran was hit with a cyber attack that disabled its eyes and ears, all of its radar, early warning systems, everything like that. And then Israel came in with the Air Force and they bombed the nuclear infrastructure, regime targets, missile platforms, everything. And they did this for 2 weeks. But within days of that initial strike, Iran fixed all of its cyber problems, got their Air Force off the ground, and then Iran started launching these huge waves of ballistic missile attacks, hundreds at a time. And it didn't take long for these ballistic missile waves and drones and cruise missiles to completely overwhelm Iran's defenses. And what we saw in last year's war is that eventually these Iranian missiles were just slamming into Tel Aviv every single day. And if Iran would shoot down 90% of the missiles or 85% of the missiles, well, if you shoot 100 of them, 15 ballistic missiles are going to get through. And they're going to land in these Western, first world developed cities, killing a lot of people and destroying a lot of infrastructure and causing a lot of problems. And it was during that war that Israel was effectively strangled in the same way as the Persian Gulf. And Israeli refugees were fleeing to Cyprus. It's actually a big problem now. And certain Greek islands. And all of the air traffic over Israel was suspended. People couldn't escape the country. And the economy ground to a halt because people were in bunkers for 2 weeks because they were getting slammed with missiles every single day. And that is ultimately why the United States was dragged into that war. Because only the United States could actually finish the job that Israel started. At that time, the U.S. was not being hit. Our bases, our assets, our other allies were not being struck. It was only Israel. We intervened at the tail end and forced an end to the conflict by bombing Iran and then thereby compelling them into a ceasefire, into a truce with Israel. So in other words, we already lived this. We saw this. We saw the economics. We saw the attritional aspect of it. The resilience of Iran's personnel and equipment, their ability to build lots of ballistic missiles and launch them without Israel meaningfully being able to suppress this capability. Now here we are in the second week, and we've hit Iran way harder than we did last year, way harder. Way more ordnance, more targets, killed more people, destroyed more stuff, destroyed all the big stuff. And yet, just today, Iran bombed the airport in Bahrain. Iran bombed the airport in Kuwait. Iran bombed a bank building in the Emirates. And this is having a huge effect on the oil. Like I said, they bombed 3 ships in the Persian Gulf, so they're choking off the oil. And it's also deeply affecting the Persian Gulf countries, the Gulf Cooperation Council. All these other economies are built on investment, tourism, high net worth individuals, their capital markets, their specialized banking services for developing nations. And many people are now reporting on this, that all of these oil-rich Gulf countries, they were trying to effectively rebrand as modern hubs. We used to think of the Middle East as a barbaric place where this population pyramid of exploding birth rates, very young Muslims were becoming extremely radical and causing terrorism, and they're very low IQ, and so it's creating political instability. That is what we thought about the Gulf maybe 25 years ago. In the intervening decades, the Gulf has rebranded. Think Dubai, think Qatar, think Formula One and WWE in Saudi Arabia.
Abu Dhabi.
They have rebranded as an entertainment, tourism, banking, finance hub.
Yeah, like
that
concerts
doesn't really
and shit.
work if you're getting hit with ballistic missiles at a resort. It doesn't help your image if you've got billionaire businessmen and you've got extremely niche banking services, and these buildings and airports are literally being bombed. They're being bombarded every day by suicide drones and medium and short-range ballistic missiles. It doesn't work. So in other words, Iran has forced us into an unwinnable situation. We can't do regime change. It's impossible unless we escalate, unless we engage in a ground war.
Crazy. Iran doesn't
Otherwise,
even need a
it's off the
nuke.
table.
This is as good as a
And if we
nuke.
can't do regime change, we can't stop the missiles. Because
For
we
deterrence.
can't bomb them into regime change. We can't bomb all the missiles. So the only way to stop the missiles is to kill the people that are firing them and get new people that don't want to launch them. That's off the table. So they say, well, we'll bomb all the missiles. You can't. There's too many of them. The country's too big. They're Zerg rushing us. It's impossible. You can't destroy all of it. You destroy some of it, they build more of it. You bomb one target, they've already moved the missile somewhere else. You kill one guy, there's another guy ready to take his place, and he's angrier. He's pissed off because he liked the other guy. He liked the first guy. And in the meantime, as the days drag on, the economic situation, it compounds. It gets worse all the time. If we can't topple the regime, if we can't stop the missiles, then that means the strait is closed, the energy doesn't flow. The energy doesn't flow, it strangles the global energy market. It increases prices everywhere. It causes panic. And there's a contagion effect. It affects everybody. There's animal spirits involved in this too. Panic sets in. That's why when the Trump administration releases oil from the strategic reserve, it makes the situation worse. You might say, how does increasing the supply of oil make the price of oil higher? Trump unloaded 270 million barrels of oil from the strategic reserves. You would think that would ameliorate the supply shock.
No, you're releasing oil from their strategic reserves. That means something big, a big deal's happening.
It actually causes the opposite effect.
It's the same thing as if you had a disaster.
Because Wall Street is watching, and Japan is watching, and Europe is watching. And what they see is that we have unloaded all the supplies because it's a crisis.
Yeah.
And there's no end in sight.
What else are they
and
to
the pain is acute and is ongoing. So if we release it, we're communicating we have a big problem. So people are going to bet that oil will remain high for the foreseeable future.
We only use that
drives
oil
up the price,
for emergencies.
Actually.
So it stands
in Saudi
to
Arabia,
reason.
In Kuwait, they're cutting production.
I'll be right back.
Their storage is full. So they literally have to shut down the refineries. They have to shut down the oil industry because the oil has nowhere to go. They could start pumping it into these new pipelines they built in the Emirates and the East-West pipeline in Saudi Arabia. But who's to say Iran doesn't bomb that too? So maybe they're worried about using it. They've never used it to its full capacity. And then what's more, all these countries, in addition to the oil crunch and the revenue they're not getting, all these countries are also being strangled because nobody wants to live there right now. Nobody wants to visit there. Nobody's going to invest in their capital markets in the long term because they don't want to have to make a stop over into a city that's being bombed by Iran every single day. So we are in an unwinnable situation. It gets worse all the time. And in particular, it gets bad for Trump because Trump needs to win the election. And so you have this global energy crisis. It's going to cause a global economic crisis. As time drags on, it gets worse. And as time drags on, we get closer to the midterm elections. So what does that mean? It means two things. You're either going to, one, get an escalation. What's the solution? Well, if we can't stop them because we can't bomb them into regime change, well, what's the obvious next step? What's the obvious escalatory step? Well, we could always do other things that will facilitate a regime change. We could always invade. And so that's option one, is if we're not winning the war, if the bombs aren't working, and if the pain is that bad, well, then we'll send in the armed forces and we'll invade, and we'll force the regime to come down. I think you know why that's not politically tenable, but that's something that Trump has said he's considering. Pete Hegseth said the same thing. They could always go in that direction. They could go up. The other direction is you back off and you leave. Well, how do you do that? If you create a truce or a ceasefire and you tell the Iranians, we're going to stop bombing you, will you please stop bombing us? Maybe you bring China in on this. China needs the oil. China's being hurt by the energy crunch. They want to stabilize the Middle East. And China is maybe Iran's most important partner. So maybe the U.S. and China get together at the trade talks in Europe this week, and we tell China that we'll get Israel to back off if China gets Iran to back off, and we could call the quits. We could say it's a truce. We could say it's a ceasefire. Iran will stop bombing the Persian Gulf. They'll stop bombing the Gulf, the GCC countries, and we'll get Israel to stop bombing Iran. The only problem with the de-escalation approach is that how do we do this without losing face? Because in the event that we de-escalate, we need a narrative. Because what we said, again, from the outset is we want regime change, and that's what we want, and that's what we're going to get because we run the show and we're the number one power. Well, what happens after 2 weeks? We threw everything at them, and they're still standing.
Yep.
Well, now we look like a paper tiger. That message reverberates all around the world. And the message is the U.S. is not as powerful as it thinks it is. Its deterrent credibility is undermined. We made a threat. Iran did not back down, and we couldn't back it up. We signed a check that we couldn't cash. And so now every other country will realize we should adopt the Iran model. We should have a native drone industry. We should buy ballistic missiles. We should buy Iranian drones. Everybody's watching very closely, and they're taking notes about this. Iran, too, Iran itself, they become actually the strategic victor because they thwarted the U.S. objectives, even though
China's
they are
like, shit, we could take it.
weakened, even though they are significantly diminished and vulnerable. In a way, it's a strategic victory because they have reestablished deterrence. The message is communicated that you tried it. You tried to knock us off, and you failed, and it backfired. We defended ourselves. We're still here. You went in for the kill shot, and you missed. The supreme leader is dead.
Not
well,
that they
we'll
missed,
call him a
that
martyr,
it wasn't enough.
and we'll appoint his son to pursue vengeance.
Shit, man. Missing would have been
You bombed
better.
our missile launch platforms. Well, we bombed your precious oil, and we control the energy trade. We vetoed the global economy. That's what they'll say. We let oil flow to China.
You have to deal with us
through
if
the
you want your
strait
plans to work, or if you want to do business.
We refused your oil.
They're in a powerful
We
position.
control the global oil market. We control the global
Very
economy.
powerful
You fuck with us, we put our finger on the button and we shut the whole thing down. You'll think twice next time.
They have us by
That's
the balls
message.
now.
And it rallies the people to the regime. So if there was any idea in the Western imagination that the Iranian people had this aspiration for liberal democracy and feminism and OnlyFans, and they want to be free of Islamic theocracy, or they don't want sovereignty.
Too bad.
Well, what effect does this have? If the United States is absolutely bombing the shit out of your country and your government valiantly and bravely defends your people, well, that increases support for that government. The U.S. is dropping thousands of bombs on Iran, literally causing a Category 7 earthquake, a 7.0 magnitude earthquake in Tehran, maybe dropping bunker buster bombs on their capital city. Thousands of Iranians are dead. Hundreds of school children were killed in the first strike. You killed their leader. And if Iran defiantly appoints that guy's son and says, he was a martyr, we're pursuing revenge, we're going to defend our nation. And if they succeed, what does that do other than endear people to the regime? What does that do other than actually create a rallying effect? And the population coalesces around the regime. Probably this is the greatest IRGC recruiting ad ever. Whereas Hamas is destroyed, Hezbollah is destroyed, Jordan's a bitch, the Saudis are a bitch, all these countries are a bitch to Israel. I'll just throw in Qatar and the Emirates so you don't think I'm paid off. The Emirates and Qatar are bitches. They're defenseless. Iran stood alone. That's leadership. That's leadership for its neighbors. That's leadership for its people.
Yeah.
So that's a strategic victory. How does the United States walk away from the fight without that happening? They can't really. And this is where you enter the latest statements from Trump and Netanyahu.
They're fucked.
Trump comes out today, or I should say a couple days ago, and he says, we won. He said, we won. We destroyed all their equipment. We destroyed their Navy. We killed their leader. So we won. I'm claiming victory. It's over. Mission accomplished. That's what we set out to do. Now, obviously, that's a lie. Because
we
what
can't
they
stop
said is that
anybody
they
now.
want regime change at the beginning. They didn't get it. They didn't get what they wanted. They can't get what they want. So now they're just finessing it.
War might be
and
on
they're
the
saying,
horizon
well, what
for
we
us.
really meant is that we only want to destroy
Real
their
war.
military and go home. We don't even want to destroy all their missiles. We don't even want to destroy their nukes. We don't even want regime change. All we wanted was these little other victories that we got. And that is Trump looking for an off-ramp. That's Trump looking for a way out. That's a way for him to reframe it so he can claim victory.
Yeah, I mean, they
And it's
did kill
bluster.
Khomeini.
It's obviously fake, but that's something that they need to say. The obvious question, however, and this is what I said a few days ago,
We do
is,
bluster,
what
so
about
does
Netanyahu?
Iran.
Because again, Trump, our strategic interest
Trump
from
can't talk shit
America's
about
point
it
of view
anymore.
is we want to prevent Iran from getting a nuke, and we want to prevent Iran from disrupting the global energy trade. And nice job doing that. But we don't necessarily need a regime change. We just need a compliant regime. We don't need the regime to be forcibly, violently removed. We just need them to work with us a little bit. Now, does degrading their military maybe get them to make a deal? Maybe Trump was convinced of this, that he could go in hard and fast, blow up a lot of their shit, go home, and then say, hey, well, mission accomplished, and now maybe the Iranians will make a deal because they don't want to face our wrath again. But Israel is the outstanding variable. They are still the uncertainty because Israel does want a regime change. For them, that's non-negotiable. For them, they want regime change in itself. They don't want regime change to make Iran more compliant. They don't want regime change so Iran will not pursue a nuke. They want regime change because they don't want an Islamist anti-Israel government in place. So that was always the question. Will Israel and elements inside the Republican Party and inside the Trump White House, will they allow Trump to walk away from the disaster to cut his losses? Because Israel's not done yet. And that is what was reported the other day, is that there's a divergence in the two policies, that Israel wants the war to go on after the United States exits, because Israel still is not satisfied because they have different goals here. Well, the big story from today is that Netanyahu gave a speech this evening, and he basically conceded we're not getting regime change and it's not going to happen. And that means perhaps that he is assenting to President Trump's off-ramp. He has given permission for the United States to exit the conflict. Trump said on Monday, well, we want it to be over. It's going to be over soon. We're almost done. And he's effectively communicating, this is hurting us more than we're hurting them. We got to leave. If Netanyahu comes out this evening and says, we might not get regime change, and that's okay. That's his way of telling us we have permission to finish. And this is from the Times of Israel. It says, quote, Prime Minister Netanyahu admitted on Thursday that he was not certain the Iranian people would bring down the Islamic Republic once Israel and the U.S. create the conditions for them to do so. He said, you can lead someone to water, you cannot make them drink. Regarding the potential for regime change, Netanyahu told reporters, we will create the optimal conditions to do this, including airstrikes, as we did yesterday, as we are doing these days, to try to give the Iranian people the space needed to take to the streets. We are delivering crushing blows to the IRGC and the besieged, their street forces, checkpoints, and more is yet to come. Nevertheless, he said, quote, I do not deny it. I cannot say for certain that the Iranian people will bring down the regime. We told them help is on the way. Well, the help has come and more will follow. We are all hoping for the result of this regime falling. Ultimately, a regime is ousted from within. However the conflict plays out, Netanyahu asserted the Islamic Republic is already weakened. He said it's simply a different Iran. It no longer threatens as it did before. He said it is not the same power. It is not the giant bully that nothing can be done against and that no one can unite against. So he seems to be admitting the same thing that Trump is, which is we're not going to topple the regime. We opened up a window of opportunity for the people, but they're not taking it and they haven't taken it. He says, however, here is our consolation prize. At least we weakened Iran. At least we degraded their capabilities. And now we've demonstrated that Iran is not untouchable. And obviously that is not what they set out to achieve, but that is their way of finessing it and reframing it so that the two countries can claim victory. And so that sounds to me like maybe we will get a truce. Maybe we will get a ceasefire. Maybe peace will break out. I think that one of two things happens. One, you get a false flag. You get an Iranian sleeper cell that does an unbelievable terrorist attack and hundreds or thousands die. It's a mass casualty event, and that galvanizes the American public and the Europeans and maybe even the Gulf countries to actually invade Iran, and we're in a multi-year war. That's option number one. And that's how you get your regime change. Option number 2, they don't give up on regime change. That's not in the cards. But what they might do is a temporary truce, a temporary ceasefire. We replenish our ammunition. We replenish our munitions stockpiles, weapon systems. Maybe we involve other coalition partners, whether that's the Kurds or the Gulf or the Europeans or somebody else. We get a new coalition together, and then we sow the seeds on the ground for a revolution. CIA, Mossad is active in the country. They're getting anti-government forces organized and mobilized. And then in 2027,
good for them.
You get the once and for all regime change operation. We try it again. I think those are the only 2 options. I think regime change is inevitable. I think that ultimately Iran is going to go. That's what Israel wants. What Israel wants, Israel gets. And unless some kind of black swan event occurs, unless something very strange happens, it seems that we are on an inexorable trajectory towards an Iranian regime change. It's just a question of what the timeline is. Will we get it now or will we get it later? Will we get a ground war with American forces hastily put together in order to save face, not to back down, and we get the regime change now and we're now in a multi-year conflict? Or do we wind it down, we get some space to breathe, chance to catch our breath, and then we go back in a year after we've made additional preparations and maybe we get a better opportunity? Now, the only problem with the latter is that in the interceding time, Iran is going to be able to build more missiles. So look, let's say you get a truce and a ceasefire. Why would Iran stop? They're kind of winning this. Well, they might stop if China asks them to, and maybe they'll stop if they have some assurance that we will stop bombing them. Okay, so we get a truce. Well, weeks will pass, months will pass, and what is Iran going to do? They will seek vengeance. They will build more missiles. They will try to. And what is Israel going to say? They're going to say, Iran is building their missiles again. They're undoing the work that we've done. We mowed the grass, it's growing back. And so will Israel then try to initiate more strikes on Iran very soon? Surely there will be a tripwire. Unlike Lebanon or Syria, Iran could simply close the strait again. It's not like these other countries where you can just have open reign over the airspace. Iran is able to actually hurt the United States.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be like Syria where you just go in and bomb them when you feel threatened, when you feel like it. There will have to be a durable peace. But within months, Israel anyway is going to claim, look, they built their missile arsenal back. Think about it. The midterms are in November. Could you foresee that in 8 months, Israel will say, Iran has had 8 months. If you do the math, that means they built 2,500 more missiles, and they're all pointed at Saudi Arabia and Israel and Al Udeid and Erbil and all the other bases. They're going to ask for another war again because this is what we're involved in. It's like I said last year. You bomb Iran once, you're in it for good. You've been drawn in. You've bought it. You have skin in the game now. By hitting Iran once, it makes negotiations that much less likely. Once bitten, Iran is going to actually entrench its offensive and defensive capabilities. They're going to build more of them because they know they're threatened. They know they're under the gun. So we bombed them last year. Now they don't want to talk. Also, they're going to build a shit ton more missiles because they know they're going to need them. And if they're building more missiles and they're not talking, it means Israel's going to beg us to hit them again. Now that brings us to today. We bomb their missiles. It makes negotiations less likely in the future, and Iran's going to build more missiles after we get a peace. So that's why even in the latter scenario, you might think this is a taco. Oh, Trump is chickening out again. Oh, this is the end. Oh, I guess it wasn't so bad. The boots never hit the ground. Just like last year. Yeah, they haven't hit the ground yet. People said last year, oh, it's a 2-week war. No big deal. All we did was drop a couple of bombs and that was it until the next time we bomb Iran. And what are they going to say now? Oh, well, look, all we did was bomb Iran 3,000 times. We never dropped any boots on the ground. Yeah, until the next time we bomb Iran, and then we're going to bomb them again. And people are going to say, well, that was until eventually we get the regime change. And I don't know how we get out of this without a false flag, because there is no appetite for this war. Nobody wants it. American public opinion will have to turn. There is no Iranian opposition. There's nothing viable there. So it seems that that will have to be manufactured at some point to get us to go to war. That's the morbid reality. That is the morbid dynamic that we're engaged in. And that's it. And that is our coverage of the Iran war tonight. Not great, not great. It's a little bit scary. And that's why I said I'm rooting for Iran to win this strategic victory. I saw some people didn't like that. People didn't like that I said I'm rooting for Iran. Let me tell you why I'm rooting for Iran. Some people say, well, I can understand being against Israel, but being in favor of Iran? I used to be like you. I used to think that way. People say, well, they still chant death to America. They're still our enemy. I used to think that too. I'll be precise and specific. Why do I want Iran to hang on here? It's not because I like their Islamic government. I don't care for it. It's not because I'm pro-Iranian. I'm not Persian. I have no affinity with this country at all. The reason why Iran must remain is because the real threat to America is from Israel. It's not crazy. Think of what Israel did to Hezbollah. They put bombs in the pagers. Okay? Now, Israel has infiltrated and subverted America. Everywhere you look, there they are. Billionaire oligarchs, AIPAC, political lobbying, controlling the media, spying on our population. They've penetrated our intelligence agencies, our law enforcement agencies. They are all over our shit. They're on us. If they could put bombs in the pagers in Beirut, in Dahia, what could they do here? And if they could assassinate the Iranian president, which some people believe they did, if they could kill the leadership of Hamas, if they could drop bombs on Qatar, who's to say they couldn't attack America? Or, better yet, who's to say they couldn't attack their enemies that reside in America? Like a Tucker Carlson, like an American president that doesn't go their way. Like any government official that doesn't go their way. Israel has 300 nuclear bombs. They are a nuclear-armed state. They want to expand their territory. They've penetrated and infiltrated the highest levels of American society. And if they have no rivals in the Middle East, there's no check on their power. The capital of global Jewry moves from New York City to Jerusalem, to Tel Aviv, to Israel. And the balance of power shifts away from the United States towards the middle. The leverage that they will have over the Strait of Hormuz, over the Red Sea, over the Indian Ocean, over the Bosporus Strait, over the land and sea routes that connect Asia, Europe, and Africa, the Indo-Pacific and Europe, the United States and these other countries. It will be unprecedented. They're the hegemon in the Middle East. They're a global power. All that oil, all that natural gas, all those data centers, all the capital that is flowing into those sovereign wealth funds, all the capital that is flown into those markets in Dubai, in Qatar, all these countries, these are facilities where money is pouring in. All the raw materials there. The aluminum, the copper, the fertilizer, the LNG, the oil, all that stuff. All under Israel's jurisdiction, all under their control. They become a global power. It's not insane to think that down the line in 25 years, you get an American government that is a complete suzerain to Jerusalem, where the American elites actually do answer to Israel completely, because if they don't, they'll be killed. If the Ayatollah isn't safe, is the American president? The Ayatollah is underground. In a country fortified by missiles, they have a nuclear hedge. Is our country safe? What if Israel runs ChatGPT and ChatGPT is integrated into the U.S. military? Because ChatGPT, its brains are in Israel. And who is going to be our AI czar? Alex Karp was just named. The guy's an Israel partisan. Alex Karp, head of Palantir, who flew over there with the whole board after October 7th to give them all the Palantir systems, all the Palantir operating system. He's going to be the AI czar. Sam Altman, another pro-Israel Jew, he is going to be running the U.S. military's AI because Anthropic wouldn't do it. Now ChatGPT is going to do it, and it's got its key stuff in Israel also. Everybody in Silicon Valley, for that matter, is tied to Israel. Sean McGuire at Sequoia, the largest venture capital firm in Silicon Valley, he's in bed with them also. So is Joe Lonsdale at the Founders Fund. He's an Israeli partisan. He's getting tefillin wrapped in fucking Israel. That's Peter Thiel's guy. Peter Thiel's Founders Fund is run by Lonsdale. Stanford Review, Peter Thiel founded. It was edited by Lonsdale. And Lonsdale's an Israel partisan, just like McGuire, just like Alex Karp, just like all these people that are running tech, which is increasingly in bed with defense. Tech is in bed with defense. Drones, AI, cyber systems, even the rocket ships. It's all in bed now with the U.S. military. And if Israel has infiltrated the tech companies through Unit 8200, which they did, then they've also infiltrated our military. And if they could pull off a daring operation like a bomb and a pager, very primitive, for Hezbollah in Beirut, what could they do here? What could they put in our software in the United States? Or the hardware? What could they do to an American? If they could touch the Ayatollah, can they touch the U.S. president? If they can touch the leader of Hezbollah, Hamas, can they touch a dissenting member of the U.S. elite? So that is actually the number one threat, that a fifth column in the United States will have a nuclear-armed regional hegemon backing them up in the Middle East as a base of operations. That's the bigger threat. So I want Iran to exist as a big counterweight to Israel. That is in our interest. Just like we want balance elsewhere, we're trying to balance India and China. We're trying to, in a way, maybe balance Europe and Russia. We want to balance Israel and Iran. We want to balance Israel and this Islamic alliance. Maybe that's a good idea. Get Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, and Iran as one big coalition, and maybe they hold Israel in check. So some people say, well, I don't care. I say I don't care if the mullahs die. Well, I fucking do. Because I want the mullahs on the front line. I don't want me to be on the front line. They're on the front line fighting our war, actually. Do you want to know why Israel isn't dropping bombs on you? It's not your turn yet. Okay, in the 70s, they were hunting down the Nazi remnant from the Nazi regime. They were in South America, Mossad, Israeli intelligence. They were tracking down all the Nazi collaborators to haul them to Israel for a trial. And now, then it was Egypt that stood in their way, and they destroyed Egypt. And it was Syria that stood in their way, and it was Iraq, and it was the Palestinians, and now it's Iran. And what happens when America stands in their way? Well, they'll do it to you too. I want Iran. I want Iran to fight them over there so we don't have to fight them over here. I want Iran to fight the Israelis over there so we don't have to fight their fifth column in the United States. I want Israel to be weaker.
Yeah. So they have to call back Laura Loomer.
Some people didn't really get that. They said, oh, he's rooting against America. America's controlled by Israel. I'm rooting for America. But right now, Iran is fighting for America more than America's fighting for America. America's fighting for Israel. Iran is fighting for Iran. But by fighting against Israel, Iran is indirectly fighting for us. Crazy. So I pray for the martyrs. I pray for the martyrs in Iran. I pray for their martyred Ayatollah. I pray for their martyred IRGC because they're fighting the war that we are not, that we will not. Who are we fighting this war for? They're not even hiding it. We're fighting it for Israel. I don't blame Iran. I don't blame them even a little bit. Not even a little bit. It's tragic what is happening. All loss of life is tragic. And obviously, I pray for the dead Americans that have been killed by this. But who is responsible for the dead Americans?
Not Iran.
It is the decision makers that betrayed us to a foreign nation and sent American citizens to fight and die to kill and be killed on behalf of a foreign nation. That's who bears the responsibility. Who bears the responsibility for American lives? The commander-in-chief of the armed forces that sends them into harm's way, and better only be doing it if it's in the interest of the United States of America.
Killing little
Who's
girls.
responsible for any American dying? Well, their representative, their sovereign, their head of state, their leader, whose job it is to protect the homeland, ensure domestic tranquility, protect against enemies, foreign and domestic. It's our president that needs to be looking out for us, not Iran, not Israel. Who launched a war that we knew we couldn't finish, that we knew would bear casualties, that has no tangible, conceivable benefit for Americans? It was President Trump on behalf of Israel. I don't blame Iran. I don't hold Iran responsible. Iran is not my enemy. I don't want to fight Iran. I don't want to die in Iran. You say Iran is our enemy. Why? They have a different religion? Why is Iran my enemy? Because they oppress their own people? I don't live in Iran. I'm not an Iranian. That's their problem. They're not my problem. They're not killing me. I have a greater risk of dying on the highway because an Indian has a CDL. I have a greater risk of dying because a black person's driving on the shoulder and cops can't chase him anymore. I'm at greater risk of dying on American public transit than I am because the Iranians went to war with me. We have real problems in this country, real problems that our leadership won't solve. Instead, they send our soldiers not to protect our border, not to protect Americans in our own cities, not to ensure peace on our public transit or public square, but to go and fight Israel's adversaries so they can have as much power and wealth as is literally possible and conceivable for them to have. So who's responsible? Who is the enemy? The enemy is within. The enemy is not, okay, we don't like the mullahs, so we're going to take, a little detour? That's the scenic route? Well, we'll just bomb them just on. Yeah, well, we happen to not like them. Fuck it, let's just kill them all. No, not my enemy. Iran is not the enemy. Muslims are not the enemy. The enemy is within. The enemy comes from within. And the enemy are the people that have hijacked our government and sending Americans to kill and be killed on behalf of their country. That's the enemy. That's the enemy that comes from within. It's the enemy that tells us we're a melting pot, diversity is our strength. It's the enemy that opened our borders to people that hate us and kill us. It's the people that oversaw the destruction of our cities, riots that forced the cops not to arrest criminals. That's the enemy. The enemy is within. That's who I'm worried about unseating. You want to talk about regime change in Iran? I want regime change in America. You want regime change in Iran? You want an uprising over there? I want an uprising over here. I want regime change here. Make Iran again? I want to make America great again. So I see some of these knuckle-dragging idiot conservatives falling for this. That Haim guy, what's that Christian guy's name? He's like some Christian nationalist. I saw him interview the Asian guy, one of the Asian guys. They all look the same to me, and they all sound the same. Nice guy, though. But I saw that. I think his name is Matt Haim, something like that. He goes on the show and he goes, I disagree with this take. You're sticking up for the mullahs? No, douchebag. I'm sticking up for America. And, if you didn't just make culture war slop, if you actually did your homework, maybe you'd know a thing or two about this. I've been doing this for 10 years, as I like to remind people every day. Look at the bigger picture. Does. The problem is not foreign aid. We give all this foreign aid money. That's not the problem. They say we're fighting an endless war. Not the problem. Israel's committing a genocide with our tax dollars. Not the problem. None of these things, not the foreign aid, not AIPAC, not the never-ending wars, not the genocide, not the Jewish media. None of these things are the problem. These are a means to an end. All of these things are the mode. These are a means to an end. These are means wielded by a Jewish fifth column inside of our country, powerful Jews, loyal to Israel, loyal to international Jewry, have hijacked our institutions, are directing American power at their enemies. Hezbollah, Hamas, Assad, the Houthis, Iran, the Shiite militias in Iraq, the IRGC, directed American power at their enemies to degrade them, to destroy them, to pave the way for an Israeli empire, which is meant to be the seat of a global Jewish empire. And the capital of international Jewry will migrate from New York to Jerusalem.
What a fucking joke.
And all our Jewish billionaires, all our Jewish leaders, under fire from anti-Semitism and seeing their promised land built up and enriched and powerful, they will move there. And Israel will grow in size, in territory, in population, in wealth, in prestige, in status. And they will go where they can be themselves. They will go where they can be Jewish. And they will have that country, that empire sprawling across the Middle East, controlling the choke points, controlling the infrastructure, the raw materials, the supply chains, the arbitrage between the continents at the center of the world island, the center of the heartland, which is the center of the world island. And they will also have their influence in our corridors of power as well. They will also have their influence through technology, through political connections. They'll also have their people, their viceroy, inside of our government. That's the biggest threat. That's the problem. You think Iran is the problem? You think Muslims are the problem? They're not the problem. They're an instrument, a tool. The real problem is the sophisticated, sinister adversary that is at the core, the nucleus.
They really
all of this other stuff orbits around it. This is at the center of it all. And that's what people are not ready for. That's what people might scoff at, go, a Jewish empire headquartered in Jerusalem? Yeah, well, you thought we wouldn't be at war with Iran right now, probably too, didn't you? You didn't think they would use October 7th as a rolling justification to overthrow Assad and invade Lebanon and get us to bomb the Houthis for a year and then ultimately get us into a ground war in Iran, which we're inevitably headed towards. You thought that too, didn't you? I'm sure they would have scoffed 50 years ago if you told them it would have went this far when Israel's trading land for peace and making a deal with the Egyptians. You probably would have scoffed back then if you were alive. So that is the big picture. That's what people are not maybe ready for, willing to grapple with. But that is the new century. When the Israelis said we're going to reset the regional order 50 years, that's what they meant. They meant everything is about to fundamentally change, and it is. And that is even what Netanyahu said today. In his speech, Netanyahu said, we will first become a regional power, and then that will make us a global power. That's obviously the goal by taking out Iran. He said, our Messiah won't come back next week, but he means he's coming back soon. And they're working toward that goal. That's why, as Tucker pointed out, they're wearing a Greater Israel patch on their arm. Because it is about expanding Israeli territory, pushing their enemies geographically further back, and that means pushing them out of the West Bank and Gaza, pushing them out of the Sinai, pushing them out of the territory south of the Litani, maybe pushing into Jordan. And then once they create that buffer zone and destroy all their enemies' militaries, then they can begin work on the temple, the seat of the lawless man. That's the goal. That's obvious, isn't it? People say, well, we're already at war with Iran. What do you like, the mullahs? Mullahs? You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. What is a mullah, you fucking stupid idiot? They say, well, as long as we're attacking the mullahs, what do you like, Islam? Islam. Give me a break. Islam. Who runs Hollywood? Who runs the media? Who runs banking? Who runs the government? Is it Muslims they're afraid to criticize? Then why, oh, why is Randy Fine in Congress? It's the Muslims everybody's afraid to criticize at the peril of their career, their livelihood, social standing. That's who we're afraid of? It's Muslims that will act like berserkers and lie about you and destroy your reputation or kill you if you go against them. It's them? Doesn't feel like it. Doesn't feel like it lately, actually. Muslims are just the instrument, and they will be brought here, and they will be radicalized, and they will be incited to attack us so that we will hate them, so that we will co-sign Israel's war, thinking there's a mutual benefit, and we will kill our empire to build Israel's. Our empire, and the MAGA movement is a tiny part of it, will be sacrificed on the altar. It will be burned up and destroyed in this attack so that we can build a foundation for a Jewish empire. And then when they are finished with us, they will wipe their hands clean and they will be done with us. And then we will be their slaves. That's the end game, obviously. We fought all these wars. We destroyed our peace dividend, our MAGA movement, our everything. It's all being burned up. We're the sacrificial lamb. We're the burnt offering. We are being destroyed so that they can create. And then when our country perishes, they will laugh. They will admonish us. They will say it is a curse from Hashem because we became anti-Semitic. We lost the Jews, so now we lost our secret sauce. That is what they will say. That is what they will say. When America crashes and burns, civil war, fire rains from the sky, whatever, they'll say, well, America became anti-Semitic. They abandoned Hashem. And that is why now they're being divinely punished. And it is just. They became Amalek, right? That's what they say. They say it all the time. What did Roseanne Barr say? She said, America will fall. That's literally what Roseanne Barr said. If America abandons the Jews, they will get what they deserve. America will fall. They fucking hate us. These people fucking hate us.
Like they're all that
they can't wait to see it. They're glad. They can't stand us. They tolerate us. You want to talk about tolerance? They tolerate us. They see us as stupid goyim, and they are just bearing and grinning. Grin and bear it as they gas up the goyim, no pun intended, telling them, hey, we're going to get mass deportations. Oh, we're going to support Trump. Good morning, we are going to win. Good morning, we are going to win. Good morning, we're going... You know, these fucking stupid idiots. They're grinning and bearing it, pretending to be friends with the goyim, waiting to kill us, lying in wait to rise and kill first. It's what it is. Now, what you do with this information, hey, whatever. Like, I would say don't give in to hatred. Okay? Don't give in to hatred. Don't be like them. But that's what it is. And you get this Protestant goofus, LARPer, costume wearer, puffing on his pipe. I saw this show. I don't know the guy. Maybe he's a nice guy. I don't know him. But he watches a clip and he goes, so Nick thinks Iran should win the war? Isn't that not patriotic? Patriotic. You don't know the first thing about it. You don't know the meaning of the word. Patriotic.
There for like a half
for this
second.
government,
I was like, whoa, am I fixing to
what's
get
patriotic
roasted,
about
bro?
this? How many dead Americans? How many paralyzed, permanently injured, maimed Americans from Iowa, from Florida, from Connecticut, from, you know, all these people that have now died and been injured in the conflict? Was it patriotic to send them to destroy our empire to build another? No, I don't think so. So yeah, I am rooting for Iran. You're right. You got me. Guilty as charged. I'm rooting for Iran because Iran is fighting them over there.
The right ones are
They're on the front lines. It's their turn. Are you ready?
Not just
and
a
ask
bunch
yourself,
of
are you ready?
Middle Easterners, the right
Iranian Revolutionary Guard. They're willing to die for what they believe in. They're willing to die for their religion in defiance against Israel.
Yeah, I have more respect for them than I do our politicians.
What would happen if Israel was bombing us like they're bombing Iran? Where would all of you be? Where the fuck would all of you be? You people that don't want to vote for a Democrat, you're going to get the vaccine because you don't want to lose your job. Where would you pussies be? Do you believe in anything? Huh? Honest to God, think about it. Think about it. They're not different than us. They're not different than us at all. They're human beings.
Absolutely.
Human beings slaughtered mercilessly, giving up their lives for their country, for their God, facing death bravely, filling the ranks, knowing they'll be struck down. Mojtaba Khamenei filling the seat of his father, knowing that he's almost certainly going to die, just like Hamas did, just like these other,
Who knows when we'll
the
reach
other
out
martyrs
and fuck with
did.
them.
These are warriors. These are warriors that actually believe in their religion. These are warriors that actually believe in their cause, facing certain death defiantly. What about you guys? What about the fight over here? If Israel's dropping missiles on everybody, would you face death defiantly, or would you go running for the hills? Would you not want to be pictured next to the anti-Semite? Would you not want to get fired from your job? You know, there's a lesson in all this. You know, maybe in some sense, history belongs to those who fight.
Yeah, those who stand up for what they fucking believe in.
The Jews care. When they fought for Israel, they had their fight. They were bold, daring, cruel, unscrupulous. You think about the things
they played to win.
You know, by way of deception, they were willing to fight. The Iranians are willing to fight and die. Are Americans, are we willing to do anything? Are we willing to do absolutely anything?
Yeah, more than sitting around.
The question everybody needs to ask. Are we going to make Instagram reels, reaction content? I don't know. The mullahs suck. Okay, buddy. But anyway, that's not a call for violence, by the way. I'm not saying to go. I don't actually think violence is called for in America, but you do need to rededicate yourself to the struggle. It's a very serious struggle against Jewish power. As Catholics, as Christ believers, okay, they're Muslims, we're Christians. As Americans, okay, you need to rededicate yourself to the struggle. And, you know, there's more than one way to give your life. Yeah, they give their lives in their way. We give our lives to the struggle day in, day out, trying to ascend the ladder, trying to wrest back control over the government. And it's important. I think the greatest peril is that we become too much like the enemy. That might be the greatest peril. That might actually accelerate our defeat. And by that, I mean, if we turn to hatred and violence, and even if let's say we appoint some brutal dictator and that guy goes to war with Israel, I don't know that that's going to work. Okay? We got to be innocent and cunning. We have to be both. And it's very difficult. In some ways, it's easier. In some like orgy of ecstatic martyrdom, you know, this big climax of battle or something. We have to give our entire lives to this, our whole mind, our whole soul, and for the right reasons, because it's right, because it's just. That's why we have to do it. We have to be absolutely dedicated. That's what it is. These are dark times. These are very dark times. Very dark, very ominous. And nobody feels good about it. So time to get a little bit serious. No, the mullahs are not the problem. If I hear you talking about Islam, you are a fucking goy, or you're a Jew. Or you're a Jew. Pretending to be goy. Okay, all right, but that's that. We're going to move on. We're going to take a look at our super chats. This is a long show. It's like a
late
2-hour
show,
monologue almost.
Peckerhead.
But look, we are at war. We are at war. This is like Star Wars. And it's you know, it's a bit convoluted. It's layered. There's the war, and then there's the war. There's a shadow war. There's a shadow war going on beneath the surface. It can't be seen. It is an unseen war. It's the secret war. It's a secret spiritual war. It is and I'm not joking, but I'm have a cheerful demeanor. It is a shadow conflict. And only until it is too late will the nature of it be revealed. And the reason I bring up Star Wars, because, you know, in Star Wars, it's like you have a battle between the Empire and the rebels. And ostensibly, people think it's all political, right? If you're in the Rebel Alliance, you're like, I don't like big government. You know, I don't like being oppressed by this empire ruled from Coruscant. And if you're a pro-empire guy, you're like, you know, these rebels are terrorists. Fuck them. I say crush them. Bring on the walkers. Bring on the AT-ATs. So everyone thinks it's political, but in reality, there's something religious happening. Who is the emperor of the empire? Well, it's not some political figure. It's like a demonic force. It is a demonic spiritual entity. And on the other side, who is fighting the battle for the rebels? It's the good guys in exile. It's another religious order. Not to get Reddit, okay? Not to gay it up and get Reddit, but I think about this all the time. It's exactly the same way. You think it's political. You think it's Republicans and Democrats. It's Americans in the third world or Americans in China. There's a political layer, but underneath the political is the spiritual. Hidden within, nested inside, is something intimate and spiritual and personal. And it's wizards, you know, it's a religious order, and it matters how we fight also. In the same way, we can't give in to the dark side, just like in we can't be led by hate. Sounding cornier, but it's also true. Because if the demonic is influencing the power of Israel, the demonic feeds on hatred, the demonic feeds on wickedness, hardening your heart against God. So you may think you're fighting for the cause. You may think the ends justify the means, but you're only playing a part in an incomprehensibly complex plan that ultimately serves the devil. So it doesn't just matter, you know, what we're fighting for, but it's also how we're fighting personally every day. So, you know, these people that, oh, well, the mullahs, well, they suck too. Well, I'm not a Democrat, you know, all this kind of stuff. Well, that's not serious. Well, you're not being mature. Well, I don't know what that means, okay? What does that mean? It means I'm not a wagey? Like, what does that mean? He's not mature. Tell him how to act. He doesn't know how to act. I'm not an actor. I'm a human. That's what I do. Someone needs to get this guy in line. He doesn't know how to act. You're right. I'm not an actor. Anyway. That's my favorite. You ever see that Kanye? He's on Jimmy Kimmel and he goes, you know, little kid thinks a coffee table. They say he doesn't know how to act. We're actors. So true. So true. The GOAT. Anyway, all right. Let's take a look at the super chats. This is real. This is real. This is why you watch the show. This is why you watch the show. This is what it's all about. All right. We are going to move on. It is true, though, okay? It is true. I've always felt it. I've always felt tapped in. You know, I don't think I just read the tea leaves. I think I am just like dialed in. Okay. I had a meeting with Candace and Charlie on the astral plane. It was me, Jeff, Charlie, Candace, and we all were hanging out on the astral plane discussing these events. No, but it's true. I've been dialed in from day one. I'm like Yoda. Remember when Yoda kind of knew? He always kind of knew. Because if you know the lore, it's like the dark side clouded the Jedi Council, so they didn't anticipate the resurgence of the Sith Order. But Yoda knew. Everybody else was too arrogant. Everybody else was too arrogant and stodgy, all the other Jedi, but Yoda was dialed in and he kind of knew. He sensed it. And that's like me. It's like I sense this. I sense a plot to destroy the Jedi. I sense the fall of the Republic. I feel it. I am dialed in like that. Anyway. Not to nerd out a little bit, but that's true. So it's pretty freaky. I hope I'm wrong. I would be very relieved if like Israel was destroyed tomorrow and it's like, oh, I guess we have nothing to worry about. I'd be like, thank God. Like, honestly, that's a huge relief. Like, now I feel a lot better. Can I just get a vanilla latte and a cinnamon pull apart, please? Like, that would make me feel a lot better. Because this is deeply disconcerting. The signs are not good. It's very ominous. I wish I was wrong. If Iran won and this was all overblown and like Israel just chilled out and they're like, you know what? Never mind. We're not going to kill everybody. And Jews were totally innocent. I would be like, oh, you almost scared me. I'd be like, oh my God, you really had me going.
I thought fire was about to fall from the sky and neither the innocent or the guilty would be spared. You really had me going there. I was freaking out. But I'm getting to be, Chicken Little. Sometimes Chicken Little knows what he's talking about. Not good. I wish I was wrong. But I fear that I'm right. And if I'm right, then we're all dead. But you know what makes you feel better? You start to think like the end of the world is upon us. The tribulation is imminent. We're all going to die. But then you remember, like, well, we're going to die anyway. Like we're all going to die anyway. It's kind of the whole program. So I don't know if that's a big source of relief, but it's definitely like, well, it's like kind of one option here. You get what you get, right? You just got to live your life and be guided by conscience. That's all you can do. It's already over, Jesus saved the day. It's already over. We already won, okay? So just keep that in mind. They are an instrument. We are an instrument of God. We have to be an instrument of God. If death arrives, well, it comes for everybody. Eternal life is only guaranteed through Jesus. So that's how you have to think about it. Don't get too hung up on nationalism, race, anything, ideology, anything. I know that is not going to be popular, but it's just true. Because if you get too hung up, all these things will pass eventually.
Brian sent $20. Do we vote Democrat across the board or just for House and Senate?
Just for House and Senate. Just for the House, actually. You can vote Republican for the Senate, just for the House.
Duba sent $20. Just watch the Nuremberg movie. Do you think they'll ever do a movie about the Kessner affair? Maybe an HBO miniseries?
Yeah,
I could be your grandma,
maybe.
sent $25. Hello again, mister. You could be my grandson. I knew I wasn't MAGA when J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, Mark Levin, and Ben Shapiro decided they
so
were.
True.
I am very concerned that this Iran war has ruined the U.S.
So it has. You're absolutely right. And I feel the same way. And I don't know how everybody else didn't feel the same way too. How are you an OG MAGA and you see Shapiro, Levin, Lindsey Graham, Shapiro, Vance, all these people, I think I said Shapiro twice, all these people join in, you're still on board? Clearly something went wrong.
Cheesy Sack sent $20. Did you hear that the COVID vaccine might have Epstein's DNA in it? If actually true, everything would start to make sense.
Do you really believe that? Honestly. I know you're saying that. Do you actually believe that? Because if you really believe that, then I don't know, man. I got a war in the Middle East.
97 Irish stock sent $50. Yeah, but voting Democrat is just too much. Too much? Bro, they are holding a hot pair of scissors that are nuts and I'm starting to get a little nervous, so I need you to pay attention.
Who's doing that? The Democrats?
America First, bro. I pay sent $25. Venezuela, then Iran. Regime change in Russia sounds pretty good. All jokes aside, where would you want the next IPAC to be?
The next APAC? What is it?
Dr. Curious sent $20. Plaza destroy a MAGA boomer in a debate so we can send it to our father-in-laws. Do I just need to take the boomer black pill?
Maybe I will. Well, let me debate Steven Crowder. I want to debate somebody. I need to debate somebody about this. Someone that's more pro-Trump than me. But I think Steven Crowder feels similarly. He's obviously more in favor, more tolerant of this administration. But he's been okay, actually. I don't know who I would debate.
We've been okay.
Give me somebody big.
America only sent...
Pause.
America only sent $25. How will the GOP know we voted down due to them not being far enough right, as opposed to them thinking we want more moderate?
It doesn't matter. It's about the effect, dumbass. It's not about, we don't need them to know it. It's about them getting punished either way.
Chicken 10 Diego I percent $50.
Stupid ass. It's like I say it every night on the show, and I repeat myself deliberately because you people are dumb. I say the same shit over and over and over every night, and you still are like, wait, how are they going to know we did it for this reason? The point is that they will be hurt by it. It doesn't matter if they know or
Chicken
not.
10 Diego I percent $50. Where I live, whites are only about 30% of the population. It's depressing. Assimilation is a myth.
Yeah, that's true.
Terry A. Davis sent $50. John Kiriakou only blew up once he got lean.
Is that true? I don't know his, I don't know the lore.
Ushav Vance is objectively ugly. Groy percent $20. You have to be severely demented as a white dude to fall in love with and breed with an Indian. JD willingly has sex with that thing. Rape Faith Maryland get HPV.
Hey, come on now.
John Groy
Stop.
percent $20. Hello fellow Grow Wipers, let's get organized and let's get violent.
No,
Lana Del Rey Grower
let's
percent
not.
$20. I promised myself that I would never vote for a Democrat, but you made a great case. Me and all my niggas voting Democrat in 2026. Anyone who doesn't is a pussy who isn't willing to do whatever it takes to win. Also
That's
a huge sign of
true.
disloyalty. Is Faith Merrill Arab or Indian?
That's so true. If you don't vote Democrat, you are disloyal and a pussy. You are a disloyal pussy. I have seen what people do that will not vote Democrat, and it disgusts me. And it disgusts me. People don't vote Democrat. They do somersaults on Israel's dick. Vote Democrat or else fuck you. I'm voting Democrat in the House. If you don't do it, it is personally disloyal to the leader, which is me, and I no longer respect you. Vote Democrat. You have to do it. There are no excuses. I'm withholding my vote. No, we're voting to punish them. We are voting to punish them. A vote for a Democrat is a vote to punish the GOP. I'm voting to drop a hammer on them.
Zonata sent $20. How are these sturds getting more than 125 characters for super chats?
Because they pay for the
Yang
check
shit no
mark.
lame shit.
Also, it's $240.
Yang shit no lame shit
I'm
sent
pretty
$20.
sure.
Is Nate Fisher a grower and / or a trustworthy investor with his new founding fund?
I don't know him. I've never talked to him, but some of his content's okay. If he's a groiper, I have no idea.
Grace Ashcroft x Nick Fuentes sent $20. Can you play Re9 in your own time and tell us how much you love sweet Miss Ashcroft? She's a klutz. She's 100% your type.
Okay, that's gotta be
Boy
babe.
full of soy sent $20. Tried eating McDonald's tonight. All cable channels covering the car attack. PBS had Christians under attack in Lebanon. Based?
Oh, I see. Yeah. that
Northern
is
Grower
based.
percent $50. Hey Nick, huge fan of the show. Rudyard Lynch crashed out hard on you in his latest video. Timestamp 3705.
Who cares? Well, he was what? Well, Odin was watching him jack off. Bro acts like he didn't crash out last year saying that like he has sex with his mom or some crazy shit like that. Like, give me a break. Who would ever take that guy
Base
seriously?
Treadlar percent $20. Did you see Father Chad Ripperger on Sean Ryan? Interesting seeing a Catholic exorcist on such a mainstream platform.
I didn't watch it.
GOP Fallout
He's
26 cent
super
$26.
trad.
First time super chat. Also first time voting Dem ever. Want question the GOAT. GOP has to go. Let's take the power back 28.
Let's go. I'm doing
But
it.
Aristotle sent $50.
I'm doing it.
July 4th, 1976 Jonathan Netanyahu was killed. Look up the Jonathan Institute. His little brother composed the War on Terror in mourning. And 50 years later it's worked flawlessly. First super chat.
Yeah.
Bean Supreme 44 cent $20.
thanks.
Ted Cruz calling you a traitor to the U.S. is comical. This is the same retard who said his #1 goal as senator is to be the #1 defender of a foreign nation state.
That's hypocritical.
Absent-
Wait a second. That's hypocritical.
Pap sent
That's
$25.
such a good
Ever
point.
seen a woman smoking with her prolapsed hand?
Okay, great.
Emerald sent $30. I think the admin is covering up the real number of U.S. military casualties. It's sinister. Pray the rosary for our troops.
That's definitely
Interior
true.
Union Grower percent $50. Boogaloo in Burlington, Vermont because ICE deployed to nab one guy with a DUI and it activated hundreds of frothing psycholibs. Mass deportations might be over but they still think it's crystal knocked.
Okay, I'm not no boogaloo
PP Grower
actually.
percent
I'm
$20.
against that.
Okay, let's make a deal. After we win, then can we rape Sneeko? Mac the Grower percent $41. Happy birthday Haley. Birthday cake emoji. Balloon emoji. You're based AF. A certified red pillar at all around bad bitch. True original. 1 of 1.
Okay, what is that?
Lil Nigga in a big world
What
sent
even is
$50.
that?
A loaf of bread, a container of milk, and a stick of butter. A loaf of milk, a container of bread, and an AF hat. An AF hat. Candace Owens, and a total Aryan victory. Welding Grower percent $30. Trump remarks in KY last night. Cheeto ass nigga really brought Jake Paul on stage to talk. Love the show. God bless.
Okay, good to know.
Addict sent $50.
Yeah, I saw
Recall
that.
Lance Swirl? Just fled to Russia because of Jews. Leans to based. W/a French flair. Rugged activist. Perhaps connect on AF Foundation. His, ER, publishes books, propaganda, etc. He watches you.
I don't know him. I don't know him. Is he if he fled to Russia, that's a little sus.
Greg Hummins sent $20. Blue Wave coming in 26th, then Galactic Emperor Nick in 28.
No. But maybe another. Maybe another.
Coincidental sent $25.
will rise.
Tried going to Fuentes.store while on public Wi-Fi. Server not found message. Switch to data and it pops up no problem lol.
That's crazy.
Ken Dassadick Tucker Suim sent $20. Learning a new language this year and getting lean listening to the show for summer Goyima sent.
Good, yes. Yeah, I got lean. I'm looking good. I'm not even going to lie. All I did, you want to know? All I did, I stopped eating and I just broke out the pull-up bar. That's it. Because anything else is too much for me. Okay? It has to be simple. Otherwise, I can't do it. I can do a rule. I can't do, here's your workout plan. I broke out the pull-up bar. I started cranking out pull-ups every day. I stopped eating. And I'm looking good. I'm much lower body fat than I used to be. Getting a little bit of muscle. Nothing crazy. Okay, nothing crazy. I'm not a bodybuilder or anything. Stop. Seriously. It's nothing.
No, but a little bit of muscle. So yeah, it's very doable. I always thought it would be harder than it is, but it's that when I was younger, I thought, oh my gosh, I'm going to grow old and get fat. I'm going to be gross. It's the easiest thing in the world. Don't eat. So easy. People just have no self-control. Just don't eat. I barely eat anything. You know, today I had a cup of coffee, a little bit of oatmeal, and a cheeseburger, no fries. That's it. Easy. It's easy. It is easy. But I don't know. Most people, I guess, have no impulse control. I don't know what that is. I used to think that's going to be so hard. Like you just eat anything and balloon up. We got to be so particular. It's simple. It's simple. That's why you really don't hate fat people enough. Fat people, you really don't hate them enough because it's like, what are we doing? What are we doing? How did you let it get that far? I got a little chubby and I said, like, hold the phone. This is a crisis. I started getting a little fat in my neck, little fat in my belly, and I was like, okay, this is bad. Change course, easiest thing ever. So, anyway. Fuck fat
Pro
people.
Fitness sent $67. Hey Nick, thanks for inspiring me to human capital max. Here's your cut. Also, how do I explain all this Jewish stuff to my parents who were born in the 60s? Any books or studies I can point them to?
Okay.
Lyric Terror sent $20.
Still every night. Every
Lyric
night
Terror
it's
sent
the same
$20.
thing.
Did you see there's a new?
How do I red pill my parents? Dude, you can't.
Lyric Terror sent $20.
They're 100 years old. They're 100 years old. They can't remember where their phone is. You just had it in your hand. Everywhere they go. Wait, I can't find my phone. That's like I love my mom, but that's her move. I think I left my phone in the restaurant. Oh, there it is. Okay. Literally, and I love my parents to pieces. Every time I go out with my mom, I think I left my phone in the restaurant. Oh, there it is. It's like they don't even know where their fucking glasses are. They can't find their phone. They can't find their glasses. You're lucky they can find their way home from work.
The bathroom again.
And you're going to red pill them on the Jews? Are there any studies I could recommend? Studies.
Like a fucking camel or something. Studies?
Dude, they're watching reruns of All in the Family, you know? My mom, her favorite is Judge Judy. They're watching Judge Judy. You're going to give them studies on the Jews? Boomers are reading inspirational quotes on Instagram. They can't parse the difference between AI and reality. They're all on Instagram Reels or YouTube Shorts. They're as bad as the toddlers. Yeah, let's give them an academic study on Jewish power, for sure.
Venom11 sent $20. I got your back, Nick. I will be voting blue when midterms come around. Make America goyim again.
I don't know that we want to embrace that.
Yoli Yolo once sent $25. Would you consider it gay to wear a shirt with no pants like Winnie the Pooh? Shia LaBeouf is cool. Shout out to Shia LaBeouf.
A shirt with no pants? I don't like that look. I think that's like a girl look. You know when a girl wears like an oversized shirt? To me, it looks very feminine. So on a guy, I don't think so. For a guy, it's pants with no shirt. But I don't do that. I don't know how people do that. Some guys walk around pants, no shirt. Maybe it's because I have a terrible physique. Maybe that's why. But I guess if I had a great physique, maybe I'd want to show it off all the time. But I want to have clothes on, you know? Anyway, I know that's not a real question, but whatever. Shia LaBeouf, he's mad at me. Shia LaBeouf, he's a little pressed. I said that he's performative, and he goes, some motherfucker called me performative on the internet the other day. I didn't know. I'm sorry. I didn't know you would hear that. I didn't know it would get back to you. I didn't know you were going to. But look, I mean, it's a little performative, okay? I don't hate your guts. Like, I like him. I like him enough. Look, dude, I don't hate you. I don't want to be your enemy, but yeah, it's a little, look, bro, you're a little performative, okay? Did you see that? He's getting interviewed and he goes, some motherfucker called me performative on the internet. That was me. I called you performative. But look, but Shia, I don't hate you. Come back. I like you. I like Shia.
White sent $100. Your story will be one among many of great Americans. One of perseverance, courage, faith, and Dora.
It's just another Bronx Tale, man. It's just another story of anybody else. But I appreciate the big super chat. Thank you.
Sent $20. Trump retreats from Minneapolis. Trump kicks hornet's nest in Iran. Muslims respond with terrorism in the U.S. Public starts begging Trump to resume deportations. Potential unintended benefit? Iran first.
That can't be. Yeah, you can't be serious. Can't be serious. Actually, this is how we get. Yeah, no, kill yourself.
Wisdom is alien sent $21. An ISIS attack on USA now during the Iran war would be weird timing. ISIS
Immediately.
Apostates and Iran as an enemy.
Yeah, that wouldn't make sense. It'll be an Iranian thing.
Word Groy percent $20. Russian oil license for 30 days. This whole thing is such a clusterfuck.
That's hilarious. Love
Shekel
it.
agent Phil Levante sent $20. Counter-revolutionaries
veins.
in USA by definition defend the Zog. Whether open or subversive, all defend the war. Many deny Christ.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
Random viewer sent $20. Happy Friday.
Thanks. Yeah, TGIF, man. Thank God.
Kate Hikes 109 sent $20.
Working for the weekend.
Sip 5 greater than Sip 6.
Hot take.
Sees America first sent $150.
Agrees.
Hey Nick, love you and great show tonight as always. Is there somewhere you allow us to reach out for business inquiries? I'm in the printing business and we can get some fire AF tapestries going. And we can even do stages, banners and backdrops for events too. Enjoy the rest of your night, King. Saluting face emoji, frog emoji.
Yeah, I posted the intern form on my Telegram. If you fill that out, we'll get back to you. But I appreciate the big super chat. Yeah, shoot us a message on. Go to Telegram, t.me/Nick J. Fuentes. Scroll up and send me a message
Hambino
there.
sent $50. Professor Jen continued his generational run on Piers Morgan today, saying America's economic collapse means young men won't be able to afford OnlyFans anymore, which could lead to revolution in the streets.
Well, OnlyFans will always be affordable, I think, right?
No.
I don't agree with that. And there's porn is free, is it not? I mean, not that I know anything about it.
Not
But
OF.
like, isn't porn free? That doesn't even make any sense. What are you talking about? Well, since when? That's just insane. I mean, you could argue that like if people got hungry, there might be a revolution, but I don't know. I feel like that's maybe the most affordable thing.
Dark X Wolf 17 sent $20. My dad might be cooked. Bro was tweaking when I was playing you in the car talking about how the US bombing Iran because of China and that Iraq actually did have WMDs back in 03. Actual Nia Slop. Crying face emoji.
No one cares about your dad. No one cares that your boomer parents are blue-pilled. All boomers are blue-pilled. Why is it like every night, my dad supports the war? Yeah, obviously, because you're like, what? Yeah, okay, we got that. No one cares. Every night, there's like 10 super chats. How do I red pill my dad? My dad's cooked. My mom's blue-pilled. No shit, dude. They were born in the 70s, probably. Like, yeah, they have been bombarded with propaganda since they were in the womb. Okay, obviously. Obviously, they're fucked.
Bimmers Sayef sent $20. Hope they don't drop charges on Sneakos rapists like they did them boys in Israel today.
Okay.
Yahoo Ubelson Rumpsjaw sent $20. I'm not dead. My balls are still in Agent Orange's jaw, guys. Skull emoji.
Okay.
Atney's 99 sent $20. You're late.
I know.
Southern Star 5 sent $200. 50 years old stay-at-home mom here. Not your typical demographic, but I love your show. We'll be voting blue for the first time ever this November. GOP must be completely dismantled.
Yes!
Keep up the great work.
Thank you for the big super chat. Another one. Can I count on you? Do it. Just do it. See how it feels. Try it. Come on in. The water's fine. I'm voting Democrat and I couldn't be happier. I feel good about it. For the first time, I feel good about voting for the lesser of two evils. I feel good about my vote. I feel like I'm making a difference. Come on in. The water's fine. Just try it. Just say it out loud. Just see how it feels. It's not going to hurt. It's not going to hurt. I promise. Just try it. No, another one. Another Democrat voter. The GOP will be destroyed. God willing. God willing, the GOP will be utterly destroyed. It will not recover. All the president's men will not be able to put it back together. So, hey, I appreciate the big super chat. You know, we love the moms, not the typical demographic. Come on now.
Anti-Semitic at sent $20.
We love moms.
Seems that Jimmy didn't do his research yet because apart from them saying they want to grill you on already debunked stuff and saying you voted for Kamala as a correction, most telling was when he said he doesn't do his research before interviewing someone. Maybe because he doesn't interview people? Incompetent old fart.
Oh, I love that. I love that. Yeah, he needed to do the research. He doesn't do research. Love
Aaron
it.
sent $25. Wish you the best. What are you currently reading?
None of your business.
Gumble sent $20. If the left wins, they start an AI control grid like China. There will be no chance to fight back politically or otherwise. We will be lost like the UK crushed the GOP in 26 and rebuild in 28 with Jubio.
Jubio.
If the left, shut the fuck
Boothball
up.
sent $20. Love the show. Also, W's in the chat for Groy for moms.
We want a fascist to win in 28. I want Democrats to have oversight. That's it. Okay, stupid. You don't really even seem to get what we're doing. I'm not reading any more of your super chats because you are an idiot.
Good.
If the left wins, then they create a social credit AI grid. Hey, slow your roll, dumbass. I'm saying give them the house. Dummy. So that's just
Dark X Wolf 17 sent $50. Berlin Hollyhand is right, Nick. You can't let the left win. Just trust the plan. First time rage baiting PLS React. Bobby sent $69. Just finished your 10-part series with Joel Webben. That was definitely one of my favorite interviews you've done thus far, that I've seen anyways. Great job and God bless.
Thanks a lot. I'm glad you liked it. It was a lot of work. He put me to work. We did 10 interviews in 2 days. 10 hours of content in 2 days. It was brutal.
That is a lot.
Because I'm lazy. I'm honest. I hate working. I'm a Leo. I'm such a Leo. I hate
Such a Leo.
working. And I'm very ADHD.
Funny.
Now, I can buckle in if I need to, but I don't like to. I don't like it. And I can't do it. 2 days is about as long as I was going to be able to, because that's so not my style. You know, that's not me. It isn't me.
Roy Pet 4 God sent $50. The waterline test you referenced 2 weeks ago is a spatial skill set. Women are notoriously bad at spatial skills. I don't understand why. Love you, Nick.
Because their brains are smaller. And they're dumber. Obviously, that's why. But thank
Randy's
you. I
Newman sent
appreciate
$20.
it.
The largest buyer of tariff rebate claims. Cantor Fitzgerald, the firm formerly run by Howard Lutnick and now led by his 2 sons. Golden Age.
Golden Age.
Beaver Talisman sent $25. Renames DoD to Dow. Proceeds to deny engaging in war. How does another rebrand to Department of Excursion sound?
Okay.
This dog hunts 988 sent $50. Hey Nick, I send in super chats talking random horseshit. Meaningless. But really, I appreciate the assessments. You're the only one I contribute to. Just Pandu's bud. You are shooting at STR8.
Thanks, bud. Thanks, bud. Thanks, little guy. Thanks, little man. Wow. I almost didn't see you. You're so small. Thanks, little buddy. I'm teasing you. Don't say bud. Very patronizing. Very patronizing. Bud. What is that? I'm your leader. Bud. I'm not Bud. I'm kidding a little bit, but I unironically hate it when people call me Bud. I have this one friend that does it all the time. I don't know if he still watches my show, so I hope this doesn't get back to me, or him, I guess. But I have one friend that always calls me Bud, and it makes me want to light myself on fire. Like, it makes me want to spontaneously combust. It's just like the most patronizing thing. I'm like, I'm not Bud, okay? I'm not Bud, all right? So yeah, love that. Love that. I'm kidding a little bit with you, but yes, I do have a friend. He's like, how's it going, Bud? He means well. He means it in a friendly way, but it's like, what is that? Why call me that? Why call
Mark
me
Slack
that?
sent $20. You are right on immigration. It will become like anti-abortion. Advocated to the Supreme Court after 60 years only once the situation becomes dire and ultimately delegated to states that want ICE.
I wouldn't go that far.
JPAC 44 sent $20. You are the worst person to advertise paying for the $100 month club. You make it sound like a bunch of pick-me's.
Well, who do you think is going to pay $100 a month to like talk to a nigga?
Pick me.
Talk to a nigga. Talk to a nigga. Yeah. Well, look, there's a lot of great people too. You're there for me. Let's just cut the crap. You're there for me.
Okay, grow I sent $20. Dear Lord, please protect us from the goyim. In your name we pray. Amen and to women.
Okay.
No, you moron sent $20. Greetings and salutations.
Yeah.
Growl sent $20. Your Hollyhead impersonation is too good.
I just try to imitate an idiot.
QB Grow I sent $50. Can you wish our boy WB a happy birthday? He's a Catholic wank. He joined the army to die for Israel, but he outdrinks Hegseth. Should he get out of his contract or stay in as an undercover groiper?
Probably should leave if he doesn't want to die. I don't like the whole birthday. This isn't Cameo, okay? This is not Cameo. Hey, could we do a birthday message for my friend? Well, hey, I'll do it because he's a troop. He's one of the troops. So I would be some kind of asshole if I didn't, probably, right? I'd be some kind of craven asshole if I refused your request. So, hey, well, just this once. Happy birthday to those about to die for Israel. No, I'm kidding. Little gallows humor. Happy birthday, buddy.
Dude, enough of the
hey, we're rooting for you. Stay alive out there. Well, I'm actually rooting for Iran, but I hope you don't die. So good luck out there. Be lethal, okay? Kill them all. Go out there and kill them all, okay? Knock them out. Knock them dead, pal. But if you can, try to leave. Try to get out of there. You don't need to die for Israel. But I do appreciate it. W's in the
Kyle
chat.
737 sent $20. And Fuentes is voting Newsom 2028. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
No,
Joe in
I'm
West by Don,
not.
Virginia sent $50. You said recently that big woman is just as big an op as CO shills. So to protest the GOP, why not just opt out? Instead of voting for Dems that are usually pro-abortion feminists. Respectfully.
Wow. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. That's the stupidest super chat I think I've ever read in my whole life. And you should feel bad for sending it. Because you're an idiot. Well, if women are a problem, then why are we going to vote out the pro-abortion Democrat? Abortion isn't the problem. Women are the problem. Women are. Abortion is not. Who gives a shit about abortion? No offense. Obviously, it's heinous. Obviously, abortion is one of the most wicked things a person can do. It's so evil, and it should be eradicated from our society. It's a heinous and wicked, evil crime. With that being said, it is a symptom of a disease called feminism. It is a symptom of a society without marriage, and it is a society that has no marriage because of feminism, because women have rights and independence and liberation and agency. So that has nothing to do with anything, you stupid dumbass. Republicans are feminists too. They're all feminists. That's why it's a problem. Everybody's a feminist. So that means nothing to me. And you're stupid for thinking
Colin
that.
Fergal sent $50. RIP Lieutenant Colonel Shaw. 1,200 hours of flying for the army to be murdered by a naturalized U.S. citizen from Sierra Leone. On U.S. soil. God bless him.
Yeah, R.I.P.
Erroneous Rex sent $50. Trump thinks his bluff is a Trump. Sad old man. Micah sent $20.
Okay.
Beware, sir. The odds of March approach. Great show as always.
Julius Caesar.
Oh, no, you're right. It is the Ides of March.
It's wild.
That's freaky. Yeah, on the 15th.
That's fucking crazy, bro.
That's a little freaky. Okay.
Wow.
Spooky.
Francesco sent $100.
Beware the Ides of
Thank
March,
you for the big
man.
super chat. I appreciate
Jason
it.
Russell sent $20.
Francesco,
Hey.
just the money. No, very good.
Jason Russell sent $20.
That's
Please
crazy.
ask viewers to report a video an Israeli Gal Gadot impersonator made. Unknowingly, she recorded me
cool,
then posted it on Instagram differently. When asked, please take it down, she threatened.
Are you kidding me? Are you being so for real?
Rich White HS Bro Chad Bronco sent
That's
$20.
crazy.
Since the Mexicans did their C-Sate way they walkout bullshit a couple weeks ago, we now have Jews in our small, very white village saying that we should all be focused on Muslims, not Hispanics. We do not even have one Muslim in our village, but we are supposed to be united against Iran. Because that's the real enemy. Low WTF.
Well, my rich white high school friend, so fucking based. Well, if you're rich and you're in the area, then you're probably in the North Shore with all the Jews. I'm guessing you're probably up in what, Highland Park or Lake Forest or Winnetka or something. Probably not Skokie, but
Skokie,
that's
Illinois.
all Jewish. Yeah, isn't that so typical? And don't you see it now live and up close and in person? Stay strong, Rich White High School Chad. Dude, that's so awesome. That is such a relief. When I see all these young white guys at James Fishback rallies and they recognize me on the streets, it's like, dude, my niggas got me. White ass niggas are running fucking wild everywhere. That's what is required. Brylan Hollyhand is a bitch. He is a pussy. We need Fishback clones. We need Fuentes clones. We need based, red-pilled, white-ass niggas going crazy. We needed to become who you are. We needed to become like a white jihadist practically. Not like terrorism, but I mean, you know, like a religious zealot and like a racial warrior, but in a white way, like a legionary, like a Roman legion, not like, not like a suicide 85 IQ bomber, but like, like a superhero. So love it.
Jamal Chang sent $20.
W.
Why is it so impossible to get GOP talking heads to snap out of their spell and stop giga-cucking for Israel? It seems their impotence on every other issue, immigration, etc., is downstream from this.
Because they're in on it.
Harrison
Yeah, I was
Bergeron
just
sent
gonna
$20.
say, dude,
I
what
can see
makes
the
you
Fox
think
News
they're
headline
being
now.
cut?
Sleepy Joe's arms support to Ukraine is to blame for Trump's failure in Iran.
Or that they're not willfully being.
Guy Burdad sent $50. Sup white
Okay.
nigga 32 married with 3 sons and a girl on the way we support you stand with the AF movement cradle Catholic returning to the faith and OCA classes now God bless you and stay safe brother.
Love it. God bless. Wow. 4 kids at 32.
Rich White HS Bro Chad Bronco sent $20. Lots of young guys listen to you around here. None of us listen to Joe Rogan or Theo Von. That is Gen X and millennial trash.
Let's go.
Plus, Joe Rogan is a little cuckold. He has a half-black daughter. Wife was with a black rapper. A teacher brought you up the other day because of Chicago article and everyone knew who you were.
Joe
No
Rogan's
way!
got a
That's
fucking half-breed
awesome,
for a
dude.
daughter. Ew.
This is white pilling as fuck.
What an
This
ew,
is
bro.
because, you know,
He dates some
I do
nig
the
lover.
show, and
Ew.
sometimes I'm like,
He's married.
I'm just
Ew.
a chud. Like, I'm just a chud doing this
gross.
dumbass show for political
Fucking mud
nerds.
shark.
And who even cares? But then I see young white people love the
That
show,
gr-
and
that
I'm like,
grosses me out.
okay, like, that gives me hope. That gives me a lot of hope. That fills me with determination. All of a sudden, I'm filled with determination. So, thank you. Thank you. Love to hear it. We love the homies. I love high schoolers. I love high schoolers. I'm here to meet a high schooler.
I like that they're base.
Pause.
They're
No,
not
I'm
a bunch
kidding.
of pussies.
He's here to meet a 15-year-old. No, I'm kidding. But hey, W's in the chat. Big shout out. But hey, hide your power level. Be careful. Hide your power level. Don't tell your teachers. Don't tell your tutors that you're a fucking groiper.
Bro, you
Don't
shouldn't
tell them
have
that
to
you're a
say
white
that,
ass
Nick.
nigga.
They can
Keep
say
that shit on the DL, okay? Word to the wise. You don't want them to clock you. You don't want them to clock it. Don't let them clock it, okay? But that's awesome. That's a white pill.
Jim
W.
Deep Silveroy percent $20. Thoughts on the Tom Cardin voting to defund the Derry, New Hampshire fire DPT? I am a huge fan and could use some help in my town.
I don't know anything about
Rape Shadows
that.
Kesselbaum
Okay.
sent $20. Iranians are every bit justified to crippling Western culture, to the extent that means destroying the economy and fuel.
I don't know if I go that
Cheryl
far.
Wright Zero Vegas Fine sent $20. Genuinely high quality analysis. Thank you.
What do you mean genuine? What is that supposed to mean? Like it's
That's
no, really,
surprising.
it's really good. Oh, thanks, I guess. Like, yeah, I know.
AF26 sent $20.
It is,
Trump pissing off
thanks.
Iran regime the way he pissed off the left in Minneapolis.
Thank you for the
Half-ass effort that adds fuel
reactions.
to the fire.
Yeah.
Huckleberry 999 sent $20. You're the GOAT. I'm curious if you have an idea of what the bigger picture may be in regards to what may be for America's future, mostly when it comes to controlling the people in the next 10 years.
That's crazy. What's gonna happen in like the future? I just have one question. Like, what's gonna happen like in the future? Hey, man, listen. I know it's gonna be hard to hear, but like, just try to live a simple life, my friend. You should just stick to Netflix and chill. Find a girl, settle down, take her on a date. You know, get a sitter.
Yeah, fuck that.
Just go
I'm
out
good.
on the town, you know, and just try to say your prayers and be a good little goy, okay? Because politics clearly is not for you. I'm just curious, like, what's like the bigger picture in like the future? Okay.
At Nedge Neeb sent $20. Did you see Amy Dangerfield's Groy per wedding? Politicizing your wedding day seems so performative and cringe IMO.
I saw it. Hey, she's a fan of the show. I like Amy. I don't know her husband, but he's a groiper, so that's based. Look, this is a movement. This is a community. This is part of people's lives. They believe in it. And if that's what they want to do, I would never impose. I would never insist that you make it a groiper wedding. But look, they're both in politics. They're fanatical about it. I say, why not? Better than a lightsaber wedding. You ever see those when they like
No.
morbidly obese bride and groom have like a
some
lightsaber battle
fucking
instead
whack
of their first dance? Better than I've seen some pretty fucked up weddings.
Bro,
So
what?
you know, that's the least worst thing I've ever seen. Not that it's bad, but like there's some rough ones out
Fat
there.
Graves sent $20. If we choose between the lesser of two evils, the evil will never leave. Also, anyone who votes Republican is gay. Love your show. God bless.
Thanks.
Huckleberry 999 sent $20. Netanyahu had 6 fingers in that video. 100% AI. I could be your
Really?
grandma sent $25. Have you seen the Ohio projections? Your favorite Indian is not looking so good. Neither is the Republican candidate for governor. Let's go Dems.
Not looking so hot. Yeah, I hope they win, man.
Skyward Sally
Ohio,
sent
vote
$50.
Democrat. Thank you.
Robert Maxwell's textbook sent $25. All these new gen people gotta stop hating on Sneeko. He's been supportive of Nick for years before it was popular.
So true. But, you know, look, he's brown clowning on white people. So, I look, the groipers, they're going to have something to say about it. Okay? The groipers will have something to say until the brown clowning stops. He goes to Myron and he's like, hey, why don't you attack white people more? You never attack white people. It's like he clearly has this like Uncle Tom aversion thing. Like he desperately doesn't want to be perceived as an Uncle Tom. And so that's why he's always got to diss white people a little bit. Like he can't be too whatever because he doesn't want to be seen as like a boy. Your boy. You know what I mean? Myron doesn't care. Myron is like, hey, I just go with the truth. Well, you know, niggers are, I go, it's like, just say it. I was going to say niggas. Niggas are acting like niggas. I always just slips right out. Whoops. You know, Myron will say, look, niggas are acting like niggas. And, you know, and he'll say stuff about white people too.
Niggas
but
will be niggas.
For him, it's like, no, we got to talk shit on white people. White people hate us and white people are goofy too. And it's like, why? Why all this hate? Why all the animosity? Live chat loves that. It always just slips right out. Sometimes I mean to, sometimes I don't. It's just one of my
America
favorite
first
words.
1776 sent $20.
That's all.
The Iran model of warfare is a good strategy for most countries. Russia utilized this tactic in Ukraine too. More countries will follow it too. Iran war will continue and Russia's next move is in Odessa.
Okay.
AF Citizen sent $25. Combat veterans for NJF.
Let's go.
Dojo
Based.
Hambino sent $20. Brilliant Hollyhand is the unseasoned boiled chicken breast of political commentary.
Dude, he's just like he's like a Pop-Tart, you know? He's like a human Pop-Tart.
Name Ice Valentine sent $20. Here's some of my rent money. I can't keep slaving away, master, but I do it for you.
Okay, thank you.
Blah blah sent $25. Do you think China and Russia give them aid in the event of a ceasefire?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. They've been giving them aid. Russia has been helping Iran bomb Israel or bomb U.S. targets, and China has been giving them supplies. Iran has been letting oil get to China. So they will continue to help them. That will go
Mexican
on.
Roy % $20. ¿Tienes alguna recomendación de libros? ¿Deberías venir a México alguna vez? Peter Mogg sent $100.
Okay.
Hey Nick, on the
It
Iran
just
War Day
gets
11
better.
episode at 3:27 and 18 seconds you mispronounced the word amicable. It's pronounced amicable, not amicable. No need to thank me. Happy to help.
A nice W rage bait.
Slaughterhouse
Someone
Roy
did it
$1.
yesterday.
It's crazy to think how fucked we could potentially be.
It's over.
Glam MA sent
It's over.
$20. On fire today.
Thanks.
Amuser sent $20. Texan Millennial here. Never imagined voting Democrat in my life, but we can't get continually raped by the GOP and be good little boys and continue to vote red. We must be
Damn, a
willing to
lot of
play both
people
sides.
feel the same way as I do.
Thanks for just saying what
Epstein's
I
love child
said.
sent $20. The ship's a fool to fight a fort. Fafo. Nuke Sneeko sent $20.
Yep.
Joined late, so apologize if you already covered, but Iran threatening to deploy its nuclear assets. Thoughts? Per Alex Jones.
That's dumb.
Barfano O'Delay sent $333. You have been rapidly attacked on X for the recent Iran and anti-GOP stance. Now the shills can eat shit. What a masterful explanation tonight. P.S. I'm writing this SC off on my taxes. Christ is king.
Well, I wouldn't advise that, but thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate it. Huge super chat. Thank you very much. Yeah, they're all attacking me. Always. I'm like the most attacked. Everyone's always shitting on me. Look, I'll be the villain, okay? I don't care. Those people suck anyway.
Rockshaka sent $50. Perfect monologue, dude.
So-
Fire emoji. Seriously damn good. 1 Peter 4:7 The end of all things is near. Therefore be alert and of sober mind so that you may pray.
Indeed.
Supreme Boy
Very
sent
true.
$20. What's up with Tim Poor starting drama with Alex leaving the show early? Saying he's had a problem with alcohol.
Did he say that? I didn't catch that, but that's the shitty thing to say. I don't like that. I stick up for my boy. Alex is that's my nigga.
Frank Herbert
okay?
sent $30. In your recent sci-fi advocations you missed the Dune saga. You'll never guess what group appears in Book 6, Chapter House. Staler 3016 sent $20. I said I was done with you, but unfortunately I can't because all the others are fucking uninformed or intentionally uninformed to lovers.
Oh, no. We don't need your charity, okay? They're yours now. They can have you. Bye.
Nice.
Bye-bye. Yeah, no, thanks, but no thanks. We don't need it. Go and support whoever else is out there. Go and support Dan Bongino
Roxy
or
sent
whatever.
$25. God bless all my
Bongino.
fellow Christians. Never change Nick. From a fellow Spanish veteran. R
Thank
plus
you,
USA.
man. Wait, I'm Mexican. Fellow Spanish. I'm Mexican, bro. I'm Mexican. I am not Spanish. I'm Mexican. That's
Say it
on
one more
Injun.
time, Nick.
They call them Injun Joe. Don't get it
On
twisted.
1901 sent $20. A secret war. LMFAO. Gonna laugh at that delivery for weeks. Smiley face emoji.
You like that?
World Brewery sent $25. Wait, so what you're saying is that the Muslims are the Sith, and the Jews are the Jedi? Darth Sneeko? Obi-Wan Kassenbaum?
No.
SD Groiper sent
No.
$50. After listening to Father Chad, I
No.
can't stop thinking the Antichrist will emerge, be a Manchurian candidate for AI after they incarnate Satan. His persuasion will be having every icos on him and control of digital currency. Grok, is this true?
Okay.
Emerald sent $25. You're 100% correct, Nick. Your message isn't completely falling on deaf ears.
Just mostly.
Goys Be Going sent $20.
Just
Iran being
mostly.
more America first than us was not on my bingo card. I guess it doesn't matter if there is a towel on your head because Aryans naturally resist the Jew. Pray for both of our countries to win the spiritual battle and prosper together afterwards.
Hell yeah. Persia and Rome,
Trump
united.
did 9/11 sent $150. Why not run the neocon Likud playbook from 1967 and do a hostile takeover of the Democrats? Counter the current Republican Likud party. Call it Chabad Fuanovich with rebel Minikin Fuinil Schnigerson. Obama did more deportations and they're more anti-war than Trump. Inevitable victory.
Ugh, okay. Just leave it to me. Thank you for the big super chat. What if we... Shut up, dude. That is so bad, but I appreciate the money,
Jack
I
Rentler
guess.
sent $150. Thank you, Nick. Getting confirmed on Easter, largely due to your influence. Viewers
Love
since
it.
2018, and forever grateful for your sacrifice and service.
Love it.
07.
Congratulations. God bless, man.
Diesel
Thank you.
5663 sent $20. First time chat. Love the show. Has Ye ever told you why we don't hear from him nearly as much anymore? God bless.
I'm not at liberty to go into
Giga
that.
Grow sent $20. Fantastic monologue tonight. I'll be sharing. Also, if Joe Rogan invited you on, would you do his podcast?
Okay.
Seating Groy $20. Need Grow Wipers in Palantir? Intel Community? Or is the priority politics plus finance? JPAC 44
Forget
cent
it.
50.
You go do something
JPAC
else.
44 cent
stupid.
$50. Crowder plays best both worlds where he plays the more populist position and Gerald is the good guy trying to bait Gerald if you do on again. Thanks for all you do. Willie Nail sent $50. Ted Cruz says Christ is King is now anti-Semitic. Wow. Dale
Wow,
1981.
so surprising. Shocked.
Dale 1981 Cargill sent $20.
It's
My butch manager
incredible.
at the grain silo, I work at Cargill Grain Corp, was talking about critical thinking when discussing sexuality. How can I shelter my 6 homeschool kids from this leftist propaganda?
I don't even know what that means. Like,
My
what are you
Galfast sent
talking
$20.
about?
Sometimes I wish you chose to hide your power level when you were young.
See, what? My butch manager was talking about critical thinking when discussing. What does that even mean? How do I shelter? Oh my gosh. My kids are going to discover sexuality or so. Like, what? I don't know, man. You listen, I went to a public school. We knew that like degeneracy existed. You just got to teach them about that stuff at home. If you give your kids a religious upbringing, I don't think they're as vulnerable to that. You know, the kids are going to go out into the world. Kids are going to go out into the world. I mean, I'm against them being indoctrinated, but this whole like, how do I shield my kids from the world? It's like, well, can you? The best you could do is instill values in them, take them to church, be connected to them, you know, because then they're going to grow up and they're going to go out into the world. So I don't believe in the shelter
My
idea.
Galfast sent $20. Sometimes I wish you chose to hide your power level when you were younger so you could be in the government, but I also understand the frustration with not.
Okay,
Chop Canadian sent $20.
Like,
Is there any
shut up.
popular YouTuber you think are overrated? Personally think Moist.
I don't watch
Chop sent $20.
YouTubers.
How much do you think Hasman's getting paid to three-way? Deep Throat BB and Trump.
I don't think he's getting paid.
Jedi Wine Tricks sent $20. First day of my life I recall from start to finish is 9/11. As a child I was fed that war is cool. 24/7 News put Operation Shock and Awe on TV and said war is cool. COD4, Halo 3 and Gears of War said war was cool. Michael Bay's Transformers helped the military say war is cool. They came to recruit us in school and say war is cool.
Fuck you. Fuck you. That's the stupidest super chat. Then they said war is cool. Okay, what is this, a slam poem? Is that what you think you're doing right now, you fucking idiot? I was always told that. Then I played Halos. Dude, honestly, kill all Goyim. Like, can Goyim be sent to die today? All Goyim. It's a shame that all Goyim can't die in the war. Oh my gosh. Yeah, bro. They just really like, oh my. What even do you say to something like that? Like, tell it to somebody who cares. Tell it to your bong while you watch American Dad and eat your fucking Taco Bell.
Lyric Terror sent $20.
Stupid.
Hey Nick, you accidentally skipped my other super chat. Smile.
I don't
Kimberly
think I
Marsh sent
did.
$50. Thank you for keeping me going, Nick. Much love. Red heart
Yeah.
emoji.
Thanks.
1776 sent $20. Listened to you and didn't vote for Trump in 24. Didn't think my first time voting would be for Democrats. But hey, fuck it.
Wow.
Defeated Groy percent
That's
$100.
crazy.
I've never been able to explain that feeling of the spiritual aspect in all of this. It's biblical and a message from God. It's very real, but not everyone can see it. Your spirit, tone, and delivery has been on point lately.
Thanks.
You've been killing it, bro. Hope I get the chance to meet you one day. Good bless.
Thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Jamaican
Yes.
Keith Woods Groy percent $20. Prayers for Sneeko. Folded hands emoji. Iran just confirmed he's been made the new Ayatollah.
Wow.
They hate God sent $100. Are you doing a show Friday? You have missed the last 3 weeks, FYI.
Because I just get so, by Friday, I'm done. Do you see? By Friday, I'm done. I'm tapped out. There's no content. The super chats suck. So maybe I'll do a show tomorrow. I probably will, but I don't know. Thank you for the big, I think, plan on it, but who knows? Maybe I'll just be so dejected. I just won't. Sometimes I get a little dejected.
Stealth Black sent $20. Random, but I've been reading the Bible for the first time and it's wild how clear it is that Jews are the fundamental antagonists of the story. No idea how evangelical Protestants justify simping so hard for them. It's insane. Literally story after story of Jews either hating him or outright trying to kill him.
Yep. Yeah, that's the story. It's true.
Here comes the truth, sent $25. Curious, why do you suddenly say pause quickly at times during your monologue?
Okay, thank
Boys
you,
be going, sent $20. Nick, how come you don't feel
Okay,
threatened by
Boomer.
Professor Chang? He mispronounces more words than Candace and she might fall in love with him. Don't let Ahmed eyes, do you like that?
Oh my, okay, whatever.
Rolling Log sent $20. Netanyahu, if you can hear me, I think my black neighbors are just days away from getting a nuclear weapon. Charles Guido sent $20. Don't have to worry
Hilarious.
about me voting Dem. I always have. For real, you're the first influencer that I can stomach. I don't agree with all your solutions, but I appreciate your clairvoyance and
Thanks.
perspective.
Well, I try to keep it real. Thank you, man.
Shadow 408 sent
W
$20. Press 1 of
Democrat.
Sneeko equals brown clown.
No.
Nick
Come on.
Fuentes Actually Gay sent $20. Thoughts on Dylan Klebold, Peter Scully, James Wright Foley, Prattybo 305 and Jason Momoa saying lava N-word?
Who? Well, I know Jason Momoa.
Basement Dweller sent $20. I heard Fishback is writing a kid's book on the JQ. Thoughts?
Is he really? I hope not.
Nuke 37 count sent $20. I always see them calling you gay on X. I think they want you to get a wife and kids so you can lose focus. Don't fall for it.
That's so true, though. That is so true. That would be the biggest weakness ever. Could you imagine? Could you imagine a wife yanking my chain? Huh? Yeah. They want me to die like them. They see a spirited young man who's out there in the world doing his thing, and they go, he needs to die inside like me. Why doesn't he trip over toys when he walks through the door? How come his wife doesn't tone police him? It isn't fair. Get this man a wife. Because I'm free. I am a free man. I am a free man. I am one with the people. I belong to the people. Not some stupid fucking Foyd. Not some woman. So I'm not gesturing. I'm not gesture maxing for some Foyd, you know. Bum. I'm not doing it. I will not do
Black
it.
Duke Roy percent $20. Shive. Shalom Moniga. Tapped out sent $25. Your messaging hits hard. The only people fighting it are the low IQs, the Zionists and the shills. You helped bring enlightenment for me. 3x Trump voter going Dem. Worst prey of all time.
Let's go. Love it. Okay. That's our last super chat. Wow, this is a late night, huh? 2 a.m. That's going to do it for me. Remember to smash the follow button, smash the like button, leave a comment. I'm on the air Monday through Friday. As always, thanks for watching. Thank you to our top super chatters. We got Barf Noodle, Barfin Doodle, actually. Southern Star, CS America First, Trump did 9/11. Jack, I'm Just American, Groiper Mom, Crypt, Wyatt, Francesco, Peter Mogg, defeated Groiper, and They Hate God. Excuse me. Special thanks to them. Thanks to all our super chatters, everybody that watches. We love you. I'll see you tomorrow. Until then, have a great rest of your evening.
Americanism, not globalism.
All right, fellers.
Will be
Hope y'all enjoyed the stream. I'll be on there tomorrow or today at the same time. Hopefully it won't be quite as long, man. Anyway, like I said, I hope you guys enjoy it. Or like and subscribe if you haven't already. Till tomorrow. Good night and God bless. Fellers.